Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Was Secret Cafe Host. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's been weeks since the events at the sports festival, and the students of Class 1A were feeling restless. A week without action or anything thrilling to do, just the usual school routine. Midoriya didn't mind it, though. He thought the quietness and relaxation from hero activities were refreshing. Until one day, Aizawa entered the classroom with an announcement. Starting Thursday is the school cultural festival. You all have 3 days to prepare an event and decorate the classroom however you choose. Submit your ideas by tomorrow at the latest, Mr. Aizawa said, zipping himself into his sleeping bag and leaving the rest of the homeroom PRD to the students. Finally, something exciting to do, cheered Kirishima, Mina, Shiro, and Kaminari as the students buzzed with excitement. Everyone was eager to do something fun for a change, even if it was a typical event for UA. Culture festivals. I never really did much back in middle school. I was always the one setting up or helping with signs. Maybe I can be more involved this time, Midoriya thought as Ida announced that they should brainstorm ideas. Many in the class suggested a candy or food service, but that idea was quickly dismissed by Momo, who pointed out it would be a waste of food. Others proposed outdoor games, but Ida and a few others preferred to keep it indoors. How about a maid cafe? Mineta exclaimed, only to be met with silence as the room processed his suggestion. The girls quickly charged at him, ready to teach him a lesson. Kaminari and Shiro could only watch in concern for their friend. I just don't want to end up like him, they thought as Tsuyu spoke up, a hint of Mineta's misfortune still on her cheek. What about a boys' cafe? She suggested, and the class began to warm up to the idea. Midoriya felt his heart sink at those words. Cafe? What? No. I need to think of something else before, then it's settled. Class 1A will do a boys' cafe, Momo declared, and the girls cheered before the guys could protest, leaving Midoriya slumped at his desk, covering his head. Crap, they can't find out. I have to figure out how to get out of this somehow, Midoriya thought with dread as the class discussed what they should sell and who would be the main host. It has to be someone who's good with people, friendly and appealing, Jiru said, and the girls began to eye their male classmates. They sighed as they looked away from most of them. That was harsh, they all exclaimed, except for Todoroki, Bakugo, and Midoriya. Well, sorry, but most of you don't look like hosts, to be honest. Though Todoroki seems like he could fit the role, he's a bit distant, Mina said, scratching her head in embarrassment. Bakugo's definitely out of the question, Hagakure said, hiding from Bakugo as he shouted at them, explosions erupting from his hands. So that leaves us with Deku, the girls said in unison as Midoriya looked up, realizing he was the center of attention. That settles it. Deku's going to be our host, Uraraka announced, and the girls cheered as they rushed off to submit their form for the class activity. Midoriya looked around, bewildered by what had just happened. Why did you have to be the main attraction? Mineta and Kaminari lamented, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him. Why me? Midoriya whined as he was shaken but was soon released. The rest of the school day continued as usual, though Midoriya felt the envious stares of Mineta and Kaminari. Before he knew it, school was over, and he began packing his things to head home. Oh, by the way, bring some formal clothing for practice tomorrow. Bye, Mr. Host. Uraraka called as she left the class, leaving him feeling even more anxious about the upcoming event. Midoriya made his way to the station, riding alone with his thoughts. Why did it have to be a cafe? Midoriya pondered as he stared at his reflection in the train window, waiting to get off. The reflection seemed to smile and chuckle a bit. Just do it, I don't see the harm in it. Besides, we already do this sort of thing at work, the reflection said, prompting a sigh from Midoriya. Dumbass, no one else knows about this except for my mom and Ms. Nakamura. The reflection then shifted to a more annoyed expression, with a white bandana covering most of its hair. As the train passed through a dark tunnel, the reflection appeared more ominous. Midoriya saw himself with a shorter, spiked hairstyle, his eyes obscured by shadows but glowing a striking red. His attire transformed from his school uniform to a simple black hooded jacket with fur. "Can I just disappear if they find out?" the reflection mused as Midoriya pushed through the yellow tape to grab his belongings. "No, you can't. We'll just have to figure out how to handle this. Maybe Ms. Nakamura can help us," he thought as he exited the train and left the station. "Well, off to work, I guess. Let's try to keep the flirting to a minimum, okay?" Midoriya said to himself, hearing a small laugh in his mind. Alright. I don't understand how you're so embarrassed when technically you're the one flirting," the voice replied as Midoriya made his way to a cafe a few blocks away. Upon entering, he smiled at a woman in her mid-20s who looked up from cleaning the tables. "Hello, Midoriya. You can get started whenever you're ready." "Alright, I'll start right now, Ms. Nakamura." No. "I told you, call me Tashi when at work." Midoriya smiled at his boss's playful nature as he headed to the staff room to change. He replaced his school uniform with a crisp white button-up shirt, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, dark dress-like jeans, and a two-button vest topped off with a black tie. Looking at himself in the mirror, he felt his reflection smile back at him. "Ah, I always love working here. It's always nice and calming for me," Midoriya said, his voice taking on a cooler, more charming tone. His posture exuded confidence with every step as he walked out of the room and into the cafe, where customers were ready to order. The women and girls blushed at his appearance as he took out a pen and notebook. "May I take your order?" Midoriya sighed for the umpteenth time today, hugging his backpack tightly as he made his way to school. "Man, this is so nerve-wracking," he thought as he passed the school entrance and headed to his classroom. "What are you so nervous about? It'll be fine if we follow what Ms. Nakamura said." The voice in his head calmed him down a little. "A cafe? That sounds fun. Just have fun and let loose. Enjoy your youth." Ms. Nakamura's words echoed in Midoriya's mind as he reached the door to his class and opened it. He was astounded to see everyone preparing for the event. "Oh, hey Midoriya. Mind helping out with the sign? The girls sort of surprised us with this," Kirishima said as he, Siro, and Tokoyami designed the sign. "Yeah, sure. What do you need help with?" he started to say until he felt arms resting on his shoulders. "Sorry, but Deku's gotta practice." "Come on, Midoriya, go get dressed and ready. Then come back here and show us what you've got," Ochako and Mina said as they playfully pushed him out the door and closed it, leaving him outside while he could hear the girls giggling behind it. Midoriya sighed and went to the bathroom to get ready. He changed out of his school uniform into a dark suit and hat. He rinsed his hair in the sink, combed it straight, and adjusted his gray-black hat and gloves. Looking in the mirror, he took a deep breath to calm himself. Just like she said, "Let loose and enjoy youth," he said, feeling a change within him, becoming more confident. He placed the hat on his head, tilting it down, and smiled at his reflection. "Well then, let's see how the girls will react to me," he said in a cool voice as he grabbed his bag and headed back to class, carrying it with one hand as if it were a bag of groceries. He noticed a few heads turning as he passed by and smiled at their reactions. "I'm back," Midoriya announced from behind the door, hearing footsteps approaching before it opened. "Hey Deku, ready for practice?" Ochako asked, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw him at the door. "Deku?" she questioned, and he laughed, patting her head. "Who else is practicing today, Ochako?" Midoriya said as he walked past her, noticing her cheeks turning red. "Now then, how can I serve you?" "Sir? Madam?" he said in front of the class, leaving everyone shocked to see this confident side of him. The guys were surprised that he was speaking without his usual stutter. The girls, however, were captivated by his new appearance. "Who is this confident Midoriya?" was the thought running through everyone's minds as they watched him set up a table and grab a pen and paper. "Now then," Midoriya said, gently taking Momo's hand, causing her to blush in surprise. "Shall I escort you to your table, madam?" Momo could only nod, unable to trust her voice. She felt like royalty, and Midoriya was her devoted servant. "He's like a prince," Momo thought as she was seated, with Midoriya standing by her side, placing the menu in front of her. "Take all the time you need, I'll wait for your order," he said, removing his hat and placing it over his heart, bowing slightly, which made her even more flustered. "Aladdin, a chocolate shortcake, please," Momo said, looking down as Midoriya took the menu away with a smile. "As you wish, my queen," he said softly, causing her cheeks to flush even more. The other students were baffled. In just 5 minutes since they started the cafe trial run, Momo was being treated like royalty instead of a customer. "It fits the theme of a maid cafe, I suppose," Ida said, and some nodded in agreement. "How does a nerd like Midoriya make someone like Yayarosa blush?" Mineta muttered with jealousy, only to be playfully slapped on the back of the head by a certain someone with a frog quirk. They watched as Midoriya went behind the counter they had set up, preparing Momo's order with impressive skill. After a couple of minutes, Midoriya returned to Momo. "Here you are, my lady. A latte and chocolate cake. Freshly made with care," he said, placing her order in front of her and smiling as he gazed into her eyes. She bit her lip at the sudden closeness, her blush deepening as he leaned in and whispered to her. "They say revenge is a dish best served cold. But where's the warmth in the end? Now, won't you partake in my revenge?" Momo swallowed hard as he stepped back, returning to her side. She looked at the cake, which seemed like a work of art, the latte steaming and smooth. "Why is my heart racing? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? And why do I want his revenge?" Momo thought as she grabbed her spoon and took a bite of the cake. "This is..." Her eyes widened as she savored the flavor, placing a hand on her cheek, overwhelmed with delight. "Delicious!" Momo exclaimed, eagerly taking more of the cake and sipping her latte, miming at the rich flavor. Midoriya couldn't help but smirk at her reaction, satisfied with his work. "How was my revenge, dear? I hope it meets your expectations." Momo nodded vigorously, returning to her cake and latte, focused only on herself, her order, and her loyal prince. "Well then, I'd say this practice run was a success, wasn't it?" Midoriya asked the others, who were still amazed by Momo's reaction. Only nodding in agreement, some members of the class felt a twinge of jealousy. The first day of the festival had arrived. Everyone in Class 1A was ready to put their best foot forward, as some of the male students volunteered to take on additional roles as butlers. "All right everyone, let's give it 110%. Uraraka cheered, pumping her fist in the air as excitement filled the room. "Where's Midoriya? He's our main host. Without him, we're just a regular boys' cafe with average waiters," Tsuyu said straightforwardly, noticing some of the boys sulking. "Did my lady call for my services?" A voice came from behind her, and everyone turned to see Midoriya kneeling before Tsuyu, gently taking her hand. "Karo," Tsuyu croaked, her face turning red as Midoriya rose and lightly kissed the back of her hand. "Well, let's get started, everyone," he announced as everyone took their positions as chefs and waiters. The door opened to reveal a few students from Class 1B. "Welcome." The boys and Midoriya greeted the girls from Class 1B as they made way for them. "Hey, it's you guys from Class 1B. Itsuka, Ibara, Yui, Pony, Reiko, Kinoko, and Setsuna." Mina and Toru exclaimed, waving as they escorted the girls to their tables. "We decided to check out what you guys were doing. I have to admit, we're a bit envious of your boys' cafe," Itsuka said as she ordered a black coffee and coffee cake. "Hey, where's that one guy with the curly hair? Midoriya, right? Where is he?" Setsuna asked, just as her order of pudding and tea was served by someone she hadn't seen before. "You called for me, pretty miss?" he asked, his voice causing the hearts of the Class B girls to flutter. "And Midoriya?" Itsuka stammered, unable to believe her eyes. At the sports festival, he had seemed like a shy and timid boy, admittedly cute, but now he appeared as the epitome of charm and confidence. "Yes, Itsuka? Do you need a refill on your black coffee?" Midoriya asked, pouring more coffee into her cup. "Just call if you need anything else, mademoiselle," he added before returning to the kitchen area to prepare more dishes for the incoming customers. How was that, Midoriya?" Itsuka asked her classmates, blushing furiously. "We don't know," But he's our secret weapon to take the culture festival by storm. He even made Momo blush and squeal over his cakes and sweets, Gyru said, much to Momo's embarrassment. Well, look here. Heroes serving as butlers? Have you finally decided to give up since you're all worthless? Nito Monoma sneered as he entered the classroom, taunting everyone in Class 1A. The students of Classes 1A and 1B exchanged looks of disgust. Monoma always had a knack for ruining the mood. Excuse me, sir, but could you please leave? You're disrupting the customers, Midoriya said, stepping up to Monoma with a kind smile that masked his underlying frustration. Monoma laughed and took a cup from a nearby customer. Or what, Mr. Butler? Oops, looks like I spilled my drink. Please fetch me another one. Monoma splashed the drink all over Midoriya, soaking his hat and coat. Midoriya calmly reached into his coat pocket and pulled out his gloves. I apologize, but you leave me no choice but to take action. And my name is not Mr. Butler, he said, removing his hat to reveal slightly wavy, spiked hair. His eyes sparkled with a mix of crimson and emerald. It's Izuku Midoriya, he declared, grabbing Monoma by the collar and spinning him around before tossing him out into the hallway, where he crashed against the wall, stuck waist-deep. Midoriya turned back with a confident smile, which, to the girls, looked undeniably appealing. Apologies for that display, everyone. Please return to your activities as Class 1A would like to perform for your entertainment, he announced, earning cheers from the customers while the boys protested, silenced by his glare and the girls' threats. Kyuka, mind if we borrow your guitar for the show? Midoriya asked, and she nodded, a light blush on her cheeks. He took her guitar and a chair, leading the butlers of 1A to the front of the class. Feel free to dance along if you'd like, he encouraged as he began strumming a tune. Everyone was surprised by how well Midoriya sang and played the guitar. The girls in Class 1A were captivated by his sweet voice, resonating with emotion. I'm making him mine after this is all over. He's perfect, Kyuka thought, recognizing a kindred spirit in him. As the song continued, the boys of Class 1A moved to the beat in their own style, losing themselves in the music. They forgot about their worries and felt like carefree high schoolers enjoying the moment. The crowd swelled inside the classroom, filled with customers dancing or recording the event. Even some teachers joined in, swaying to the rhythm. Midoriya stood up from his seat, dancing as he played. This will be a night to remember, he sang, his voice carrying through the room, leaving everyone feeling exhilarated. Kaminari, take the guitar, Midoriya said, quickly handing it over before making his way to the crowd. He extended his arm to Gyru. Care for a dance? He asked. She hesitated but eventually took his hand, and he spun her around. Just relax and follow my lead, he whispered softly, and she felt at ease in his arms. As they danced to the rhythm of the music, Midoriya dipped Gyru, causing her shoe to slip off. She blushed fiercely as she regained her balance and bowed away. Midoriya returned to the front, placing his hat back on and smiling as he sang. The song ended, and the crowd erupted in cheers for more. The boys and girls from Class 1A bowed in appreciation. Thank you for your support, everyone. Please join us tomorrow for our final performance from Class 1A, Midoriya announced as customers left their tips and exited the venue. He smiled, grabbed his bag and opened the door. See you all tomorrow. The second and last day of the school week arrived, marking the final day of UA's cultural festival. Class 1A was bustling with customers, particularly eager to see their main attraction, dubbed either Prince or Loyal Servant, Izuku Midoriya. You know, I really wonder how Midoriya went from shy to confident, Mina mused, watching him serve more people. It's strange. Do you think he practices alone at home? I kind of like him more bold, Gyru added, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Oh, I know. I can follow him home and see what gave him that confidence boost. Hagakure exclaimed, raising her invisible hand with excitement. The others thought it was a good plan since she was invisible and Midoriya wouldn't notice. Wait, won't your parents say anything? Tsuyu asked, raising a valid point. Don't worry. My parents are out of town, and I'll just text them I'm at a friend's house. Now, Operation Brave Source begins after school. Hagakure cheered, and the rest of the girls joined in as they returned to their duties for the remainder of the festival. Hours passed, and as the sun began to set, casting warm orange rays, Hagakure prepared to follow through with her plan. "All right, wish me luck and I'll report anything I find out," she said, grabbing her things and leaving the class. She followed Midoriya as he headed to the bathroom to change. Hiding in a stall, she peeked out and saw him changing out of his butler uniform, clad only in his underwear. "Oh my goodness! He's so fit. Those abs are impressive and his legs look strong," she thought, momentarily distracted. Midoriya was looking at himself in the mirror, smiling. Suddenly she noticed his reflection shift to someone else. The mirror changed? It looks like Midoriya but more villainous, she thought, shivering at the sight. It wasn't half bad. I got out a bit and dealt with that one blonde guy, the reflection said. The image rippled again, showing Midoriya with longer, curly hair, wearing a white bandana and exuding a relaxed vibe. Now he looks like a street performer, she thought, watching the reflection laugh. I even got to play that old song we made up. We should definitely play more. The reflection shifted back to the Izuku everyone knew. Yeah, it was really fun. Better than all the other events we missed, the figure, whom Hagakure dubbed Prince. Midoriya laughed as he changed into loose dark blue jeans, a white shirt, and a green jacket. Just like Ms. Nakamura said, let's enjoy our youth more, okay, me? Let's head home. Mom probably has dinner ready, Prince Midoriya said, zipping up his jacket and putting away his uniform. His hair returned to its usual curly style, and his innocent, charming look reappeared. All right, time to go, Midoriya said, grabbing his bag and leaving the bathroom, leaving Hagakure a bit bewildered. Okay, now it looks like regular Midoriya. Gotta catch up, she exclaimed, sprinting after him. Midoriya seemed to radiate joy as he walked to the station. I want to relax when we get home. Maybe bake something, a voice in his head interrupted his thoughts. Hey, we've got company. He paused, about to look back. Don't worry, it's not a villain. Just our classmate, Toru Hagakure. Just keep walking and get on the train, or we'll be late. Midoriya mentally nodded and hurried onto the train. She made it in too. I guess she's curious about us, the voice noted, adjusting its glasses. What should we do? What if she finds out? What if she tells everyone? Calm down. You know she's not the type to spill secrets. Let her come over undetected by your mom, and we'll talk to her in our room, the voice reassured him. Midoriya sighed and relaxed for the rest of the train ride. They soon arrived at Midoriya's home station and headed to his apartment. I'm home, he called as he walked in, leaving the door slightly open for Hagakure to sneak in. Where's Mom? He wondered, heading to the kitchen where he found a bowl of katsudon and a note attached. Izuku, I left for a girls' gathering with Mitsuki. There's katsudon out and plenty more for you. Love, Mom, he read, smiling at the thought of his favorite dish. She should be inside already. Better close the door. He thought to himself as he shut the door, getting another bowl and bringing them to his room. Hey, mind if I borrow your eyes, Jack? Midoriya asked, and the villainous figure smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Sure, just as long as it gives her a little scare. Midoriya's eyes transformed into a striking crimson red as he surveyed his room after placing the bowls on the small table. By the door, he noticed a girl with short black hair accented by pink highlights, exuding a tomboyish yet cute vibe. Her hazel eyes sparkled, and her face resembled that of a doll. Wow. So that's what she looks like. She's adorable. I better give her a good scare, Midoriya thought as he continued to gaze at the door and approached it. Why is he staring at me? Wait, how can he see me? Can he really see me? Oh no, he's coming this way. Hagakure panicked as she saw him standing in front of her, his crimson eyes piercing through the shadows of his hair. He's too close. I can't get out of here. She flinched as he slammed his hand against the wall beside her. Haha. Sorry, Hagakure. I couldn't resist. Midoriya chuckled as he stepped back, hearing her slump down the wall. How did you know it was me? Hagakure asked, bewildered that someone could perceive her invisible form. Midoriya smiled as he opened his desk drawer and pulled out a pair of glasses along with several small mirrors. A little help from them, he said as reflections from the mirrors rippled into different forms, all resembling Midoriya but with subtle differences. She then watched as he loosened his jacket and put on the glasses. He transformed, appearing more sophisticated and intelligent, as one of the mirrors showed the previous version of Midoriya waving at her. "Well now, it's nice to meet you, Toru Hagakure." His voice sounds intriguing. But it feels like he has more to share, she thought as the figure in front of her smiled lazily and clasped his hands. "I am Izuku Midoriya, or more specifically, the brains of him. I am known as Kashikoi, Wise. I believe you've met some of the others these past few days, like Jack." "Hey, what's up?" the villainous figure waved at her from the mirror. "Sora. Hi, did you enjoy the song I played? And of course, you're Midoriya. Lastly, Hazama. A pleasure to see you again, Lady Toru." Hagakure was amazed that each reflection could react differently, and that they were all Midoriya. "Oh, and the little guy hiding behind your Midoriya is his sweet and innocent childlike self. We call him Chibi." "And nice to meet you, Turchin," the child said shyly, peeking out from behind the original Midoriya as they all turned their attention to Toru. "Now, what do you wish to know about us, Ms. Toru Hagakure?" Kashikoi asked, adjusting his glasses and glimmering in the room's light. The weekend had come to an end, much to the dismay of the students. They had enjoyed a break filled with fun and normalcy, but now it was time to return to the rigorous demands of hero training. "Hey, Hagakure. So, what did you find out about Midoriya?" Mina and the other girls asked as they gathered around her desk, watching her fidget nervously. "Well, Wait, you and Midoriya hung out together?" Mineta and Kaminari exclaimed in surprise. "No, Demon Midoriya. Why is he so lucky? Where is he?" they shouted in dismay, scanning the room for Midoriya, who was notably absent. Hagakure sighed, feeling the pressure of their curiosity. "What do I tell them? How do I explain this?" she thought as memories of the previous week flooded back. Flashback. "Tell me, Ms. Toru, have you ever heard of multiple personality disorder?" Kashikoi asked, glancing at the other versions of Midoriya who were looking at her intently. "Well, it's when a person has split personalities, right?" she replied, trying her best to recall what she knew. "Correct. That's how it was back then. But now, in this generation of quirks, it's a bit different." Kashikoi explained, holding up his fingers. "Imagine a person with MPD who also has a genetic mutation, known as a quirk. What do you think happens?" He raised 3 fingers on one hand and 1 finger on the other. "The personalities then have their own quirks and characteristics related to the original. This means that all personalities are different in strength, speed, mind, etc., while sharing the same body," he said, tapping his finger on the original Midoriya. "However, what happens in a generation where children start showing signs of quirks at a young age while developing MPD?" he asked, waiting for her response. Hagakure thought carefully. "I suppose either a quirk forms and affects the personalities or one or the other never appears in the child." "Brains and beauty. She's a keeper, Izuku," Kashikoi commented, causing both the original Izuku and Hagakure to blush. "You're not wrong, but you're missing one other possibility." He held up a mirror that reflected an embarrassed Izuku. What would happen if both the potential quirk and MPD disappeared and formed something different? "Different?" Hagakure questioned, intrigued. Izuku here began showing signs of MPD around the age of 4, which is typically when quirks start to manifest. However, he's quirkless but still considered part of the generation of young quirk users, Kashikoi explained, gesturing to the others in front of her. "A mental disorder transformed into something akin to a quirk, which we and the doctors have agreed to call persona." He concluded, explaining their existence. "We all represent aspects of Izuku, as well as our own strengths. Jack represents his anger and violent nature. He can form blades and weapons from dark objects or places." Jack smiled and brandished a scythe from his jacket. "Hazama embodies Izuku's love for women and baking. His ability is to brush things off with ease and create amazing food from nothing. You flatter me, Kashikoi, Hazama said with a smile and a bow. Sora represents his musical and laid-back side. He can create illusions and bring fantasies to life through song. Sora laughed, scratching the back of his head. Izuku, well, he's basically us, but with more shyness. We're still working on that, thanks to Hazama and Sora. Hey, that was mean. Izuku protested, with Chibi echoing his sentiment. Oh, and Chibi here is his pure innocence rolled into one. Kashikoi said, holding up the mirror reflecting Chibi, who was fidgeting and glowing in Hagakure's eyes. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. It's like he's the perfect little sun child, she thought, extending her trembling hands. Can I hug him? If you hug the mirror, you'll cut yourself, Kashikoi pointed out, causing Hagakure to pout, realizing he had a point. Also, I don't mind sharing this secret with you. I trust you all have the bond of sisterhood. But please keep this a secret if you can, Kashikoi said, and the girls nodded seriously. Flashback and, well, Midoriya and I hung out a bit. We met at a cafe and then wandered around. Hold on, I have to go, Hagakure said, signaling for the other girls to follow discreetly. Once they were outside the hall and ensured no one was eavesdropping, she began to speak. Midoriya has something like multiple personality disorder, but it's more like a quirk of its own. What we witnessed during the culture festival was a different part of him. The other girls looked at her with disbelief, unsure if they should believe her. I'm serious. Next time we see Midoriya, he's coming. Hagakure exclaimed, spotting the familiar mop of green and black hair approaching the classroom. You're pulling my chain here, Tour. Hey, Midoriya. Mina called out as he reached the door, smiling at the girls. Hello, Mina. You're quite energetic this morning, he replied, surprising everyone except Toru with his response. He had always been considered shy and timid, but this added charm made him even more appealing. Oh, you've told them already, Toru? That's fine. Just please keep it a secret from the others. The girl stood there, dumbfounded. Midoriya apparently did have MPD, and Toru was right. He even called Hagakure by her first name. See, I told you guys. But please keep Izuku's secret from the others, she urged as she entered the classroom, leaving the girls in the hallway. Midoriya has MPD. He's more than what we see. He turns into a prince of a butler. He's an angel with music. Karo. The girls murmured to themselves as they returned to class, where they found Midoriya being shaken by Kaminari and Mineta. Demenu, Midoriya. What did you and Hagakure do? Mineta shouted, while Kaminari shook him vigorously. Midoriya adjusted his head to stop the spinning and looked them in the eyes. His hair cast a shadow over his face, revealing two intense crimson eyes that seemed to pierce through them. Can you stop shaking me already? It's giving me a headache. Kaminari and Mineta stepped back, releasing him as his eyes returned to normal. Anyways, Toru and I just hung out at a cafe and relaxed at my house for a bit, that's all, Midoriya said, trying to act oblivious to the growing curiosity from his friends about what they had been doing together. I really hope I get to spend more time with Chibi after this. Why did you leave me there? Hagakure exclaimed as she met up with Midoriya in the hallway after he returned from the bathroom. Sorry, Hagakure. I didn't mean to. Jack and Kashikoi thought it would be funny, Midoriya replied, raising his hands in defense. Well, whoever thought of it, all of you owe me an apology. And some time with Chibi, Hagakure said, placing her hands on her hips and pouting, though only Midoriya could see it. I blame you guys for this. Chibi, do you mind? Just as long as no one else is looking, it's embarrassing. Midoriya glanced around and saw that the coast was clear. All right, coast is clear, he said as Chibi's charm became part of him, making him appear even cuter. Hi Toru-chan, he said in a playful voice, soon enveloped in a hug as her face rubbed against his cheek. Midoriya's cute already, but Chibi makes him cuter, she said, spinning them around and nuzzling his neck. Please stop. Class is going to start soon, Chibi said, eventually releasing him. Sigh fine, all is forgiven. Come on, let's go, she said as Midoriya returned to his usual self and hurried back to class. Alright class, this week you'll be experiencing training with pro heroes. Choose a field of heroics, and you'll begin your training and learn about life in the hero world, Aizawa announced before instructing them to submit their hero forms and leaving the class. What should I do? What industry should I sign up for? Midoriya wondered aloud. Perhaps ask one of the student counselors for advice. They're always here to help, Kashikoi suggested. Midoriya nodded in agreement and headed to the office, but found All Might standing in the hallway. Young Midoriya, I came to tell you that you've been requested to work with a hero. But be careful, he's my mentor, and his training is no joke, All Might warned, shivering at the thought of his teacher before leaving. Guess I'm going to train under his teacher. Then, Midoriya muttered to himself as he submitted the form and returned to class. Oh Deku, where are you training? I signed up for Bullethead's industry. He actually recommended me to work there. Uraraka exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Well, I'm working with a hero who taught All Might when he was at UA. But I didn't really have much choice since I just found out, Midoriya replied, looking out the window. Oh, is it really true? She asked, leaning in closer. You know. She gestured for him to come closer and whispered, the persona thing? Midoriya reeled back in surprise. Thingy? He thought, trying to stifle a small laugh. Thingy Uraraka? He teased, causing her to blush and scratch her head in embarrassment. Well yeah, it's true. You saw me during the culture festival, so there's your proof. The school day passed quickly as the students headed to their respective industries. Ida and Uraraka parted ways at the station, leaving Midoriya to travel to Yamanashi. What kind of hero is this guy? He wondered. I just hope this hero can give us a good challenge, Jack remarked, eager for some action. He arrived at an old building marked with the location he needed. Hello? I'm here for the week, Midoriya screamed as he stumbled upon a short old man in a hero costume lying on the floor. He's dead. I'm alive, the old man exclaimed, rising with a smile. Sorry, I think I have the wrong place, Midoriya said, but the door behind him shut as the old man zoomed around the room and landed in the center. Nope, Sonny, you're in the right place. But now, I want to see if you can take me on, the old man declared, bouncing off the walls at increasing speed, leaving Midoriya struggling to keep up. I see, so I have to beat you to move on, Midoriya said, putting on a pair of glasses. This should be interesting. He smiled as his eyes darted around, taking in every detail about the old man. High speeds, but he's holding his breath. That costume, an old hero from the past. Mighty impressive to keep going so fast at your age, Gran Torino. But keep showing off like this. Midoriya reached out and caught the hero by the cape, pinning him down on the floor. Your moves will be too easy to read, he finished, surprising Gran Torino. This boy managed to catch me while I was using my quirk? He's good at observation, but how about Gran Torino used his quirk to break free, sending Midoriya crashing against the wall. In a real fight. Shouldn't have done that, old man, Midoriya said as he effortlessly got back on his feet, watching Gran Torino zooming around even faster. Changing tactics, huh? Well then, time to end this. Midoriya channeled one for all around his body, electricity swirling around him. Torino propelled himself to attack from the front as Midoriya stood still, waiting. 3 seconds. Torino was inches away when Midoriya pushed his glasses up, gleaming white. Now! He back-kicked, and the sound of contact echoed as Torino crashed onto the couch. Few mighty fine kick there, son. I gotta say, you're brighter than Tashinori, Gran Torino said, deactivating one for all and looking at him with curiosity. Tashinori? Midoriya asked. Just a student I used to teach at UA? Gran Torino thought to himself, but still, this boy was able to see my moves and counter them. He's a genius. Good work, kid. That's enough for today, Gran Torino said as he perched on one of the many buildings in Hosu, training Midoriya in speed and momentum. Izuku landed behind him, dressed in something different from his usual hero costume. Midoriya wore a pair of black flexible jeans that allowed him to move freely during parkour training. His red trainer shoes were a deep shade of crimson. He had on a dark gray t-shirt under a dark green zip-up hoodie, topped off with a visor hat that revealed parts of his curly hair, and a black one-strap backpack. Phew. Already done, huh? Wow, we're in Hosu already? Maybe I'll see Ida around here, he said, glancing over the rooftop to see if his friend was on patrol. Ida? Ah, Ingenium's brother. Wait, Stain has been seen in Hosu. That kid's looking for trouble. Gran thought, scanning the streets below for any signs of danger. Is something wrong, Mr. Gran? Midoriya asked, noticing the worried expression on the old man's face. The hero killer, Stain, has been spotted in Hosu for a few weeks. I think your friend chose to come here for revenge, Gran replied, and Midoriya's eyes widened at the thought of what his friend might do. Why didn't I see it before? He looked up to his brother. Now that he's out of his career because of Stain. He's going out for revenge, Kashikoi finished, his expression turning serious as he paid close attention to his surroundings. Gran noticed the change in his student and marveled at it. He seems different. Like that time when I tested him on the first day. He's not the shy and timid kid Tashinori told me about. It's like he's a blank canvas, unknown. Gran thought as he began running from building to building, with Midoriya soon following, both of them scanning the area as they soared through the air. Jack, I might need you soon if we face off against Stain. Up for a fight with a killer? Midoriya thought, imagining Jack sitting in an armchair, sipping cola and lighting a cigarette. I am the result of your held aggressions, torment, and anger from the past 12 years of your life. Jack stood up from his chair, looking at the world through Midoriya's eyes. A chance has come for me to be free and let loose. Do you really have to ask? Let's find this killer, Jack exclaimed, a wild grin spreading across his face. Midoriya couldn't help but mentally chuckle at his own anger. So unpredictable yet oddly humorous when triggered. I'm laughing at myself for having pent-up rage. Maybe I should let Jack out more often. Native, a familiar voice called, causing Gran and Midoriya to stop just above the sound. They looked over to see the hero, Mr. Native, heavily injured, with Ida facing off against Stain. Crap, we came here late. Gran said softly so Stain wouldn't notice them. Midoriya saw Stain drawing his blade, ready to attack. Jack. Finally. Midoriya shouted. Gran, jump in when things get dicey, alright? He said, his eyes turning a fierce shade of crimson as he leaped off the roof and into the darkness of the alley. Give up now, little hero. Otherwise, you'll end up like Native here, Stain said, drawing a dagger in his other hand, poised to rush at Ida. The sound of mock applause echoed from behind Stain, and both the villain and heroes turned to see nothing but darkness. Then, a pair of red eyes emerged, accompanied by a crazed smirk. Bravo! You cornered a hero and a kid. Hope you're proud. Not everyone can pull off something like that, he said sarcastically, stepping out of the shadows and standing a few feet back from Stain. And Midoriya? Ida gasped, shocked to see him here and catching Stain off guard. Though I've got to wonder about your name, Hero Killer Stain, Midoriya said, a confident smile on his face. Either leave here or die like the rest of them, brat. You're just playing pretend, even insulting heroes by trying to be one. Why don't I just end you now? Stain replied coldly, his sword hitting the ground as he held the knife to his lips. Midoriya merely smiled and snapped his fingers, realizing something. I figured it out. Your name is Stain because after I'm done with you, you'll be regretting your choices. Midoriya said as Stain rushed at him with both blades aimed at his head and heart. But they never made contact. Instead, they met a pair of blades forming from the shadows. Admit it, Stain. You're just another villain looking for recognition, trying to turn the world upside down. Just another stain on a carpet that's already covered in them. Midoriya took out a pair of dark gray gloves and put them on, shadows swirling around him. Now let's see which one of us can cut loose, he declared, his voice wild and intense as he formed a pure black scythe and swung it at Stain's neck. Stain blocked it but was knocked back onto the empty street. You're so dead, faker. Stain yelled, throwing daggers at Midoriya, who deflected them with either his scythe or his hands. Then that kid is a monster. Native, Ida, we need to get Native to the hospital. I'll help the kid. Ida, report back with backup as soon as possible. Go. Gran instructed, and Ida nodded, rushing to the nearest hospital with Native on his back. As he watched Midoriya fighting Stain, he noticed that his friend's eyes were filled with pure rage. Midoriya, what happened to you? I'll be back as soon as possible. Ida thought as he hurried to help Native and his friend. You're a real pain in the neck, kid. How about you lay down and die? Stain taunted, his bloodlust growing as he continued to parry with Midoriya, who seemed to be enjoying the fight. Lay down? But I'm not even tired yet. Midoriya retorted, determination shining in his eyes. How about you lay dead in the pits of hell? Midoriya shouted as he punched Stain back into a wall of flames that shot down the road. Midoriya watched with a blank expression as Stain entered the flames. Wait, I didn't mean it literally. He heard his name called as Todoroki arrived and stopped in front of him. Why are you here, Todoroki? Last I heard, you were with your oh no, Endeavor is here, isn't he? Midoriya said, face-palming as he spotted Endeavor at the far end of the street, disappointment etched on his face. Are you just going to stand there looking at us like that? Or are you going to get out of the way? Midoriya yelled, shocking Gran and Todoroki, who hadn't expected him to confront the number 2 hero. Endeavor approached, towering over Midoriya. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that. Move aside or else, he threatened, just as Stain emerged from the fire, glaring at both Endeavor and Midoriya. Endeavor, Stain began, but Midoriya held up a finger, signaling him to wait. Hold on for a sec, he said to Stain, then turned back to Endeavor, taking a deep breath and sighing with boredom. Here's what's going to happen. Either get your face out of my way and let me fight him, or I'll knock you out and leave a mark you'll remember. How? You're just a freshman. You think you can knock me out? Endeavor taunted, but Midoriya tightened his grip, determination in his eyes. Midoriya's expression remained blank as he replied, Rage for days. Rage for days? Endeavor questioned, confused. Rage for days. Midoriya yelled as he punched Endeavor square in the face, breaking his nose and sending him crashing into the side of a building, where he slumped against the rubble. Now, let's light up this party. Midoriya declared, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks at Stain, mixing in dark blades. Demenit. This kid is going to pay. Stain growled as he unsheathed his katana and slashed across Midoriya's chest, causing him to stumble back. Midoriya! Gran, Todoroki, and Ida shouted as they rushed back to their friend, ready to leap into the fight. Now you can't move, you piece of trash. Die! Stain yelled, aiming his katana at Midoriya's neck and lunging forward. But Midoriya caught the blade with his hands, locking eyes with Stain, whose gaze swirled with crimson and green. You can't paralyze me, my blood is different and unaffected by your quirk. Hope you're ready for a beating. Midoriya declared, breaking the katana and unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. The sounds of his strikes echoed as the others watched in awe. Midoriya paused, noticing Stain wobbling unsteadily. He smiled, eager for one last hit. Now here's the final one, he shouted, forming a fist and delivering a powerful punch to Stain's face, sending him crashing into the alleyway. As blood stained the bricks and concrete, Izuku tipped his hat and looked back at Stain. Like another annoying stain on the carpet, scrub hard enough and it'll disappear. His eyes returned to their original color as police sirens and ambulances approached. Midoriya returned to Gran, leaving Stain for the authorities. Good grief, kid, I didn't know you had it in you. Come on, let's head back home, Gran said as they parkoured back to Gran Torino's place, leaving 2 teens behind, puzzled. Who really are you, Midoriya? If you ever do something amazing, people will talk about it. Izuku found himself bombarded with questions from classmates and students from Class 1B. Why must I suffer? He thought as he faced a barrage of inquiries. I blame those 2 for this, he and Jack thought, glaring at Ida and Todoroki for telling Kaminari, who couldn't keep his mouth shut. None of this would have happened if you'd controlled yourself, Jack, Yoshikoi said, flipping a book at Izuku's head while Sora strummed his guitar and Chibi and Hazama baked cookies. Shut up. It was a fight and you expect me to hold back? Izuku groaned, feeling overwhelmed. As the questions finally subsided, Aizawa entered the room. Thank goodness, he muttered to himself, welcoming the return to normalcy. A relaxing day of school helped ease the bickering in his mind. When lunch rolled around, Izuku decided to escape his loud classmates and eat alone. However, his classmates couldn't help but wonder, who really is Izuku Midoriya? Seated around a large table, young heroes discussed their thoughts. I have to wonder what's up with Midoriya lately. He's been acting different since the culture festival, Ida commented, and most of the class nodded in agreement. Hagakure seems to know something but not much, Todoroki added, prompting tired grunts and murmurs from the others. Why not just see what he does after school? He must have something going on that we can find out about. Ochako suggested, and the girls and a few others agreed, except for Ida, who deemed it immoral, and Bakugu, who didn't care. Then it's settled. Operation Stalk the Deku is a go, she cheered, and the others joined in. Chew. Izuku sneezed as he ate his lunch outside, scratching his nose. Someone's talking about us, Chibi mused, drawing in his sketchbook within Izuku's subconscious. Probably the others are wondering more about me, Izuku said as he suddenly saw the glass door ripple, revealing Hazama. Hazama? What's wrong? Why are you outside? Izuku asked, relieved that no one was around to see his secret. Hazama signaled him to come closer, his expression serious. Forgive me, Midoriya. I just wanted to look around and stretch my legs, but I overheard a plan your classmates had. Hazama said, removing his hat and bowing slightly. They seem to want to follow us after school in hopes of learning more about us. Izuku pondered this, considering his options. I can't run from them, that would raise suspicion. But they can't find out about Persona. Only the girls know, but aside from Toru, they're doubtful. Excuse me, Midoriya. Though I may not be as wise or smart as Kashikoi, I do have an idea we could try, Hazama said, a charming smile spreading across his face as Izuku grasped the idea he had in mind. He could already tell how this would unfold. Well then, what's the plan for our little following group? Lunch ended quickly, and everyone returned to class. Many sneaked glances at Midoriya, who seemed surprisingly cheerful, more than usual. What happened to him was on everyone's minds as the final bell rang, and Midoriya left class with a skip in his step. Come on, let's follow Deku, Ochako said, as the rest of Class 1A dragged Bakugu along in pursuit. Hazama, are they still following us? Izuku asked. Yes, they are. Now's the time to play cat and mouse, Hazama replied as Izuku turned the corner. As the others followed, he seemed to vanish, only to reappear behind them, walking in the opposite direction. Hours passed, and the entire class seemed to lose track of him just as he was in their sights. Gra! Get your butt out here, you nerd! Bakugu shouted, while Izuku sat in a nearby coffee shop, a satisfied smile on his face. Hazama, you're brilliant, Izuku said, finishing his latte and cake before exiting the cafe. Maybe I'll have a little fun with them, Izuku thought as he removed his standard UA blazer, untucked his shirt, and loosened his tie. He slipped on a black short-sleeve jacket before heading out to meet them. Okay, time to let off some steam, he thought as he allowed Jack to take over. He walked past them and accidentally bumped into Bakugu, pushing him slightly to the side. Watch it! Bakugu snarled at the hooded figure, who turned slowly and gave him a sly smile. Excuse me, but I didn't quite catch that. Either clear your throat or keep moving, Jack replied, causing Class 1A to step back from Bakugu, who maintained a calm demeanor, though his eyes betrayed his anger. What did you say? Speak up. Bakugu shouted, and Jack's smile widened. Oh, you want to hear me? Didn't know you were into guys. But hey, what your boyfriend does with you, never mind. You're probably just the one who takes it, Jack said, turning to give them a dismissive gesture. Man, Midoriya was right, you act like a spoiled brat. Later, Jack said, leaving them stunned at the mention of Midoriya. Get back here. Where's Midoriya? The class shouted as they ran to catch up, but he had vanished around the corner. Where could he? Ida began to say, but a young man, looking no older than his late teens, started strumming his guitar and humming a tune. Excuse me, sir. Did you happen to see a man in a black coat walk by? Ida asked, but the musician simply nodded along to his music. Sir? Can you help us? I've got this, Kyuka said, moving Ida aside. She sat in front of the musician and began tapping a beat on her guitar case. You seen a lost soul on the prowl, wearing nothing but despair. A guy in black, looking bad, we searched everywhere. He seemed to know where our friend had gone, and we need to know. Kyuka sang, the music flowing with her lyrics. The musician tightened his bandana and nodded to the rhythm. You're looking for a guy in black, right? Then he's long gone. He vanished like hope shining on despair. Though he mentioned a green valley not far from here and said, well, old friend, let the games continue. Down the road to the right is where he went, disappearing without a trace. The musician finished his last strum and stood up. That's all I heard him say. Sorry if it wasn't much help, he said as he packed his guitar and left. Well, from what he said, Midoriya's over there, Kyuka said, pointing behind the class, who looked at her in disbelief. You understood that? They exclaimed as all but one of them dashed off to find Midoriya. The teen looked smaller and smaller as he left the group of students. Finally, he let out a sigh, and the bandana and guitar disappeared. Wow, I can't believe that actually worked, Izuku said, walking to the train station, smiling at how gullible his class was. Izuku! Well, all but one. Izuku suddenly found himself tackled from behind by a floating uniform. And here I thought you'd actually fall for that, Toru. Inside his mind, Chibi snapped his fingers, mumbling that he'd get her next time. Come on. You showed me who you really are. You'd think I'd fall for something like that? She said, placing her hands on her hips with sass. She motioned for him to stand up. Come on, you owe me for going on a wild goose chase with them. There's no way I'm getting out of this, is there? Izuku said as he hopped on the train, Toru following. And sitting next to him. I want sweets. And you're paying for it. I'll do you one better, Izuku replied, leaving Toru curious about what he meant as the train continued on its journey. Until finally, it stopped at Izuku's neighborhood. He grabbed her hand and led her around the streets, stopping by a closed cafe, but there was still an employee inside. All Blue Cafe? Toru read the sign on the window as he opened the door and walked in. Hey Ms. Nakamura. Mind if I pay back a friend? Let me guess, you owe her? Fine, just clean up after, she replied as Izuku went to the back and Toru took a seat in the center of the cafe. A minute later, the version of Izuku that the class dubbed Classy Deku appeared in front of her with a teapot and tray in hand. Just for today, I will be your personal chef, butler, and cook, Miss Toru. Now, what would you like? Something spicy, sweet, or perhaps a little surprise? Toru felt her cheeks heat up, and if anyone from class had been around, they would have noticed her blush. What is your order, my lady? All, welcome to our first candidate. Izuku, oh man. I can't believe we're really doing this. Especially since after the last chapter we gained over 2,000 readers. Kashikoi, yes, it's quite surprising. We never expected this much attention. Though I'm a bit disappointed that some questions went unasked and the contest Mr. Anime_Multiplay worked so hard on barely got any attention. Hazama, now. He was happy nonetheless, but we really must thank the readers for their support. Sora, true, they help with the story and its progress. Chibi, come on. Enough talking, let's answer some questions. Jack, you're right kid. Let's see what the readers asked. Claps hands Kashikoi. The laptop. Kashikoi rolls eyes as everyone sits on the couch while Chibi sits on the floor drawing yeah. First question. Question Rumonster 279. Hey Jack, do you think you can relate to Bakugu since both of you are like bombs just waiting to go off? Jack, absolutely not. Sure, I get furious when people tick me off, but at least I'm not an abusive JRK and can control myself. Hazama, it's true. Most people might call him a delinquent, but his heart is golden. He even accompanies me on shopping trips with my mother from time to time. He plays with Chibi and gives him piggyback rides too. Chibi, yeah, his rides are always fun. Jack looks away, covering his blushing face. Shut up. I don't want to hear it from you. Izuku, Jack's personality aside, Let's move on to the next question. WL, this is, interesting. Question Spirigi: if there are multiple personas of Izuku, with the exception of Chibi, as teenage boys can develop feelings for a certain girl, who do all of you like? Izuku. WL, to be honest, I kind of like a girl who is cute and, I guess, normal for me, but also caring and fun to be with. Maybe Uraraka, or Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B. Maybe Toru even. Hazama: I am Izuku's more confident and classy self, so it wouldn't matter because I would treat any woman with all my love and passion. Jack: first, cover your ears, Chibi. And Hazama: cover his ears too. Hazama takes his hands and gently covers Chibi's ears with his hands. Jack: now, I'm not going to deny this, but I prefer women with a bit of spunk. And if we're judging by size like most people do, I'd say I prefer both curvy and slender girls. Shivers that may handsome. But she drives me wild. She's got spunk and is a wild gal. But I'm also interested in Mina. She looks like she owns the dance floor. Izuku: Kashikoi? What about you? Kashikoi looks away with a blush on his face as everyone looks at him. They all grin and tackle him down, tickling him until he's laughing uncontrollably. Kashikoi, talk, gets up and breathes a hem. Well, first, Hazama, keep your hands on Chibi's ears. Hazama: haven't taken them off yet. Kashikoi: good man. Well, I'd have to go with Toru since she's really nice and has a mix of beauty and brains. Jack: beep beep beep. I'm sensing more girls in this. Kashikoi blushes. I'm also interested in one, maybe two more girls, I suppose. He pushes up his glasses. Izuku: well, who are they? Jack: spill the beans. Who are the two girls? Hazama: do tell. Chibi: tell me. I can't hear anything. Kashikoi: Momo and a Midnight Sensei. Blushes deeply. Both have piqued my interest with how they are. Plus, they have nice figures. Jack: jaw drops. I knew you were a bit of a pervert. But wow. I didn't even think about them, and you got the pick. Pretends to sob dramatically while hitting the table. Sora: hey. You guys forgot me. I like Kyuka since she's into music too. Jack: not our fault. You were sleeping for so long. Kashikoi: anyway, Chibi, you can hear now. Chibi: finally. My turn. Okay, here's a question that this user would like to keep private. Question for Izuku Midoriya: what's it like technically having 6 sons? Entering the room with cookies and milk and sees the question for her. Izuku: oh? You asked a question about me? WL: I'm flattered and thankful you've been supporting this story and looking at my sons. Yes, it was a bit odd meeting each of the personas, but I wouldn't give them up for anything in the world. They're all my wonderful babies, full of love and care. Oh, embarrassed, they all blush. Chibi hides under a pillow. Hazama looks away. Izuku covers his face with his hands. Jack and Sora pull their hoodies down to cover themselves. Kashikoi raises a book to his face. Izuku sets the cookies and milk down for them and smiles. Izuku: you boys are sweet. Leaves the room. Izuku: I guess we're out of ping. Oh, a late question for me even. Let's see. Question Jethan 21. Okay, so with all the personas living inside you, don't you feel a little violated that several people are watching your every move? Like if you use the bathroom? Izuku: at first I was a bit disturbed. But later I realized that it was my mind, and we can control our privacy. Think of it like everyone has their own room and knocks before entering. Kashikoi, for example, if Izuku were to use the bathroom, the door to his room would have a sign hanging from the handle saying in use. Sora: this helps because Izuku and the rest of us would have migraines and headaches a lot as kids. Now it's functional and a good system that we can control. Jack: well, I guess that wraps it up for this, can it? Hazama: it's a shame. I thought we'd have more questions from our dear readers. Chibi: I want to answer more. Please, readers. More questions for next time. Sora: same. I want to be asked stuff too. Izuku: don't be afraid to ask us. And could you please check out Mr. Anime_Multiplay's other works as well? Kashikoi: hopefully, we'll see you next time, then readers. Izuku: oh wait. The results from last chapter's questions are in and are now limited to these 3 for the pairing. Jack: right? Well, here they are. Izuku x Harem. Izuku x Toru. Izuku x Toru x Class 1B Girl, 3-way. Jack, but can you believe some people think this story shouldn't have romance? Unbelievable. Izuku, W. See you all soon. And keep up the support. Maybe with enough effort, we can finally answer the most pressing question that needs to be addressed. Sora, you mean? Jack, you're kidding. Tazama Kashikoi, the question for the author of A Deku and His Romance is whether it's Izuku x Fem Katsuki or Fem Shuka. All, we hope you support us and ask for more. Keep being writers. The students' week-long experience had come to an end for our heroes in training. However, they were even more curious about what had happened to their sweet and innocent hero nerd, Midoriya. They were concerned about the aftermath of the fight with Stain, but the girls found it hard to believe Toru after what she had said before the experience. Do any of you girls believe it? You know Midoriya's persona thing? Ochako asked as they gathered in their group before homeroom started. Most of them pondered whether it could be possible or not. Well, quirks are still being discovered today. But for something like that, it seems rather improbable, Momo said, contemplating the possibilities of multiple personalities developing quirks. This seems hard to believe, though. I mean, it's Midoriya. He doesn't seem like the type to have multiple personalities, Mina said, rocking back and forth in her chair until Tsuyu gently stopped her. Well, after the culture festival, I guess we don't really know much about Midoriya-chan, do we? Yeah, the only one close to him isn't even here yet. And she won't share any details, Kyuka said, twirling her earlobes as the girls realized Toru was still absent. They could tell when she was there or not, despite her invisibility. The door opened to reveal their translucent hero walking in with the mystery of Class 1A. Morning, hi, they greeted as they returned to their groups. Toru settled down on a desk, resting her head on her hands. I bet it's about Izuku again. Seriously, if he showed them what he could do, they would believe it, Toru thought, correctly guessing that she would be asked about Izuku and the possibility of his multiple personalities. Alright, nerd. Where were you after school? Bakuga demanded as the guys cornered Izuku against the wall, interrogating him. Bakuga was clearly playing the role of the aggressive interrogator. Didn't it, Jack? You really made him angrier than usual. More than usual? God damn it, I was aiming for him to be furious, seething with anger. Now I really need to step up my game, Jack said as he began pacing rapidly in the living room of Izuku's mind. Kaken. I had some errands to run for Mom, so I had to hurry. Did you need something? Izuku stammered, sweat beading on his forehead as he chuckled nervously, while Bakugo gritted his teeth, smoke curling from his hands. Hey, look, Izuku made Kaken even madder. Chibi said, watching the scene with amusement. How can our normal self make him angrier than I did? Chibi glanced back at the deep hole in the ground, shaped like a zero. You're dimmin' right, I need something. Settle down and take your seats, Aizawa interrupted, lazily entering the classroom still wrapped in his sleeping bag. Now, today marks the end of the term. This means you have your end-of-term test. The students panicked, and even Izuku felt a twinge of worry. Everyone suit up and board the buses to the exam area. Today will be short since it's an exam. We are still a school after all, Aizawa said, pressing a button that caused their hero outfits to pop out. Wasting no time, everyone hurried to get dressed. Izuku's suit, however, was different. While he still had his face mask and the top part of his hoodie, it was now a darker green color, with the ears slicked back and smaller. His pants had been replaced with black, flexible, skinny jeans featuring a white line running down the sides. Chibi, tears falling from his eyes. I can't believe we're already doing part 2. And we gained 2,000 more readers for this fanfic. Sora, this is becoming popular all of a sudden. Jack, honestly, I did not expect this to happen so fast. But the readers wanted more questions answered. Izuku, I'm surprised as well. But let's get on with this then. All, persona can Azama, alrighty then, the first question. It's 3 questions for Jack and Sora. Sora, yes. Finally, I get some action. Question 1 Hell of a Buttle 3 are Sora, who taught you how to play instruments well. Jack, would you dominate the mind if given the chance? Not implying you're evil. Sora, well, when Izuku was a kid, around 6, he went through a musician phase and would watch internet videos of cover songs, absorbing everything in his head. That's how I learned from how they sang or played the songs. Jack, dominating the mind? Honestly, I tried once when I was frustrated with Bakugu in middle school. But Hazama and Chibi have more power to take over, with Kashikoi in second. Hazama is usually out when we're at our part-time job. And Chibi picks up Chibi, who dangles adorably, and shows him to the readers. Jack, it's Chibi. I mean, look at this child. He's a big part of Izuku's life. Kashikoi, well, there's your reason, Mr. Hiluvabuttle 3R. Now, next question is for all of us. Question Chibi loves books. Is there a schedule for you guys to take over Izuku's body? And how long has Persona been around? Kashikoi, I have Mondays sometimes since I can tolerate Mondays. Sora, Wednesdays for me. And occasionally Saturdays. Hazama, Monday through Friday from around 3:30 to 7 p.m. Jack, Tuesdays and half of Thursdays. Chibi, Saturdays and Sundays for me. Izuku, B, but they can only take over for a short amount of time, otherwise people will notice. At home, they can take over as long as they can. Persona actually started a few months after I was told I was quirkless. Question Etherfire for Chibi, which one of the personas would you choose as your favorite and why? Also, when will you tell All Might and the others the truth about this? Chibi fidgets nervously in the spotlight. We told Turu-chan that she could tell them, but they don't believe her. I guess they'll have to find out on their own or later. As for my favorite, it's Hazama. Jack flips the table. What? Why him? What about me? I play with you sometimes. Chibi, Hazama can make cookies and cakes. He plays with me too, Jack. And he seems cooler with girls. Jack, hey. The girls found my villainous actions charming. Izuku, well, beggars can't be choosers, Jack. Now, here's the next question. Chibi, please go to your room for this one. Chibi, okay. Zooms into his room and closes the door. Question Diingichi, hi. I love you all, cuties. Here's a question for everyone. Who is your favorite male student at UA? Also, if you had to date one, who would it be? Karadash? Oh, shocked and a bit disgusted. Kashikoi pushes glasses up. If friend-wise, I'd say Kirishima. Jack, Shuji or Siro for me. Hazama, I like everybody. Sora, Siro and Ojiro. Izuku, I guess Todoroki or Shinzo. B, but I'm not into them that way, so probably no one. Jack agreed. Sora, no argument there. Kashikoi, same. Hazama, no matter whom, I always seem to attract people. Chibi comes back into the living room. Chibi, are you guys done yet? I want to say the next question. Looks at the laptop. Question Leader Shatteray, what was everyone's reaction when you first saw each other? Izuku, I was sort of familiar with them when I could remember times as a different person. Still surprised me. Sora scratches the back of his head. I was sort of about it. I mean, we're the same person, so we already know each other. Chibi, I've always been with Izuku, so when I met him, I wasn't scared. I was more shy with the others. Jack, I came around the same time as Hazama and was really surprised, thinking it was just me. Hazama, I was open and welcoming to the others and made a cake to celebrate our first meeting. Kashikoi, I kind of expected to be other versions. I was actually impressed that I was right about there being more of us. Well, we did have another question by Anima Boy, but when we saw his questions, we felt like they've been answered in this candidate. Sora, wait, it's over already? Man, I really want this to last more than 3 to 4 questions. Hazama, we can only hope the readers read these more and ask more. Izuku, yeah, I really want to know what questions they might still have for us or the author. But that wraps it up for this Can-A. We hope to see more questions. I'll see you later. Keep on being writers. Man, that test was so boring. Jack exclaimed as Izuku stretched his limbs, watching the results come in. That was easy, Izuku muttered to himself as Aizawa returned to post the results. The students groaned at their placements displayed for everyone to see. But no, I thought I did better. Not bad, some students remarked, either happy or embarrassed by their scores. By the way, despite the results, everyone is going on the school field trip, Izawa announced, a grin spreading across his face as the students' jaws dropped. Really? Izawa, come on. Izuku whispered, noticing his placement tied with Momo's. Those who scored low would have to attend remedial lessons for the rest of the week, while the others could prepare for the trip. Most of the disappointed students quickly approached Momo for tutoring. Well, that's it for class today, Izuku said, packing his things and preparing to leave for his job, realizing it was only noon on a Monday. Ms. Nakamura could probably use more help around this time. Should we get ready beforehand? Hazama suggested as Izuku headed to the bathroom to make some adjustments to his uniform. He replaced his red tie, loosening his white button-up shirt, allowing it to hang loosely. After combing his hair and putting on his black tie and gloves, he stepped out, looking polished yet casual. His shirt was untucked, slightly unbuttoned, and his hair was damp, giving him a relaxed appearance. Off to my job, Izuku said cheerfully as Hazama took the lead, walking down the hall. Just as they were about to pass his classroom, some students popped out of the door. Izuku, you tied with Momo? They exclaimed, their eyes wide with surprise. Tsuyu and Ochako blushed at the sight, recalling the eye-catching moments from the culture festival. Oh wow, he looks so good. I can see his muscles through that shirt, they thought, admiring him. So, Midoriya, can you help us study? Kirishima asked, along with Shuji and Ida, eager to keep their grades up. Should we help them or tease them a bit? Hazama pondered as Izuku placed his hand thoughtfully under his chin. Both. Let's help them out with a few problems at the cafe, Izuku decided, a mischievous smile spreading across Hazama's face. Well, I suppose I can assist you while at work. Being Monday, it shouldn't be too hard to manage both, Izuku said, noticing the girls blushing deeper at his voice and smile, while the guys looked relieved. Heroes struggling in school? You must be joking if you think you can be heroes with those grades, Minoma taunted as he approached. Do you want another lesson like last time, Minoma? Or perhaps I could whip up a special meal just for you, Izuku replied, loosening his tie a bit more, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Like some amateur chef could ever take me down. Minoma started, only to be interrupted as someone tapped him on the shoulder. Sorry about him. He's all talk and he shouldn't be, considering he's in remedial classes with some of yours, Itsuka Kendo, the class president of 1B, said, glancing at the now-dazed Minoma on the floor. No worries, Itsuka. You shouldn't waste your time on someone like him, Izuku replied, his eyes returning to their usual emerald green. Hazama, don't even think about it, Jack said, sitting cross-legged on his beanbag. Hazama, make cookies if you do this, Chibi chimed in, reverting to his childlike demeanor. I just need to forget about the nonsense that is our teacher. That smug smile is infuriating, Yashikoi grumbled, slumping in his seat. Do it. But only if I get to sing a few songs in the kitchen, Sora added, creating a split vote. Izuku, for the love of Hazama, please do this. Why? Why are we doing this? Because she's my type and you all know that. Izuku argued, revealing his truth. Each of them had their preferences, and Izuku's was clear. In fact, would you and your friends like to join us for a study session at a cafe? Hazama asked, still in control, smiling. At the now blushing girl. Wait, that sounds nice. Let me just tell them, she stammered, rushing back to her class to inform the others. Soon, she returned with a few girls and guys ready to head to the cafe. The journey to the all-blue cafe was quick, as the trains were mostly empty. Upon arriving, Izuku greeted Ms. Nakamura, who was serving a customer. Hello, Ms. Nakamura. I've brought some customers, he announced, noticing her smile as she looked back. I take it they're your friends, she replied. I hope you don't mind them studying here, he added, respecting his boss's business. It's fine. What you do here always amuses me, and I can only imagine their reactions, Nakamura said, leaving the group curious about what Izuku did to make her laugh. Thank you. Let me just set up a few tables and I'll get to work, he said, rearranging the furniture to accommodate everyone. As Izuku stepped into the back, the girls noticed other women glancing at him with admiration. When he returned in his uniform, carrying a tray of drinks, soft giggles and whispers filled the cafe. Why does this always happen when we bring a new girl to work? Jack sighed, sinking deeper into his beanbag as Sora began to warm up his voice. Be honest, you know you enjoy the attention we get. Wonder how she'd react if she came. Sora teased, noticing Jack's blush as he told him to be quiet. Midoriya-san, can I have the performance? A customer, looking younger than he was, asked, causing the other girls to blush and squeal at her sudden boldness. Showtime then, Izuku said, walking over to her with a playful glint in his eyes. Any flavor you'd prefer? He asked, his tone teasing. The girl blushed and looked into his eyes. Surprise me. Very well then. Izuku went behind the counter and grabbed a few items to make a drink, deciding that lemonade would be a fitting surprise to accompany the song he had in mind. Sora, I'm feeling lovely night today. Alright, it might be a bit tricky as a duet, but I'll manage. Sora replied as he and Hazama began preparing the drink. The sun was nearly gone, and the lights were dimming. A silver shine stretched to the sea as Izuku sang, his voice deep and captivating, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafe. My goodness, he's so charming, Ochako said, staring into his half-open eyes, which sparkled like emeralds. I'm recording this for later, Tsuyu added, holding her phone up to capture Izuku's performance. We've stumbled on a view that's tailor-made for two. What a shame those two are you and me. Why yeah, I think I'll record him for how he makes lemonade, Itsuka said, her eyes fixed on him as she recorded, joined by the other girls in her class. Izuku noticed Itsuka's intense gaze and felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. Looks like someone's a bit smitten, Midoriya. You could be more straightforward about it, Kashikoi teased, adjusting his glasses. Would you like to see us be straightforward with Momo and her? Izuku responded, emphasizing the last part, which left Kashikoi momentarily speechless. My point proven. But if she found out the truth about us, it would only create doubt. That's why I couldn't muster the courage to date anyone back then, Izuku said, looking down at the floor with a sad smile. Some other girl and guy would love the swirling sky, but there's only you and I, and we've got no shot. What about Toru-chan? Chibi chimed in, pausing his coloring to think. She knows about us, the real us, and she doesn't seem to mind. She's friendly and cute, so why not date her? Chibi suggested, scrunching his face as he encouraged himself to take a chance. Izuku glanced over and saw his two crushes looking at him with rosy cheeks and blissful expressions. Why not? I'm in high school after all. Hazama, Sora. Play like there's no tomorrow. Finally decided to embrace youth, huh? Well, I shall grant your request, Midoriya. Alright, let's sing with even more passion. Sora and Hazama thought as they strolled around the cafe. This could never be, you're not the type for me. Really? And there's not a spark in sight. What a waste of a lovely night. Izuku placed the drink in front of the customer and moved around as the music played, finally stopping at his friend's table and extending his hand to Ochako. Care for a dance? He asked, and Ochako took his hand, twirling a bit to the music in the background. Oh my gosh, I can't believe this is happening. I must be dreaming. Ochako thought, smiling coyly at the other girls who were watching with envy. Sadly, Ochako, I do have your drinks to prepare, so this is all for now, Izuku said, returning her to her seat, where she smiled blissfully while the other girls looked on with jealousy. He's pretty light on his feet, just so you know, Ochako said, wishing he could dance with them too. You say there's nothing here? Well, let's make something clear. I think I'll be the one to make that call. Izuku moved over to pat Kirishima's back, who looked at him with a grin. I know you look so cute in your polyester suit. It's wool, Kirishima replied, sweat dropping as Izuku's hands left his shoulders. You're right, I'd never fall for you at all. But maybe this appeals to someone not in heels or to any girl who feels there's some chance for romance. But I'm frankly feeling nothing. Is that so? Izuku moved to look at himself again. or it could be less than nothing. Is that so, and do you agree? That's right. What a waste of a lovely night. Izuku finished, and the girls cheered while the guys covered their ears. He walked back to the group and pulled out a pen and notepad. Now, what can I serve you today? The day passed quickly as the group left after eating and studying. Each of them gave him a kiss on the cheek as their tip, leaving the guys envious of his charm and the attention he received from the girls. The rest of the week flew by as they continued attending school and preparing for the weekend. On Saturday, some of them decided to hang out together at the mall. Izuku was free, so he joined Ida, Mina, Aoya, Ochako, and Shiro. Everyone split off into groups, but Izuku wandered alone, pondering how to pass the time. What should I do to kill time? He wondered aloud. How about a nice chat? Turning around, he saw a hooded man with gray hair smiling down at him. League of Villains? Let's see what he wants, Kashikoi remarked as Izuku nodded, following the man to a cafe where the villain, Shigaraki Tamura, even bought him a drink. Hold on, I can't see much, Izuku said, pulling out his glasses. I have to admit, kid, I didn't expect you to agree so quickly, Shigaraki said, as Izuku rested his chin in his palm, studying him. So what does the League of Villains want with me? Izuku asked, surprising Shigaraki, who quickly regained his composure. Ever since the incident in Hosu, more villains have been on a rampage. I know you were the one to defeat Stain, not that lousy number 2 hero. Believe me when I say I have sources that witnessed that display. And I'm rather curious about something, Shigaraki said as he took a sip of his drink, his gaze fixed on Izuku. Between our ideals and Stain's, whose do you believe more? Izuku maintained a calm and neutral expression. Between yours and Stain's, huh? In the past, when people were starting to become heroes, his ideals seemed more reasonable. But now, with fame and glory involved, heroes are no better than those seeking an easy life or villains wanting to stir up trouble. Izuku took a small sip and continued, if I had to choose between those two ideals, I'd say both are terrible choices. Stain has been stuck in the past for too long, while you seem to do this just for amusement from a higher authority. Shigaraki glared, tempted to unleash his powers on the boy, but he sensed there was more to uncover. You want to hear my philosophy about this world? Here's what I think. People in need help others in pain and suffering, even villains. Some may turn their backs on a villain in need, leaving them to face their fate alone, which makes heroes just as bad as villains. In other words, my philosophy is to always jump into danger and help, even at the cost of my own life. Shigaraki scratched his neck, contemplating Izuku's words. It's not bad, but it's not good either. He's saying he'll risk his life to save or help people, even a villain. Is that what heroes should do? While it sounds optimistic, anyone with sense knows it depends on a person's perspective of a hero. Very well then. Oh, and one other thing, your fight with Stain. You seem to be hiding something there, brat. Care to share more? Izuku smiled, letting out a small laugh as he finished his drink. There's more to me than I seem, Shigaraki. But know this, if you keep digging into my secrets. Izuku stood up, his eyes striking one as red as crimson and the other as green as emerald. Shigaraki's eyes widened momentarily, his body trembling slightly. This feels like when Sensei was angry. It's even worse than that? Izuku smiled and walked away, glancing back at him. You keep going deeper into my secrets, and soon you'll discover what I can really do when I'm serious, Izuku said as he walked away to rejoin the others at the entrance to the mall, leaving an enraged and unsettled villain behind, wondering, what the hell are you? Camping! Chibi shouted in Izuku's head as he and his classmates boarded the bus for their trip. Finally, we get to relax like high schoolers. Granted, we'll probably be working on our quirks or something, but nevertheless, we get to unwind, Kashikoi said, excitement evident as everyone anticipated reaching the campsite. Oh man, I can't wait. The first thing I want to do is make some s'mores. Kirishima exclaimed, while others chimed in with their plans for camp. I want to bathe in the hot springs. I want to see the stars and swim in the lake. Izuku chuckled, amused at how quickly everyone seemed to forget that they were still heroes in training. Hey Deku, what are you going to do at camp? Ochako asked, her curiosity piqued, as the others leaned in to hear Izuku's response. Being the enigmatic Deku he was, they were eager to uncover what he was keeping to himself. Well, I plan to just take it easy, relax by the campfire and gaze at the stars. Izuku, may I suggest something? Hazama's voice chimed in. And maybe enjoy a romantic moment by the fire. Izuku mimicked Hazama, causing most of Class 1A and 1B to blush or look shocked. Just kidding, he laughed, enjoying their reactions to his playful comment. We're here, Aizawa announced, his tone as bored as ever as everyone disembarked the bus to take in the sight of the mountains and forest. Wow, this place is huge, Mineta exclaimed, the sound of footsteps echoing around them. It should be, considering this trip is meant for you all to improve and get a good workout. Heroes in cat-themed costumes introduced themselves as the Pussycats, eliciting mixed reactions from the students, particularly from Mineta and a few others who were a bit unsettled by one of the male heroes' looks. Izuku noticed a small boy wearing a spiked horn hat, glaring at them. Miss Mandalay, who's that? He asked, pointing at the kid. Oh, that's my nephew Kuda, she replied. Izuku approached the boy and extended his hand for a greeting. Nice to meet you, I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said, only to be met with a small fist hitting him unexpectedly. We've been on a bus for 2 hours just to get punched by a kid. Izuku, ask where the nearest body of water is, Jack suggested calmly. Mandalay, where's the lake? Izuku asked, impressing some students with his composure. She pointed to a nearby lake. Good, hey, mind if I toss this kid into the lake? Thanks, Izuku said, as Jack took over and playfully spun Kuda around. That hurt, Kuda shouted as he landed in the shallow water, swimming to shore. Don't worry, he's fine. But I could tell he was startled, Izuku remarked, as Jack returned to his mind while Aizawa explained their next activities. Alright class, even though this is a camping trip, that doesn't mean you can slack off, Aizawa said, boarding the bus with the Pussycats, who waved goodbye from the windows. Those who don't make it to the campsite will have to write an essay on the various types of plants and greenery you saw. Hope to see you in 2 hours, he added with a smirk as the bus sped away. No way, the students shouted, watching the bus shrink into the distance. Aizawa-sensei is really tough, huh? Itsuka remarked, noticing the distressed expressions on Class 1A's faces. Huh, she blinked, seeing what appeared to be dark mist emanating from Midoriya, his eyes shifting colors. I sat on a bus for over 2 hours, got punched by a kid, and now he leaves us to navigate the forest while he smiles and heads to camp with our stuff. Huh, Izuku said, his voice taking on a different tone as he closed his eyes and stepped closer to the edge of the road. He inhaled deeply, savoring the cool air. Before exhaling slowly, his gaze fixed on the forest. The other students watched, intrigued by this side of him they had never seen before. Hey, what do you think Midoriya's going to do now, Toru? Toru? Where did Kirishima? Harden right now, please, Mina said, turning to see a pair of floating clothes behind Kirishima, who had just turned around. Why did you? His thought was interrupted by a loud boom as Izuku slammed his foot down, crushing the guardrail and cracking the road. Crap, now Aizawa-sensei really made him mad. Even worse, Kashikoi is also upset with Aizawa's sense of humor, Toru thought, ducking her head in anticipation of what might happen next. And Midoriya? Hey, you okay, buddy? Siro asked, trying to be the calm friend. But everyone shivered as Midoriya turned slowly, a smile on his face, his eyes glowing red and topaz. Oh no, I'm better than okay. I'll be feeling even better soon. And you want to know why? He said as some shook their heads, still staring at him. Because the second I get there, I'm going to make Aizawa regret leaving us behind, Izuku declared, leaping off the road and running down the cliff into the forest. Midoriya! Look out! Ida shouted, as the students noticed large stone creatures emerging, ready to attack Izuku. Out of my way, pests! Izuku yelled, grabbing one of the monsters and flinging it away, causing it to shatter. You aren't ruining my vacation. Aizawa! You're in big trouble. The students stood in shock as they witnessed the chaos, large boulders and trees being smashed around them, followed by Izuku's laughter echoing through the forest until silence fell once again. Was that Midoriya? Kaminari asked, but no one answered, all still processing what they had just seen. 2. Was that really Midoriya or his persona? Ochako wondered, noticing a note behind Kirishima's back. Follow Izuku. Be at the campsite with him while he's clearing a path before those rock monsters come back. If you want answers, be there before time's up. Good luck, Toru, Ochako read as the students snapped out of their stupor and slid down the cliff, eager to reach camp as soon as possible. Kuda, are you all right? Mandalay asked her nephew, wanting to ensure he was okay. He wrapped himself in a towel and shivered from the sudden chill of being flung into the air. Who was that guy? He asked, still trembling from the cold water and the lingering shock. Sorry about that. I never thought he'd react like that. But lately he's seemed different, Aizawa said as he hopped off the bus, still in his sleeping bag. Everyone turned their attention to him, noting the concern in his voice. Really? What was he like? Ragdoll asked, and Aizawa scratched his head, pondering. Well, he was always shy, stuttered a lot, a hero nerd, and constantly muttered to himself. But just now, he acted calm and reserved, almost brash. Even during our culture festival, some said he was handsome and like a prince. What happened to Midoriya? It can't just be PBR to I. Did he get attacked and tested on by a villain? I should probably what's that? His thoughts were interrupted by a loud scream in the distance, followed by the sounds of crashing objects that were getting closer. Aizawa? He heard his name called as the sounds approached. Aizawa! The calls grew louder, and he saw rock debris flying into the sky along with a few trees. Heavy thuds echoed as he and the pussycats prepared for whatever was coming out of the woods. Aizawa! A massive tree and rock creature were hurled over the camp building and bus, crashing on the other side and creating a large crater, leaving several trees cracked apart. Holy cow! Pixie Bob exclaimed, amazed and surprised that her Earth Flow quirk monsters were easily defeated. The footsteps came to a halt, and they all turned, eyes widening at the sight before them. Izuku Midoriya stood there, a bit dusty with small scratches, grinning widely. Chow. It's only been 10 minutes since we left, Tiger said, while Kuda hid behind Mandalay's leg, trembling. How did he get here so fast? Aizawa narrowed his eyes at his student, noticing he was different. His eyes. Unusual coloring. He is Midoriya, but it's like he's a different person. Well, Midoriya, looks like you got here first. You're free to do whatever until everyone arrives, he said, attempting to zip up his sleeping bag until his face was cast in shadow. Who? Drop kick. Izuku shouted as they both fell back, quickly getting up. What's the reasoning for this, Midoriya? Aizawa asked, surprised that his student had caught him off guard, but also annoyed at being kicked in the face. You promised a camping vacation, and I've been waiting patiently for this trip. Next thing I know, I get punched in the gut by that kid, and you leave us with that mischievous grin you wear when you love messing with us. So here's a thought. Run over to camp, and the first thing I'll do is kick you and wipe that grin off your sleep-deprived face for the next hour. The next hour, maybe take a dive in the lake or collect wood for a campfire. But as you can see, I've already got the rocks and wood, Izuku said, preparing himself for a playful fight. Now I'm gonna ow. He yelped as he felt his ear being pulled. Sorry about that, sense. Izuku, come on, help me get my things. Toru? Izuku and the others exclaimed in surprise at her quick arrival. How did she? She followed us while we were in our Rage 4 days mode thanks to Jack. Oh. Yup. That makes sense. Toru, please let me go. I want to get back at him, Izuku whined, struggling as she tugged on his ear and brought him closer. Listen, the others are going to ask questions. If you spend your time beating him up, which I admit I kind of want to do too, it'll just raise more questions, she whispered in his ear, and he pouted, realizing she was right. Fine, but on one condition. Izuku said, surprising the heroes and Kuda with his agreement. Aizawa mentally chuckled at the display before him. He's whipped. Which would be? Toru asked, and Izuku looked away, his face turning red. Will you watch the stars with me tonight? Crap, I can't believe I actually asked her that. Nice, Izuku. Get to first base before this camp is over. Jack cheered him on. Congratulations on asking her out. Oh, tonight I'll make us a cake and a picnic. Hazama said as he headed to his bookshelf full of recipes, pondering what kind of cake to make. Hopefully, we can play campfire songs later. Be asleep if anyone needs me, Sora said as he drifted off to sleep on his bed. Well, this is a start, but good job nonetheless, Kashikoi said as he approached the frozen chibi, who could only mutter a few words. Date. Toru-chan. Kissing. Married. There. Oh my gosh, he asked me out on a date? Toru thought, not denying it but feeling her affection for Midoriya grow even more after the maid cafe. At first, she thought he was a cute boy, but the more she learned about him, the fonder she became. She accepted him for who he was. Sure. It's a date then, Toru said, grabbing her things and covering her face, though invisible to others, it was clear as day to Izuku. She's too cute, he thought as he caught a glimpse of her before she stuffed her face in her bags and hurried off inside the rooms. Nice, Sora mumbled, having heard that and catching a glimpse of Toru before drifting back to sleep. Izuku turned to see the other heroes surprised and looking at him. He grabbed his bags and left to find the rooms. Looking back at Aizawa, he glared at him. If you tell anyone what you saw, I won't let you sleep for a whole week in class and will become your obnoxious personal alarm clock if you so much as shut your eyes. Stay tuned for Persona Kend A3 with the rules and starting point of the next contest. I'm considering posting some stories on my AO3 account. I've been encouraged to share them on different fanfic sites, but I'm unsure. I've even thought about starting a Discord and a Patreon to connect more with you all, but I don't want to feel like I'm taking advantage of your support. I might only share sketches of ideas I have for other stories on Patreon, and I worry you might not be interested. Anyway, I hope to see many SBMs for this contest and that you'll support my endeavors in my writing. Be sure to hit that follow button, share your thoughts on the AO3 and Patreon ideas, and send in more Kane questions you have for me or the personas. Also, feel free to comment on my new works, especially regarding any ideas you have for the Izuku shipping stories. Don't forget to check out my other works such as Useless Info Broker, Quirkless Heroes, Kind-Hearted Trainer, and A Deku and His Romance. After weeks of deliberation, I've finally decided on the true pairing for that story. That's all for now. Until then, read on, and let's all become writers. See you soon. Chapter end. Jack and Chibi, we're back. Sora, yawn man, it feels good to be back in one of these candas. Too bad the author is swamped with work. Hazama, true, though he does find the time for us and spends it with us. Kashikoi, yes, though I wish he could be free from his work and dedicate more time to his projects. Izuku, true, I read his Useless Info Broker, and I'm on the edge of my seat to know what happens next. Chibi, come on, let's get this thing started already. All, Persona Kend I. Chibi, okay. First question from Miss Chibi Loves Books. Question: what are your favorite drinks, food, animal? And what are your quirks again? Kashikoi, oh, a 4-part question. Well, I prefer sweet coffee and green tea. I enjoy delicious Japanese-style pizza, and my favorite animal is a small dog. Jack, I guess I like cola as a drink. Ramen is my favorite food, and I like snapping turtles. Sora, well, I like boba tea and lemonade. My favorite food would have to be either soba or carriage. And my favorite animal is a bear. Izuku, I like katsudon for my favorite food, along with Pepsi or anything cola-related. And I like small kittens and dogs. Hazama, I enjoy all kinds of food. I don't have a favorite dish. As for drinks, I like a mix of tomato juice with squeezed lime, Sprite, orange, and a bit of chili powder for an extra kick. My favorite animals are kittens and crows. Chibi, I like cake as my favorite food. Give me a cake. Oh, and I like apple juice as a drink too. And I want a bull as a pet. Izuku, why a bull, Chibi? Chibi, because it can kick Kakens but anytime. Sora, that makes sense. plus they're cool in bullfights. But moving on to Miss One Helliver M4ID. Question Hazama, how many women girls have you charmed by now? Hazama, well, it depends on whether you include the women I've charmed at work or when I'm out on my day to possess Izuku. If it's just work, it's around 2, but possibly over 9,000 women and young ladies just to see me serve them. Hazama, when I possessed Izuku, I was banned from stepping foot into Kyoto because the mayor's wife was flirting with me, along with his 4 daughters. Along with a majority of Kyoto's population, so an estimated 900,000 women so far. Even young girls tried to propose to me as their husband. Many mothers practically pushed their daughters or younger sisters at me to marry them. Jack, shivers, I still don't know how you evaded them. Kashikoi, due to his quirk, he is able to make things a breeze. Izuku, write your quirks. Let me introduce them. Jack, anger abyss. Able to control darkness due to emotional internal anger and form various weapons. Needs anger to be held back to control it. The angrier the user is, the more powerful the weapons can be. Kashikoi, Esper intelligence. Though not a telekinetic quirk, the user has a high IQ capacity to predict and create moves ahead of opponents 10 to 1,000 steps. Essentially like a supercomputer but on steroids. Chibi adolescence. The quirk makes the user childlike, with high energy and stamina, along with increased cuteness and innocent looks. Beware of hugs and pinched cheeks. Sora, musical paradise. The user can alter reality and illusion to create what they think of when they play a song or tune. The user controls the rules and forces when others are trapped in their reality. Hazama, Grace Everlood. The user can brush off things objects with ease and not be harmed. Able to glide around with such grace, it's like the user passes along with the wind. If the user is attractive, this will cause attraction from the opposite section. Kashikoi, okay, quirks aside now. We have Silverblade 9902 to ask a question. Question author, is there a feminine persona of Izuku? Jack, what's your idea for a perfect guy-girl for a relationship? Jack, a perfect girl would be either Mei Hatsum or Mina Ishido. Essentially, a girl who's wild and isn't afraid to join in with the guys. So probably a tomboy with a girlish side. Author, your turn. Author, okay. It's been a while since I've been in one of these. No, sadly there isn't a girl persona of Izuku, but Izuku is somewhat feminine with his shyness. And stuttering. Izuku-sen. Author, see what I mean? Now, next questions from Spirigi and Hangy1234. Question, have any of you considered entering contests with your abilities quirks? Question, how did you all feel when All Might gave you one for all? Kashikoi, well, Hazama wins cook-offs every now and then, along with Sora in a few music contests that have cash prizes. But other than that, no. Izuku, I was pretty shocked at first about having one for all, but then I got over it with Kashikoi saying it would be easy for us if we split the power distribution among all of us and trained it so we could use it at its highest potential. Jack, well, those may have been the last 2 questions, but don't you dare leave us. The author has an important announcement. Take it away. Author, thank you, Jack. Ahem, I would like to proudly announce that there is a contest going on for Secret Lives They Never Knew. This will be both a fanfic and fan art contest, and these rules apply. Fanfic section. Fanfics must be a one-shot or 5 chapters long. Ideas can be created as long as they do not involve yaoi. You can choose to make it comedic, romantic, or whatever genre you prefer and whatever pairing you decide. If it's a harem, only 3 girls are allowed. Lemon chapters one-shots are accepted but must be 2,000 words or more. To enter the contest, you must tag me in the fanfic you write or private message me on Wattpad and send the link of your fanfic along with a message saying you are in the contest. Fan art section. Digital or hand-drawn work will be accepted into the contest. Artwork must not be plagiarized or taken from other works. You can choose to illustrate a scene from the story, create a comic strip, or depict the characters together in any way you prefer. Note: the same group of people from my previous contest will also help judge the winners of these fanfics and fan arts. For fan art, while it's not mandatory, they would appreciate seeing color in the artwork. Please send your artworks via direct message on my Instagram at anime_multiplays or private message me on Twitter at animemultiplays. The contest starts as soon as this is uploaded and will end on September 30th, giving you a full 3 weeks to participate. I wish you all the best of luck and hope to see many entries in both categories. Now let's get started. All Persona can Chapter End. Start writing your story. 1. I'm 18 years old and currently in college, working towards an art major. So far, it's a bit of a hassle, but I've got my friends there with me. 2. I play every now and then on Steam. If you want to add me, my name is Weeb Tactics. I play TF2 and am currently looking into buying new games. My options include Gmod, Hunipop, CSGO, Left 4 Dead 2, and some upcoming games on Steam. Rumor has it Persona May 5th be released soon on Steam. 3. I play video games, which is pretty obvious. I play on my Xbox One, PC, and whenever I want to play solo and offline, I go to my golden PS4 that I won a few years back from a Taco Bell giveaway. Mostly, I'm into FPS and anime games. 4. I am a huge fan of anime. I didn't get into it until I was teased a lot about my hair. After playing with friends back in middle school, we would rinse our heads with water to cool off. People called me names like Vegeta, Afro, and Spike. I didn't know these references until a friend explained they were from those Japanese cartoons. Naturally, I got curious and began exploring anime, which led to my love for it. 5. Since middle school, I have watched a total of 127 anime series and 35 anime movies, including classics from before I was born. I still watch a lot of anime, to the point where I can predict how new shows will turn out and even guess the direction of fanfics from other writers here on Wattpad. 6. I am the average height of 5 feet 9 inches. Sometimes I get mistaken for my dad's brother, which is amusing. It bugs me a bit that even though I act more mature than some of my friends, I'm slightly shorter than them by an inch or two. 7. I'm Hispanic, but I can't speak Spanish all that well, despite having 3 years of Spanish classes. However, I can read and understand roughly 67% of what people say in Spanish. 8. I am the oldest among my siblings with a younger brother and sister, and the oldest out of 45 cousins I have in the States. The remaining cousins are either my age or older, so they don't count in this. 9. My favorite anime, ranked from 10th to 1st, are Baccano, One Piece, Nichijou, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series, Dragon Ball Super, Gintama, Log Horizon, Boku no Hero Academia, One Punch Man, Durarara series, and Tanaka-kun is always listless. 10. I got into fanfiction thanks to a senpai I had in my first year of anime club in high school. We got along well, and during a discussion about when Naruto would finally end, I expressed my dislike for the ships predicted for Naruto. He introduced me to fanfiction.net, where I discovered a massive variety of pairings. I was particularly into Naruto and Ino for some reason, maybe it's the cute blondes. I wasn't a fan of Naruto x Hinata fics, especially since I didn't like her dress or Naruto's short hair in that pairing. 11. The types of fics I tend to write often include action with a bit of comedy. I'm not afraid to add some romantic elements, but I find it challenging to find the right moments for the characters. I usually build up to those moments rather than jumping straight in. 12. Currently, my underclassmen and I are working together to create a manga series. They invited me to join in on the art and character designs. After some questions from a close kohai who is the leader of the group, I was given the role of co-commander and editor of the story and art. 13. I own some pretty cool items, such as a wooden sword, a few metal ninja stars, throwing knives, and a butterfly comb. I tend to buy these for cosplay or last-minute Halloween costumes. 14. If I won $1 billion, I'd put most of it in a safe place and probably spend the rest on mangas and light novels. My bookshelf is already overflowing, and I have to stack them in the bottom space where there's more room. What can I say? I love anime. 15. I enjoy helping struggling writers with their fanfics and am happy to share hand-drawn illustrations or character design ideas to assist them. Basically, I'm someone who likes to support other writers. I hope you all enjoyed getting to know more about me. Don't forget to suggest ideas for my one-shot series, and I may take you up on your idea. Now, the people I will tag. Zetsuba 86. Hoodiundersons. God Among Gods. The Infinituibo. Tsundig. Izuku Skiller. Fairy Tale Twists. See you all soon in another update. An hour and a half passed as the other students finally returned to the campsite, looking disheveled and worn out, with leaves and dirt on their faces. They were too tired to even glare at Aizawa, who stood there with the rest of the heroes. Now that you're all here, I suppose we should have something to eat, Aizawa said, and the students' stomachs growled at the mention of food. The cooking supplies are in the kitchen. Good luck finding your ingredients, he added, eliciting groans from the students at his unconventional teaching style. Sensei, where are Toru and Midori? Mina started, but her words were cut off by a loud crashing sound nearby. They turned to see a large fish being dropped to the ground, and from the woods emerged Izuku, carrying a basket full of berries, mushrooms, fruits, and vegetables, with a pair of levitating clothes holding another basket. Ah, nothing says camping like eating from the bounty of nature, Izuku said, adjusting his grip on the basket as he hoisted the fish over his shoulder. He noticed the others arriving, all looking at his haul with hungry eyes. He glanced at Toru, who was watching him with curiosity. Should we share some? Izuku asked. Toru placed a finger thoughtfully under her chin, though no one could see her doing it. I did tell them to hurry. I even left a note. But since they're late, no, she declared proudly, puffing out her chest with no regrets. Can I at least tease them? Izuku asked. Yes, you can, she replied with a smile. He turned back to the others, who looked at him as if he were a savior bringing them relief. If you guys had run here faster, I wouldn't have to wait to eat. No food for any of you. Izuku teased as Jack momentarily took over, heading into the kitchen to grab a barbecue cooker, skis, utensils, plates, and an apron. Why must he be so cruel? Mineta lamented as his stomach growled louder. The others began to pair off, deciding what to find and make. Everyone, I suggest we make curry, Ida shouted, prompting a mix of agreement and debate, but their stomachs continued to protest. How are we supposed to find rice here? Kaminari exclaimed as others decided to fish or search for fruits and berries. Oh man, do you smell that? He said, his nose catching a heavenly aroma of meat and skis. The other students inhaled deeply, imagining the delicious flavors. Wait, please don't tell me it. It is him. Mina exclaimed as they followed the scent to the front of the dorm building where they were supposed to sleep. Izuku was cooking the fish over a polished rock set up as a cooking rack, with a campfire underneath. How is it fair that he gets to eat that while we're stuck with whatever we can find? Bakugu shouted in frustration as they watched Izuku expertly wielding a pair of knives. Hazama, shall I leave this to you? Of course, it's your persona's job to take over in situations they know best, Hazama replied, taking control of Izuku's body and revealing his well-known golden eyes, filled with determination. Now, this will be quick and efficient, he said to the fish as he sliced it down the middle, expertly separating the flesh. Now, off with the bones and entrails, Izuku, Hazama, declared as he removed the bones and set them aside. Along with the entrails to grill slowly, he added, carefully setting aside the less desirable parts. He chopped the remaining fish into even pieces, preparing them for cooking. Pulling out the skis he had gathered, he grabbed a wok and set up another campfire beside him. Now it's time to prepare the vegetables and fruits, Izuku said as he chopped the mushrooms and veggies into small pieces, adding them to the wok along with some lettuce and crushed berries. I believe the salmon is ready to be seasoned and grilled, he said, sprinkling black pepper and lemon pepper over the fish pieces and flipping them to ensure even cooking. He tasted the vegetable mixture, nodding in approval. Perfect broth for the entrails to simmer in, he said, grinding the entrails into a soft paste and rolling them into ball to drop into the broth. By the way, if there are any leftovers, feel free to fight over them. But it's unlikely since I plan to give them to the wildlife, he teased, noticing the others glaring at him while holding their stomachs. Toru, dinner will be ready in a couple of minutes, he called out. Okay, I just set the table, Toru replied, using a large stump that Izuku had cut down during his Jack episode and covering it with a cloth. She arranged 2 plates, utensils, and glasses for them. Wait, she gets to eat that? Traitor! The girls shouted, jealousy evident in their voices as they watched Toru prepare for a home-cooked meal from Izuku. Now to melt the bones, Izuku said, increasing the flames as the bones softened. He continued until it became a boiling mixture, which he scooped into a bowl. This sweet-smelling dressing will complement the fish and salmon, he said, arranging the fillets and sushi-sized pieces on a tray, along with the crispy bits he had prepared. Walking over to the table, he set the food on their respective plates and drizzled a bit of the bone dressing over the salmon, ready to serve his friends a delicious meal. Cutting up apples alongside some fresh salad, he prepared what could only be described as an outdoor gourmet meal. You did a nice job setting up the table, but I feel like it's missing something. Wait! Izuku exclaimed as he dashed inside, rummaging around until he returned with a vase holding a rose and a lit candle, placing it in the center of their makeshift table. Is this better? Perfect. Now, what has dear Hazama prepared this time? Toru teased, noticing Izuku's eyes returning to their usual vibrant emerald green. Izuku chuckled as he stood up, gesturing dramatically as if presenting to a high-class family. I present to you what he calls the high-class roughing meal. A dish that tastes infinitely better outdoors than in a restaurant, as the wilderness adds that extra flavor. Toru giggled and motioned for him to sit down. They clinked their glasses together before beginning to eat. Toru let out a delighted sound at the exquisite taste, and Izuku laughed at her enjoyment. It wasn't anything too special. He had made meals like this when he and his mom went camping together when they were younger. Izuku, if we don't get them out of here, they'll essentially be blocking us, Kashikoi said, and Izuku sighed. Something wrong? No, but I need to do something to distract those hungry stalkers so we can enjoy our evening. Izuku replied, wrapping up the tray and bowl in plastic wrap. All right, you want this food, he said, tossing it far into the night sky, leaving the other students in shock. Then you better catch it before it hits the ground. He laughed as a large dust cloud formed from their frantic chase, and he returned to his meal. Once they finished, the two cleaned up the dishes and walked outside to the lake, sitting on the edge of the dock. Aside from Aizawa-sensei giving you a hard time, how do you think today went? Toru asked, scooting closer to him as he took her hands, resting them on the floorboards. I'd say it's been going well, especially now, Izuku said, leaning back slightly and gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky. Toru rested her head on his shoulder, also looking up at the stars. Toru Izuku. They both said simultaneously, feeling a bit embarrassed for interrupting each other. Sorry, you go first, Izuku offered, trying to be a gentleman. He noticed her eyes shifting as if she were unsure. I really like you, and will you be my boyfriend? She squeaked out, her face flushed with a rosy hue. Izuku's eyes widened as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her onto his lap. Are you sure you want to date me, even if I'm different and have this condition? He asked, feeling her grip on him tighten. You've trusted me with your secret, so I trust you won't do anything to hurt me, she said, cupping his cheeks as her face moved closer to his. Izuku took one of her hands, mirroring her gesture as he cupped her face, their faces inching closer together, almost touching. Everyone back inside and get some sleep, Aizawa shouted over a megaphone, interrupting their moment. They both snapped out of it, watching him walk inside with a grin, while a few students fought over the remnants of Izuku's cooking. The two shared a knowing look before following behind. Toru, make sure you wear earplugs tonight. It'll be chaos in the morning, Izuku said, noticing the sparkle in his eyes shift through various colors. You're sweet. Well, I'm off to bed. Good night, she replied, standing on her tiptoes to give him a quick kiss on the cheek, causing a blush to spread across his face. Kashikoi, plan every single possibility tonight of what we can do to Aizawa, Izuku murmured as he changed into his pajamas and picked a spot in the room to sleep. We could find a trumpet and blast it with an air horn in his ear, Kashikoi suggested. I say we make him wet his favorite sleeping bag. Chibi added, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'd suggest waking him up with a loud noise, but he's probably had that done before, Jack chimed in, knowing it wouldn't work. How about we spike his breakfast with caffeine and energy pills? Sora suggested as he joined the conversation. Regardless, it will indeed be chaos for everyone who isn't us or Toru, Hazama said as they all drifted off to sleep. Next morning. How can this man even sleep for so long? Sora wondered as Izuku crouched beside Aizawa's head, trumpet and air horn in hand. Alright, we have Toru as a witness if he asks. Now let's give this guy a warm morning greeting, Jack said, and Izuku smiled as he plugged in his earplugs. He placed the air horn at the end of the trumpet and counted down. 3.2. Okay. Wake up, he shouted, blasting the trumpet and air horn simultaneously. Gah! Aizawa yelled, attempting to jump up but overshooting and falling flat on the floor. Izuku heard the other students scream in surprise. Time to bail, Midoriya, Hazama said as they swiftly snuck away back to their room, pretending to have just woken up. What happened? Izuku exclaimed as some of the others stirred and looked out into the hallway. The noise subsided, revealing Aizawa and the pussycats with tired eyes. Whoever did this, I will find you and ensure you never have free time off again, he threatened as they all headed to the mess hall for breakfast. Throughout the day, Aizawa couldn't close his eyes for even a moment. Izuku noticed he had cereal but had switched the milk for coffee, making it look like the milk and cereal had mixed together. Revenge always tastes sweet, Izuku thought, enjoying a cup of coffee with a cinnamon bun before calling it a day. Once again, I am making an effort to find time to update, and I had the perfect setup. This isn't the end of the chapter, rather, it has more parts to come, so be sure to stick around and share your thoughts if you're excited to read the next installment. I won't go into detail about what will happen, but I promise it will be worth the wait and might make you love this story even more. Please let me know if you prefer to keep this pairing or if I should explore other options. The results of the contest are still being reviewed and will be announced either in the next Persona Cand A or the following chapter. I apologize for the delay in the story, but I do plan to update and conclude some of them so I can move on to more stories I have, such as Useless Info Broker, this story, a Deku and his romance, and the one you all seem to keep requesting, Boku no Hero plus 18 Izuku X one-shot. Seriously, after a week with 237 requests, many of them similar, I received at least 27 more requests, again, some are the same, and now I have this. Izuku X Female Kurogyri, Izuku X Female Aoyama, Izuku X Female Tetsutetsu, Izuku X Female Shinzo, Izuku X Female Sun Eater, and Izuku X Female Nomu. After that day passed, Aizawa struggled to sleep, leaving most of the students on edge around him. They worried that Izuku's recent behavior might lead to collective punishment. Fortunately, Izuku had Toru to help keep him in check, which eased Aizawa's irritation compared to the previous day. Sai, why did Sensei make us run so much? Mina complained as she and the others trudged back to the campsite, groaning along the way. We wouldn't be doing this if the nerd hadn't annoyed the sleepy BSRD. Katsuki shouted, glancing back at Izuku, who was gazing up at the sunset sky. To be fair, he was being a bit difficult, Izuku replied, causing everyone to stare at him in disbelief as he walked past. Alright, that's it. Bakugo exclaimed, grabbing him by the collar and pinning him against a tree. What is your problem? No, scratch that. What's up with your attitude, you nerd? Bakugo, the students cried, worried that a fight might break out. They, too, wanted answers about Izuku's strange behavior lately. You've been acting like things should go your way, dragging us along with you, haven't you? Bakugo shouted, his frustration evident as Izuku's eyes were obscured by his hair. Answer me. He stopped as Izuku lifted his head, revealing his eyes. They glared back with an intensity that was unsettling, shifting from his usual emerald to dark red, hazel, golden topaz, dark blue, and back to emerald. Bakugo's grip loosened as he took in the sight. Are you done complaining, Kaken? Izuku asked, holding his elbow and squeezing it, causing Bakugo to wince. I'm just trying to get to the hot springs to relax my sore muscles after a long day of training and Aizawa's orders. But here I am, being confronted again, and it's obvious why. Everyone fell silent. They had never seen him act like this before. Sure, he had been different during the culture festival and the exams, but this was pure frustration. Izuku let go of his elbow and sighed as he continued toward the campsite. Forget it. I've given you all the clues and answers. At this point, it's useless to explain further, he said, leaving them to watch him grow smaller in the distance. Bakugo growled, frustrated that Deku had ignored him. That nerd. He slammed his palm against a tree, leaving a large burnt mark. He says he's given us clues and answers. What does he mean by that? Ida suggested, and the girls exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Midoriya did tell us, but we thought he was joking, Mina said, drawing everyone's attention. He mentioned having multiple personality disorder, calling it persona. We thought he was just making it up, Momo added, and everyone looked where Izuku had walked off before turning back to one another. Ida tapped his finger against his lips, deep in thought. Considering his recent behavior and recalling the festivities, I can believe he might have it. But I can't accept it, he said, looking around at everyone. We're teenagers. We may have quirks and use them responsibly to become heroes, but we are still high schoolers. Our attitudes can change too. That's true. But Midoriya's behavior seems like it's coming from completely different people, Tokoyami chimed in, and some nodded in agreement. I can't deny that. Should we confront him about this and make sure it's the truth? Ida asked, just as Ochako suddenly exclaimed, slamming her fist into her hand. I got it. Let's ask Hagakure. Hagakure? Ochako called out, noticing the absence of her floating clothes. Where is Toru? She asked, looking around as the others followed suit, unable to spot her. She was just here. Maybe she went ahead to the hot springs. Drip. The sound of water hitting the floor echoed in the seemingly empty men's hot springs. Izuku sighed in relief as the hot water worked its magic on his muscles. Ah, this really hits the spot, he said, sinking deeper to enjoy the warmth. Yeah, after all that nonsense Aizawa and the others are complaining about, I'm almost completely calm, Jack said, along with the other personas who shared a hot spring in Izuku's mind. Ah, a nice hot bath, Chibi added, a towel on his head while a rubber duck floated nearby. Hazama, get me out before I fall asleep, okay? Sora said, feeling a bit woozy in the spring and shifting to Kashikoi's shoulder. Very well, I'll get you out if you doze off, Kashikoi replied. But why are you wearing your outfit in the hot spring? He asked, wiping the fog from his glasses. You are mistaken, Kashi. I am wearing only my Speedo, Hazama said, standing up to reveal his tight swimwear. Normally, I'd scold you for that, but after everything we've dealt with, I couldn't care less. Izuku thought to himself, relieved that Hazama wasn't still in his butler uniform. Suddenly, he heard the door to the men's bath open. Looking ahead, his eyes widened as he saw Toru stepping in, her clothes floating beside her. Mind if I join you before the others come? She asked, walking over and settling beside him in the spring, playfully shifting until she was comfortably close. I swear, you do this to tease me, he complained, and she giggled, wrapping his arms around her waist. I can't help it. It's fun to see you embarrassed every now and then. Besides, I want to spend more time with you since our teacher interrupted us last night, she said, pouting adorably, making him chuckle. Now then. Toru suddenly moved her arms from his waist to his chest, surprising him. How about we create a special moment right here? She teased, causing him to blush as she playfully squeezed him. She gasped at his reaction, and he quickly pulled away. I didn't mean to. Haha. Sorry, Izuku, I couldn't help it. Toru laughed, and Izuku pouted. She then leaned closer, her heart racing. Though if you wanted to. I guess it would be okay then. That nerd is going to regret it. No way. What a bummer. Hot bath. Toru and Izuku thought as they sensed the others approaching. Crap. Why do we have the worst timing? Gotta go, Izuku, I love you. Toru said, giving him a quick peck on the lips before slipping away to get ready for dinner. Why did they have to ruin the moment? Izuku complained as he hurried to change before they arrived. Now I'm back to my unyielding rage. Jack shouted as the hot springs vanished and everyone got dressed again. At least I didn't fall asleep in the bath. Sora shrugged, heading to the couch for a nap. Izuku left the bath just before the others could enter. However, as soon as he opened the door, there they were. He blinked and walked past them, whistling a tune. You nerd. Get back here or, whoa, Bakugu, let's just enjoy the springs, alright? Kirishima said, holding him back. Izuku made his way to the lounging area, sitting on the couch with a sigh. Man, those guys. I take it Aizawa put you through the ringer? A voice said. It was Mandalay, leaning against the door. I guess you could say that, he replied, feeling her gaze on him. Do you need something? No, I'm here to apologize on Kuda's behalf. Kuda? Oh, that kid. He recalled the mini Bakugu who had punched him. He doesn't have a fondness for heroes. Ever since the water heroes. She paused, not wanting to say more. Kashi, do you remember those heroes? Yeah. The water heroes were connected to Mandalay and had a child. They were murdered by a villain named Muscular while saving civilians. He adjusted his glasses. So that's it. Let me guess, they were his parents, and he feels they chose their careers over him, right? Izuku said, noticing her shifting eyes confirmed his suspicion. Well, you can't really blame him. Going through that would make any kid act out. But he'll come around. Izuku said, watching her smile as she left. You really know how to say the right things to people, huh? He felt a weight on his head and looked up to see floating clothes, smiling. It's a habit of ours. Can't really help it. He said as Toru hopped over the couch, resting her head on his shoulder. Everyone else who arrived late yesterday is with Blood King and Aizawa. Really S's for them, Izuku replied, resting his head on hers as they enjoyed their moment together. Hey, what should we do when we get back home? Toru asked, her blissful face making him smile. He looked up at the ceiling, closing his eyes and wrapping her in a hug. I don't know, maybe just a night out. Just the two of us. Izuku suggested, and she nodded, snuggling closer. Boonga. What was that? Toru and Izuku jumped off the couch as Mandalay and Aizawa entered. It's the League of Villains, they're at the camp. Aizawa instructed Mandalay to set up communications and ordered everyone to defend themselves. You both need to be on guard. Toru, I may need your stealth to help find the others who got separated. Got it. Toru said, turning back to give Izuku another quick peck. Be careful, alright? She said before leaving with Aizawa and Mandalay. Izuku walked over to the vending machine in the lounge and punched it, getting a free can of cola, smirking as he began to drink. Be careful? She knows it's us, right? Jack said, grabbing a fresh coat and putting on his shades. True, but she's worried. You can't deny a maiden's heart when it comes to the one she loves, Hazama added, putting on his hat and gloves. Whatever, as long as we get some fresh air and finish this quickly. We need a nap, Sora said, tuning his instruments before tying a bandana around his forehead. No naps. Chibi shouted, running in circles around Sora, chanting against nap time. Your fault on that one, Sora. But regardless, this will be fun, Kashi said, adjusting his glasses and holding his laptop as they waited for Izuku's next move. Finally finished with his drink, he smiled and ran out the doors, noticing some trees burnt or toppled down. Let's go, they all shouted as Izuku dashed into the woods. Surprise, brat, a voice called from behind, pinning him to the ground. Looking up, he saw a man in a simple black and white outfit, along with a teen in a black-blue school uniform coat and pants, with a white shirt underneath. What stood out most were the patches of wrinkled purple skin and stitches on his body and face. Twice, we got one. Now do your thing, the villain commanded as the man pinning him down, now identified as Twice, had his hands glow dimly. Izuku sensed something was off as he saw another version of himself appear on his right and left. Twice. We only need a single copy of him. That's enough, the villain instructed as more copies emerged. It's not me. My hands are off him, but there are 6 of them now. Twice exclaimed, and Izuku's eyes widened at the revelation. If there are 6 copies of me, minus myself, then that means. Forget this, we'll just get rid of all but 2 of them. The villain's hand ignited with purple-black flames as he aimed it at one of the copies. And who do you think is going to let you fry us? One of the clones retorted, grabbing the villain by the ankle and tossing him aside. Izuku smiled as he and the others began to rise. I wasn't expecting this day to get any wilder than it already has, one of them remarked as their clothing transformed into a white button-up shirt, blue tie, dark blue pants with light blue stripes, and black and white sneakers. Another clone adjusted his glasses and shifted his grip on his laptop. He wore an olive green baggy t-shirt, baggy black jeans, and boots, tightening his bandana. Same here, but this might be the best thing that happened today. A smaller clone, dressed in a big hoodie and black shorts with small red shoes, exclaimed, "Yeah, we're outside. I want to go to the amusement park after this." He jumped up and down in excitement. The last two clones wore outfits reminiscent of a butler uniform, minus the overcoat, complete with brown gloves and a hat. The other wore dark blue jeans and a fur-lined hooded coat, sporting sunglasses and red sneakers, with a red t-shirt underneath. "I guess this is the first time you've truly been out, huh?" Izuku said as they all exchanged smiles. "I suppose introductions are in order. I am Izuku Midoriya," he said, beaming at the others, who returned his smile. "I am Kashikoi Midoriya." "Hey, name's Sora Midoriya." "Hello. I'm Chibi Midoriya." "I'm Jack Midoriya. Pleasure to help out. I am known as Hazama Midoriya." They all faced the forest and began to run through the woods. "And we're all personas," they shouted in unison as they used their quirks to bounce around the trees and leap into the sky. "Let's show them what we've got," Izuku declared, and the others grinned in agreement. "Now they're going to deal with us," Sora said, summoning his bass guitar. "Let's show them what we're made of," Chibi said, performing some kung fu moves in the air with a determined expression. "I'll serve them some tea along with a side of swift and diligent fisticuffs," Hazama added, tipping his hat and tightening his gloves. "And I'll take them down for good. Ha ha ha," Jack shouted, summoning a large crescent scythe that glimmered with black and red in the moonlight. "And we'll do it together and become heroes," Izuku proclaimed, blue streaks of lightning surrounding him as red markings glowed on his skin. Kashikoi smirked, adjusting his glasses and shifting his laptop to his hand. "And they'll never see it coming." "Hey Kashi, any idea what kind of villains we're going up against?" Sora asked as he and Kashikoi dashed through the forest. They had decided to split into pairs to cover more ground and assist the others. Izuku was with Chibi, and Hazama was with Jack. Now it was their turn. "Yeah, it's the League of Villains again. This time, they have more skilled and unpredictable adversaries on their side," Kashikoi replied, glancing at his laptop while navigating branches and keeping his footing. "It seems some villains who escaped from prison and are suspected of serious crimes have joined them. I don't get it. Villains like that usually follow their own rules. Why would they join the League?" Sora asked, watching as Kashi closed his laptop and secured it at his side. "It's because of Stain. Turn right here," Kashi instructed as they made a sharp turn to avoid crashing into a tree and picked up their pace. "Stain? You mean his ideas about heroism, right? We've heard rumors about his preachy video being leaked, but we never thought it was true," Sora said, adjusting his glasses as Kashi glanced back at him. "We should have considered it. He was a well-known villain with seemingly heroic ideals. But from what I've gathered, we also share some responsibility." "Wait, we're part of the reason for the League's new members?" Sora asked, stopping to listen. They heard gas hissing and dirt being disturbed. "Looks like we found one of them," he said, and Kashi nodded as they quietly crept around the area. Soon, they spotted Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu, wearing makeshift masks and surrounded by purple fog. In front of them stood a kid no older than they were, wearing a blackish-green helmet and wielding a flamethrower-like weapon that was emitting the purple mist. "Sora, can you provide a distraction while I search for the herbs?" Kashi asked, reopening his laptop to scan the area for useful plants. "Planning an antidote already, Brainiac?" "Don't worry, I'll play a little tune until you get back," Sora replied, tying his bandana around his mouth like a mask and preparing his guitar. Before he could move, he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Remember, we don't know how long these bodies will last us. Proceed with caution," Kashi advised as he dashed off into the forest, leaving Sora smirking behind his mask as he lightly strummed his guitar. "Well, let's begin the show, shall we?" "Darn it. How do we get out of this, Kendo? I'm starting to feel a bit numb, Tetsu said, his vision blurring as he and Itsuka faced the villain in front of them. Give it up, heroes. Soon you'll succumb to my quirk, and when your friends arrive, it will be too late for you. The villain taunted as they winced at the numbing pain in their bodies. We just have to hold on and try to stay out of the gas as much as possible, strum. A soft sound echoed through the woods as they turned to see a figure emerging from the depths of the forest. Dressed in a white t-shirt and dark baggy cargo pants, the person continued to strum their guitar. Wake up, get out there, raise your voice against liars. Who in their right mind would sing at a time like this? The villain sneered as the figure approached, illuminated by moonlight. Tetsu and Itsuka's eyes widened in recognition. Izuku Midoriya, they exclaimed as they saw him still strumming his guitar, singing while the villain grew increasingly annoyed. Wow, buddy, you're just going to let your friends die while you play some stupid song? You seem worse than some of the other villains here, he taunted, but Izuku continued to play. Just imagine you're out there swatting lies in the making, can't move fast without breaking. Bruh. Just shut up with your music, the villain shouted, pulling out a small revolver and aiming it at him. Midoriya. Itsuka and Tetsu shouted as the bullet whizzed past them, but Izuku merely smiled and tilted his guitar, letting the bullet ricochet harmlessly to the ground. So I guess your pathetic attempt at a shot means you're one of the villains. And one that doesn't like music too. Tough crowd tonight, Sora remarked, deflecting the remaining bullets with his guitar. So, can I at least get the name of the one so eager to take me down? Since you're going to die anyway, call me Mustard, the villain replied, as the area became engulfed in a cloud of gas. Well, if I'm going to die, I might as well play a song, Sora said, stepping forward and letting his bandana fall to his chest. Hey, Midoriya, now's not the time to be, Tetsu began to protest, but Sora looked back at them, his expression calm. Trust me when I say, I'm not the Midoriya you think I am. And believe me when I say that you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of this guy, Sora assured them as he tuned his guitar and began to play. Total slaughter, I won't leave a single man alive. The night sky darkened, the moon shifting from pure white to a deep red. What the hell is this? Mustard exclaimed as the forest seemed to twist into darkness, the trees taking on a sinister appearance and the poison transforming into white smoke. My poison. How did you? La-da-da-da-die genocide, la-da-da-da-do, an ocean of blood, let's begin, the killing time. Mustard's eyes widened beneath his mask as Sora vanished from sight. The ground around him turned into a puddle, and he caught a glimpse of his own reflection, horrified to see himself defeated. They looked just like devils. Mustard thought as he screamed, firing his poison around him. Really, Sora? Genocide? Kind of a soft tune, but I'm not sure how this guy is scared of a little smoke and mirrors that aren't real. A voice behind Mustard chimed in as the illusion of the darkened sky and blood moon vanished along with the cloud of poison. What can I say? Despite the dark lyrics, it's a good song, Kashi. Another figure emerged from the depths of the woods, looking more like a student. He wore a white button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up and a loosely tied blue tie. His dark blue pants had a plaid design in lighter blue, and he sported black and white sneakers. He pushed his glasses up and held out 3 vials of green liquid. Whatever, it's my turn to take a shot at this guy. Here, it's the antidote to get that poison out of your system. I've already taken mine. He tossed the vials to the others and walked up behind Mustard. You guys should take a break, all that poison you've been exposed to is taxing on your bodies, Kashi said, adjusting his glasses. Now, I wonder how much data I can gather from you? Kashi said as he suddenly stepped back, narrowly avoiding a combat knife aimed at his throat. Oh, quick-tempered, aren't you? Well then, Kashi opened his laptop and pressed a series of keys, causing the device to dissolve and transform into a digital form around him. The others watched as floating screens and keypads surrounded him, with sparks of electricity flickering around his body. Let's see how much I can learn from you then, Kashi declared, sending several screens toward Mustard. Some managed to hit him, while others shattered into fragments due to his knife. Your pathetic toys are useless. Mustard shouted as he grabbed another gun and fired at the screens. Kashi stood there as all but two were destroyed. Toys, you say? You poor fool. If you think this is my quirk, then you are dead wrong. Kashi snapped his fingers, and thousands of screens appeared, wires and cables shooting out to ensnare Mustard. It isn't the computer that aids a person, but the brain of that person that creates the computer, which is more knowledgeable than any machine they've made. Kashi said as his laptop reformed in his hands. All it took to beat you was the difference in our intelligence. He loosened his tie and adjusted his glasses. Don't you heroes make fun of me just because we got into UA? Mustard began, but Kashi interrupted. You were another aspiring student wanting to become a hero and took the exam. But sadly, you couldn't get enough points despite holding your own against the robots. Kashi tossed his laptop past Mustard. Mustard charged at him with a fist ped back. It's ignorance and denial of what you believe happened. It's idiots like that. And it's fools like that. Sora shouted as his guitar swung over Mustard from behind, running at high speed. Both jumped, catching their respective weapons midair and turning. That annoys me to no end, they shouted in unison as they swung their weapons at Mustard's head together. Dual drive gong. Their tag team move sent Mustard reeling, and he fell unconscious to the floor, his helmet emitting a resonating gong sound. Serves him right. Honestly, he could have applied to another hero corps school but instead jumped straight into the villain role. Kashi said as he looted Mustard's belongings, taking only the guns and ammo. Why the need for those? Compensation? Sora asked as Kashi nodded, tucking them into his back pocket. Well, I guess he owes me for the performance. Sora said, pulling out Mustard's wallet and taking the cash inside. Think we should find more of these guys and help the others? Sora asked, tying his bandana back on his forehead. Yeah, those cables should hold him even if he wakes up. Come on. Wait. Before Sora and Kashi could take another step, they turned to see the confused and bewildered faces of Izuku and Tetsu. Just who are you guys? And why do you look like Midoriya? Tetsu demanded, pointing at them. They exchanged glances before looking back at him. You really want to know, Tetsu? Sora asked, and both Izuku and Tetsu nodded eagerly. Sigh. I suppose the others will get asked this as well. Honestly, how do they not understand? Kashi muttered as he adjusted himself. I am known as Kashikoi Midoriya. And I'm known as Sora Midoriya. And together, we are 2 out of the 5 personas of Izuku Midoriya. Kashi and Sora declared, presenting themselves back to back and pointing at the duo. We'd love to stick around and explain it to you, but there are plenty of villains needing a song and data removed. With that, Sora and Kashikoi dashed off into the woods, leaving Izuku and Tetsu with widened eyes and shocked expressions. So it wasn't a lie. Hagakure was telling the truth. They thought, not expecting this turn of events during a villain attack. Hey, Kashi, Sora said as they ran through the woods, scanning for other students. Yes, Sora? I was wondering, how do you think the others are doing? Sora's question piqued Kashi's curiosity. Well, with Chibi and Midoriya, I'm pretty sure they can handle whatever comes their way. Kashi replied, looking up at the night sky as the stars glistened. Jack and Hazama, on the other hand, I have a feeling I might either pity or not care for the villain that goes up against those two. Kashi said, sensing that things would get wild with that pair. Elsewhere, said duo watched their classmates battling a blonde girl wielding a knife, both wearing mischievous smiles. Chew. Jack sneezed from atop a tree, grunting in annoyance. Darn it. Others are probably talking about us, he said as Hazama leaned against a tree, looking down at the others. He noticed Ochako and Tsu facing off against a blonde girl wielding a knife and some sort of device on her back. Normally, I'm against hitting a lady, but if I have no choice, I hope they can forgive my rough actions, Hazama said, preparing to jump down, but Jack summoned a scythe from the shadows to block him. Don't. I can sense another one nearby. It's the flame-haired Patchwork, Jack warned, his scythe transforming into a pure black katana. I'll create a distraction. You track down Patchwork and lead him here. That way, we can both take him on, Jack said, smirking as he put on his shades and jumped off the tree branch. Hazama smiled and tipped his hat. Very well, but do try not to be too rough with her, he replied, sliding down the tree and heading off. Hold still, besties, the blonde shouted, raising her knife toward Ochako's head. Yura-chan. Tsuyu called out, but she was too far away, her tongue still aching from a previous injury. Uraraka shut her eyes tightly, hoping for a quick and painless end. Boo! Jack shouted as he came flying down, blocking the blonde's knife with his blade. He knelt on the ground, looking at her with his crimson eyes partially hidden behind his shades. And the badass has arrived, he declared, glancing back at Uraraka and Tsuyu to help her up. Deku? She asked, and Jack pulled down his hood with a smirk. Sorry, doll, I'm him but not really him. But don't act surprised, you met me before when you were looking for him on the streets. Remember? With that guy who turned out to be a closet gay. Jack said, trying not to laugh at the memory and the expressions on Tsuyu and Uraraka's faces. So save it until we're all safe. Just get out of here and regroup with the others, Jack interrupted, pulling his sword from the ground and pointing it at the blonde girl, who wore a grin that rivaled his own. Me and little Yandra-chan here have business, he said, waiting for them to leave his sight before focusing back on the blonde. So, what's your angle? Going for the innocent but crazy schoolgirl vibe? Jack asked, parrying her knife with the guard of his sword. Ooh, more of a girl of action, huh? That's kind of intriguing, he remarked as their weapons clashed. I remember you. You're the one who defeated Mr. Staney. You must be strong, very strong, she said, grabbing another knife and aiming for Jack. My name's Toga Himiko and I can't wait to see how you taste. Toga exclaimed, only to feel her knife stuck in place. She looked down to see Jack gripping the blade with his fingers. Nice try, but if Stain couldn't take me down, what makes you think you can stab me? Jack replied, grabbing her arm and tossing her across the clearing, where she slammed against a tree. He adjusted his grip on his katana and rushed toward her. Oh, he noticed her hands moving and quickly dodged as she stabbed the tree instead. Woo, that was close, he said, turning to the side as the device on her back adjusted, preparing to fire a projectile. Naughty girl wants to play rough, huh? He mused, catching her throwing knives in his hand and smirking. Well then, sweet cheeks. By the way, cute outfit you have. But I never figured you for someone with innocent patterns underneath, Jack teased, only to be interrupted by more knives flying at him. He deflected some, his sword vanishing and being replaced by a larger black butterfly knife. Since you introduced yourself first, it's only fair I give you mine, Jack said as they pointed their blades at each other's throats in close quarters. I am Jack Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Jack, and you better take responsibility for seeing my underwear, Toga replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. Oh, and why should I take responsibility when you flaunt that cute outfit of yours? Jack shot back, enjoying the banter. Toga smiled wider, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, simple really. You can take responsibility by losing, she said, and Jack grinned as their bodies clashed again, each holding the other's wrist while their knives hovered dangerously close. This is getting pretty fun, Toga, Jack teased, and Toga giggled in response. Killing a boy like you will be the hardest thing I've ever done, she said, and they both released each other, diving into a more serious fight with knives flying through the air. Something's going wrong here, Dabi thought, leaning against a tree with his guard up. We were only supposed to get one of these UA kids. That green-haired kid should have been an easy target. But what was up with Twice's quirk just then? Dabi recalled how Midoriya's copy had suddenly multiplied into 5 and come alive. This is taking Toga way too long. What's up with that girl? She's supposed to rendezvous with us already, Dabi muttered, hearing rustling in the bushes. Finally. What took you so low? A butter knife embedded itself in the tree beside him. I do apologize for being late, but had I known you were just lounging around, I would have attacked sooner. Dabi's eyes widened as he saw Hazama in his butler outfit, tightening his fingerless brown gloves and adjusting his hat. I don't believe we've had the pleasure of introducing ourselves. I am known as Hazama Midoriya. I both do and don't apologize for the actions of one of my brothers who flung you across the forest earlier, Hazama said, producing more knives from his sleeves and resting them between his fingers. How is it that you clones are even alive? You all acted differently, and when Twice used his quirk, instead of one more of that kid, the 5 of you suddenly appeared. Dabi said as he sent a jet of black flames toward Hazama. Oh, flames now. That could be troublesome. Hazama twirled the knives in his hands as the flames dispersed into light purple embers around him. But I am also a butler, a waiter, and a chef. Flames like these aren't nearly hot enough to frighten me. He began flinging utensils at Dabi, who took evasive maneuvers in the forest. Dimenit. This guy just brushed off my flames with kitchen utensils. He made a sharp dive to the ground as he heard several thunks behind him. And how does he carry all those spoons and knives? Very deep pockets, that's how. Dabi turned back just in time to see Hazama's foot coming closer, kicking him in the chest. He stumbled back a few feet, hitting his side against a tree branch. Ouch. Dabi said as he sent more black flames aimed at Hazama. It's no use. Your flames have no effect on me. Hazama said as he ran through the dark flames and swiftly delivered another kick to Dabi's chin, knocking him back a few feet. This time, he felt like he hit something softer than a tree. Thanks for the soft landing. Dabi said as he got up and cracked his neck. Yeah. Same to you, Paul. Wow, this girl is actually making me a little tired. The voice from behind Dabi said, and he chuckled at the wording. What, she's rough in a fight? Nah, more like she's too hyper, but it tires me out. Hey, wait a minute. They both turned around and saw each other again. You! They shouted as they punched each other straight in the jaw and grunted in pain. You're the one who flung me across the woods. And you're the one who thought you could turn me to ashes. Well, 2 things. 1. I came here for a vacation and some action. And 2, you ruined my vacation, so I'm going to take you down, or my name isn't Jack Midoriya. Ah, Jack-kun, you're playing with me. Toga said as she brought her knife closer to his back, only for it to be blocked by a plate. Jack, what have you done while I was away? Hazama asked as Jack briefly ignored Dabi. Okay. First off, she's just as crazy as me. Guilty. But also a bit more. Toga chimed in as she attempted to stab Hazama, but he guarded himself with a fork while still looking at Jack. Second, don't assume it's me that starts something every time I'm alone with a woman. That Yakuza's daughter in Kyoto started it, not me, remember. Jack said as he caught the fist coming his way and glared back at Dabi. Alright, I suppose I'll take your word for it. Now, what do you say, miss? Toga-chan. Right. What do you say we just talk this out? Hazama's answer was another knife, which was blocked by his plate again. Sigh. Why does Jack seem to attract the most free-spirited girls? I'll never know. Let's dance. Hazama said as he and Toga began to engage in a knife fight, holding their own against each other. Man, you're not as much fun as Jack-kun is, Hazama-kun. Toga said as she attempted a low sweep but failed. Hazama managed to make her lose her balance and take away her knife. Well, we may have arrived around the same time, but we're different. Yet we are still brothers after all. Hazama said as Toga stood back up and smiled. Ah, that's kind of sweet. Now how about you and him go down together? Toga said as she reached for more of her spare knives, only to find them missing. Looking for these? Hazama said as he pulled out several dozen sets from his back and showed them. I'm rather surprised you have this many on you. Do you keep them in your pockets, or? She's got a handbag as? Don't you dare think like that, you hypocrite. Jack said as he narrowly dodged flames coming at him from the sides. And you're definitely getting in butt kicking. Jack said as he created knuckle dusters on his hands and metal plating on the soles of his shoes. What the hell are you guys? You're supposed to be clones. Dabi said as he ignited his hands in flames and decided to go into close quarters. We're nothing but clones, huh? Jack and Hazama muttered as their enemies closed in. No, we're not just mere clones. Hazama said as he grabbed Toga by her arm and successfully executed a judo throw toward Jack. We're personas. Jack shouted with a wild grin on his face as he twisted his body, performing a reverse roundhouse kick to Dabi's side, sending him crashing into Toga. Hazama! Jack shouted as Hazama used a knife to cut a square area on the ground around Dabi and Toga before they could get up. Now, I hope you've enjoyed our hospitality, Hazama said as he lifted the ground and flipped it over, sending them into the air. Now here's your parting gift, Hazama said as he used the tree branches to gain momentum and propelled himself into the air, removing his hat and preparing to use it. Sheet, this is bad, Dabi muttered as he saw a shadow covering the full moon's light and looked up, seeing a pitch-black scythe and demon-red eyes. No, this is going to be hell for you too. Crescent. Rendezvous. Hazama swung his hat at Dabi, feeling like the force of a truck hitting him. As Jack swung his scythe downwards, the blade passed through their bodies, and they crashed down unconscious on the ground. Pitch maneuver, they said as they seemed to float for a brief moment, the moonlight shining upon them as they resembled a poker card design. Mirrored opposites, yet complementing and fulfilling each other. They landed atop another set of trees and looked at the work they had finished. You didn't kill them, Hazama said as he smirked at Jack, who put his shades back in his pocket. Faye. Like I can kill a woman who's even crazier than me. Plus, she's probably the only one who wasn't swayed by you, Jack said as they moved from tree to tree, looking for others who needed help. Looks like Chibi and Izuku are fighting some sort of big guy over there. Hazama pointed to a mountain trail where they could see them and a large, bulky figure atop the summit. Lucky little innocent kids. They get a good fight while we get side bosses, Jack muttered under his breath. Though you did get some reward, didn't you? Jack blushed as Hazama's smirk grew. Yorin, but you know that, right? I've been told I have a hot butt, yes. Hey kid. How about a trade? This mask. A large figure wrapped in cloth said as he took off his mask, revealing a large, horrid scar on his face. He looked down at Kuda, who was trembling in fear. For that hat on your head, the man said as Kuda fell on his butt and began to cry. Oh, cool mask. I'll trade you. A voice from behind the man said as he turned around and saw a kid in a green and black hoodie with his hood up. The kid had something in his mouth as he dug through his hoodie's pockets. Here, some candy for the mask. How does that sound? Is this kid for real? Ah well, so long as I get something out of it. Sure kid. Here, the man said as he handed the kid the mask and received a handful of candy in return. Oh nice, some lollipops. The man said as he opened one and popped it into his mouth. You know, my brothers don't call them that. They use a different word, the kid said, piquing the man's curiosity. Really, what do they call them? A sucker. The man was suddenly kicked to the side of the cliff as Izuku landed in front of Kuda, and the other kid laughed. Ha ha. He fell for it. Izuku couldn't help but laugh a little. Chibi, you're kinda taking this a bit easy, don't you think? Izuku asked as they walked over to Kuda to check on him. Hey Kuda. You alright? Want some candy? I still have more, Chibi said as he pulled down his hood and revealed more candy he had hidden. And Midoriya? Yeah. The two of them said as Kuda looked back and forth between Izuku and Chibi. Wait. How are there two of you? And Kuda was interrupted by the rumbling and exploding debris on the side of the cliff. Demon, I gotta admit, kids. You sure got me with that little surprise attack, the man said, a wild grin on his face as his body began to transform, tendrils emerging from his skin. The villain with the fake eye and scar, a monster as they say. Muscular, Izuku said as he and Chibi readied themselves, preparing for Muscular's attack. Well, I'm flattered you know me. But I'm here to cause some chaos and take out the brat to send him off with his parents, Muscular said, pointing at Kuda, who was trembling and crying. The water heroes, Izuku said, recalling what Mandalay had told him about Kuda. So you're the reason why Kuda hates heroes. I'm gonna take you down, Chibi declared, punching the air and glaring at him. Yeah? Then go ahead and try. Muscular shouted as he charged at them, reeling his fist back. Chibi, move Kuda away. Izuku shouted as Chibi grabbed Kuda and ran back a bit, heading to a safer spot on the upper level of the mountain where Kuda could see them. Don't worry Kuda. We'll take care of him. Until then, enjoy the show, Chibi said, handing him some candy before jumping off the cliff. Tell me brat, Why even bother helping when you're going to get hurt? Muscular said as he and Izuku were in a stalemate. Because we're heroes. And we don't know the meaning of giving up. Falling drop kick. Chibi shouted as Muscular looked up just in time for Chibi's feet to meet his face. And you brat, he shouted in frustration as he grabbed Chibi by the legs and held him upside down. Don't let your defenses down, stupid. Chibi laughed as Muscular glared at him. What kind of, he cried out, looking down to see Izuku's arm embedded in his tendrils, some of them turning purple. He tried to warn you. I really did, Chibi said as he broke free from Muscular's grip and poked him in the eye. That's it. No more games, you brats. Muscular shouted as he wrapped himself in more tendrils and punched the ground, causing spikes to erupt and the ground to crumble. Izuku, quick, toss me. Gotcha. Izuku said as he grabbed Chibi by the legs and spun him around. Ready? Okay, here you go, Chibi. Ally. Rocket. They shouted as Chibi was launched, forming ring tunnels behind him as he pointed his forehead at Muscular, charging forward. Now just channel one for all. Chibi thought as his head became enveloped in bright green electric streaks, a V scar appearing on his forehead. Now victory. Your head's gonna pop, kid. Die. Muscular shouted. Headbutt. Chibi yelled as he made contact with Muscular's hand, a loud cracking sound echoing as they both fell backward. What the heck? My arm. What is that brat's skull made of? Ow, ow, ow. My head hurts, ow. Chibi and Muscular cried out, Chibi rubbing his slightly bruised forehead while Muscular tried to hold his injured hand together with his tendrils. Chibi, tag in, Izuku said as Chibi touched Izuku's hand and stepped aside to rest for a bit. Need a hand? Izuku joked as Muscular roared and swung his only good arm at him, causing Izuku to duck and deliver a kick to his stomach. Chibi did his best to beat you, so I won't let his injuries be in vain, Izuku said as he grabbed Muscular's broken arm and executed a judo flip, sending him over. You are so dead. Muscular shouted as he altered the tendrils in his body to form his left arm, enlarging it with pure muscle and mutating it into a giant, veiny arm. Hope you've said your goodbyes to your loved ones. Because I'm going to send them to you in the afterlife once I'm done with all of you. Muscular declared as he charged at increasing speed. I won't ever lose to villains like you, Izuku said calmly, readying himself, ping his fist back and palming it with his other hand as he charged up one for all. And I won't ever let you take away the ones I love. Images of his mom, Chibi, Hazama, Jack, Sora, Kashi, his classmates from 1A and 1B, Ms. Nakamura from the All Blue Cafe, and most importantly, Toru flashed through his mind. The will of one is that for all, Izuku said as more electricity and scar patterns appeared around him and on his body. What kind of ridiculous claim is that worth when you die? Muscular shouted, extending his arm, ready to unleash a punch with the force of a heavy tank. Izuku stared at him, bending his knees for a solid stance. And the will of all is that of one will for all. Izuku declared, surrounded by green-blue sparks as his fist glowed a brilliant cyan. Tendril! Muscular yelled, launching his punch at Izuku, the wind whipping around him as the attack hurtled forward. One for all, 1,000,000. Janjiken rock! Izuku roared, countering Muscular's strike. The two fists collided, sending shockwaves rippling through the forest. Trees shook violently, and the ground trembled beneath them, cracking under the force of their clash. Meanwhile, the other personas watched from a distance, smiles and laughter breaking out among them. Whoever Izuku's facing must be a tough opponent for him to use Janjiken, Sora remarked, perched on a broken branch high in the trees. Kashikoi floated beside him, analyzing the holographic screen that displayed the battle. It looks like he's up against the monster of mayhem and destruction, Muscular. He even got injured by Chibi with a headbutt to the arm, causing it to break, Kashikoi noted, hearing a frustrated sound nearby. Lucky them. They get an epic fight while we're stuck with a boring one. He glanced down to see Jack and Hazama leaning against a tree. I must admit, I'm a bit envious. But we did manage to catch the attention of a woman fascinated by us. And Jack, you saw more than I did, So don't be jealous, Hazama added, noticing Jack's slight blush as they continued their walk toward the mountain, already aware of the outcome. Both fighters stood still, neither daring to move as they awaited the other's next move. Muscular smirked, watching as Izuku exhaled deeply. Looks like you're already winded, kid. Too bad I'm still, Muscular began, but suddenly felt a shock coursing through his body. Blood trickled from his mouth as he turned to the side, realizing his arm was severely injured, bits of tendrils and bone falling away. You were quite strong, actually making me want to use Janjiken in a fight. But you lacked the will to fight, resulting in your loss, Izuku said, turning away and dragging his feet slightly, fatigue evident as he craved a nap. Would you care for a cup of coffee, Midoriya? He heard a familiar voice and looked up to see Hazama holding a steaming cup. Thank you, Hazama. Izuku replied, sipping the coffee and feeling warmth spread through him. He passed out on his feet. Does anyone have a marker so I can draw on his face? Jack joked, giving the unconscious Muscular a few playful taps before losing interest. Hey, Chibi, are you all right with that bruise? Sora asked, kneeling to check on Chibi, who was applying a band-aid. Yeah, I'm fine. Just need to stop headbutting people for a while, Chibi replied, receiving a light tap on the head from Kashikoi. Please don't do that again. Wait, listen, Kashikoi said, typing on his laptop as a voice came through from the hero Mandalay. Everyone listen. They've got one of the students. A kid with red eyes and blonde hair. Quick, help him before it's too late. The personas and Izuku's eyes widened in shock. It was Bakugo in danger. Understood, we'll save him. Izuku responded through the link, leaving Mandalay and the others confused. Echa? Wait a minute. Kuda's safe on the mountain, just get him before Muscular wakes up again. Who is this? Don't worry, we'll rescue him before anything terrible happens. But raped? Seriously, who is? Alright everyone, let's go. Yeah. Kashi smirked, ending the call as they slid down the mountain. Izuku took the lead, feeling ready to help. Kashi, any ideas where he is? Yeah, near the lakeside actually. There, 3 minutes. Kashi replied, just as Jack erupted with laughter, summoning a black metal bat. Oh, I can't wait to rub it in his face that we saved him. Yes, I will quite enjoy the satisfaction of superiority over Bakugo as I prepare a nice set of macarons for the occasion, Hazama admitted, sliding gracefully while carrying Chibi. Kaken's gonna be so mad. Chibi teased, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh. So what's the plan, Izuku? Sora asked, glancing at him. Izuku looked forward, smiling as he activated One for All. No plan this time. For once, let's get wild. Yeah, they shouted, running toward their destination, bouncing off debris and trees. Let's give them a persona. Beatdown they'll never forget. A persona beatdown x6. Quick, hold on, Bakugo. We'll get you. Ida shouted as he and a few others circled the villains to prevent their escape. Shigaraki had Bakugo by the neck, his pinky extended to avoid using his quirk lethally, for now. Stay back. Bakugo growled, his eyes blazing with fury for allowing himself to be cornered. Kurogiri, we need an evacuation here. Shigaraki spoke into a small radio as a portal opened wide enough for him, Moonfish, Mange, Mr. Compress, Spinner, and the others twice, Dabi, and Toga to regroup and retreat. No, Bakugo, the students cried as they watched the villains slip back into the portal, taunting the heroes in training. Stay away. Bakugo's voice was filled with a mix of regret and acceptance. Kashi. On it. Field distortion activated. Backspace. They turned to their right, watching as disc-like objects surrounded the portal, electricity crackling around them. Suddenly, the villains were pushed out of the portal and back into the forest. What happened? No one should be able to do that with my quirk. Kurogiri exclaimed as footsteps approached. Your quirk is impressive, but like everyone, there's always a weakness. I just had to figure one out, and now here you all are, Kashikoi said, adjusting his glasses, which gleamed in the darkness. Though I must admit, you provided quite the challenge in these bodies. But I'm afraid we must dispose of you, Hazama said, tightening his gloves and tipping his hat. Heh, this is giving me the urge to play your final song for the night. Any requests? Sora said, tuning his guitar and wrapping a bandana around his head. I'm going to take you all down until you can't stand. Chibi declared, tightening his hoodie around his waist and throwing a few playful punches in the air as he glared at them cutely. Beside him, Jack cracked his knuckles and neck joints, summoning a pile of dark steel and patting it against his neck. You all are going to pay for ruining our vacation. But not too much, since you managed to catch the hothead by surprise. Sorry to ask, but did any of you cross the line with him yet? Jack said, causing some villains to pale at the thought, except for one who had a faint blush on her cheeks. Kaken, don't worry, we're going to save you, Izuku said, tapping his foot on the ground and staring at Shigaraki. Meat! Moonfish shouted, launching his teeth at Izuku. Meat! 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 He chanted, zigzagging his teeth toward Izuku's heart. Gah! Moonfish soon wailed, flailing on the ground, trapped in a straitjacket, as he felt a surge of pain. That looked like it hurt, didn't it? Jack taunted, rolling the pipe in his hand as he stepped on the shattered teeth now scattered on the ground. So, Midoriya? What now? He asked, still glaring at Shigaraki, fists clenched in determination. Now we fight. Let's give them a persona beatdown. Hell yeah, they shouted as they charged at the villains. Idiots! Stop standing there like NPCs. Fight these brats. Shigaraki barked, still holding Bakugo tightly. Let's see how you brats handle this. Spinner said, unsheathing a blade made from multiple weapons. Now die, stupid kid. Spinner aimed at Chibi, but was stopped before even a dagger could touch him. Not so fast. It seems your weapon is absolutely filthy, especially its owner. As a butler, I shall do the honors of cleaning it up, Hazama said, leering at Spinner as he flicked out his butterfly knife. So you've got the Stain and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle knockoff, huh, Haz? Fine, guess that leaves me with this one. Jack said, eyeing Moonfish as he got back up, teeth sharpened. He tapped his pipe on the floor, grinning wildly. Let's see what this guppy's got. Sora, mind handling those three with Chibi? I'll provide support for all. But I want the one known as Mr. Compress, Kashikoi said, pulling out two guns and aiming them at Compress. Man, I've got to fight them again? Ah well, let's give them hell, Chibi. Alright, let's punch their faces. Chibi cheered as Toga, Dabi, and Twice readied themselves against Sora and Chibi. Sora began playing his guitar as they rushed at their foes. Just take them out already, Shigaraki shouted, looking down at his hand to see a gaping hole in it. Let's give these guys what's coming to them. Kashikoi said, firing at Mr. Compress, dodging some shots while compressing others into small marbles. Thanks, Kashi. Kaken. Izuku shouted as he activated One for All, increasing his speed to escape Shigaraki's grip and join the others. And Midoriya? What? Who are the? No time to explain. Personas. My multiple personalities. New body. Kicking their butts. Now stay back. Izuku said as he handed Bakugo to them and blocked a palm swipe from the now one-handed Shigaraki. You brat. Izuku punched him in the chest, pushing him back before running to his friends. I'm going to take you down. Moonfish yelled, shooting his teeth at Jack. But Jack either smashed the teeth apart or dodged them, mostly involving a lot of smashing. You are one ugly bastard. How about I beat your face in to help you look better? Home run. Jack shouted as he broke through the wave of teeth heading his way, sending Moonfish flying toward Hazama and Spinner. How are my blades not working? Spinner cried out as he slashed, only to be blocked by Hazama's knife, which flicked away his attacks with ease. No matter what you do, these will have no effect on me. For you see, Hazama said, noticing Moonfish approaching him from the corner of his eye. He spun around, delivering a swift kick to Spinner's jaw, stumbling him back, and then stabbed both of his shoulders with his own weapon. I am quite the butler, Hazama remarked as he stepped on Spinner's face repeatedly, leaving him and Moonfish incapacitated beneath his foot. Blood trickled from their heads, but Hazama soon ceased his actions, wiping his shoes clean and flicking his butterfly knife open. Now, should we assist the others? He asked Jack, who was poking at Moonfish's face and giving him a light kick. Not yet. Someone hand me a marker, please, Jack replied, and Hazama shook his head in amusement. They then noticed Kashikoi struggling against Mr. Compress. I suppose we can lend a hand to the one who's helping, Jack said, tossing his pipe in the air and catching it as they moved toward the sound of gunfire. You're persistent for a kid who seems more brains than brawn, Compress taunted, clutching his shoulder from an earlier wound. Kashikoi was panting heavily, small bruises visible on his arms and face. And you're one annoying smart aleck, almost as annoying as my homeroom teacher, he shot back, firing at Compress with a small revolver, only for Compress to turn the bullet into a marble once again. You know those won't work like last time, he sneered. Maybe we can help with that. Hazama and Jack charged in, causing Compress to cry out in pain as they struck his shoulders. I'm not done with that trick shot, Jack declared, twirling his pipe and targeting Compress's arms. With a series of sharp sounds, Compress's arms were rendered immobile, leaving only his hands capable of movement. He's all yours, Brainiac. Let's get out of the way, Jack said, noticing Kashikoi typing rapidly on his holographic screens. Right, thanks for the assist. Now let me finish this guy, Kashikoi replied, clashing the two guns together. A holographic screen appeared, transforming into a sleek black desert eagle with a revolver chamber adorned with silver linings. Mod complete. Accessing damage input to 200%. Let's see you compress something out of electrons, Kashikoi exclaimed, slamming his fist on the enter key and grabbing the modified gun, aiming it carefully. Don't underestimate the ones with brains. Assault mode heavy trigger, Kashikoi shouted, pulling the trigger back. A bright blue laser shot from the barrel, enveloping Compress in a surge of plasma and electrical sparks. When the light faded, he lay twitching on the ground, a charred mess. Damn it! How can we not get these guys? And one of them is playing that ridiculous music. Dobby growled, confused. One moment, they had burned the kid and the musician. The next, they found themselves behind them. Why won't they stay down? Twice complained, punching Sora in the face, only for him to disperse into fog. Heh, they sure are clueless, Chibi taunted as Sora chuckled. Oh, I'm going to enjoy beating that brat, Dobby said, while Toga pointed her blades at Sora and Chibi. Now there's no way you two can dodge, she sang out playfully. To their surprise, the duo laughed. You lot haven't even figured it out, have you? Sora said, continuing to play. Dobby squinted, observing them closely and realizing something was missing in their eyes. Oh no. We've got too late. You're in our world now, Chibi interrupted as the surroundings shifted to a dark realm of black and red, tall buildings and screens appearing, pulling their bodies in. Hey Sora, should we lay them down? Chibi asked, poking their frozen forms in the real world. They're going to catch a cold if they stand there like that. Let's at least sit them down. Chibi placed a flower crown on the three and helped maneuver their bodies to sit on the floor. Chibi, why did you make them those? Sora asked, slowing his playing to allow them some control in their movements. Dunno, but I think it looks cute on her, Chibi replied, pointing at Toga, whose hair was now braided with flowers. Well, looks like everyone's done except, just go away already, you nuisance. Shigaraki's frustrated voice echoed as Izuku dodged another one of his attempts to dissolve him. Yo Izuku! Sora called as he and the others gathered behind him. Should we take him down? Jack suggested, and Izuku smirked. Sure, let's give it our all. Chibi said, running in place for a moment before grinning. Headbutt. He charged at Shigaraki's chest, bouncing off and rolling backward, rubbing his head. How come he's so skinny but still hurts? Chibi complained, smacking Izuku's leg. Tag in. Izuku sprinted forward, electricity crackling around him from One for All. You little brat. Shigaraki growled, clutching his chest in pain. Jan. Izuku shouted, delivering a punch to Shigaraki's face. Ken. He followed up with a cross chop to his chest, intensifying the hurt. Puh. Using his fingers, he struck several pressure points, temporarily halting blood flow in Shigaraki's arms. One for all, Janjiken rock gong. Izuku declared, landing an uppercut that sent Shigaraki flying. How? How are there 5 more of that green-haired brat? Shigaraki thought, shadowed by another version of himself holding a guitar. Like we're going to give you a break. But we can provide some music for the road, Sora said, starting to play a lively tune on his guitar. It's not a game. I'm not a robot AI challenging you. I'm not a phantom. I'm in your face and I'm here to see it through. Sora sang, slamming Shigaraki back down with his guitar. The others joined in, feeling the rhythm. Jack switched his black metal pipe for a metal bat, pointing it at the moon like a baseball player. Right before your eyes. Watch us multiply. Come to claim our rights, it's time. As our powers grow. Trying to stop us shows. Might as well go try and stop time. Jack sang, swinging the bat at Shigaraki's sides. A few audible cracks echoed as he sent Shigaraki flying. Oops, sorry mind getting the ball back? Jack asked, noticing Hazama gliding across the floor to catch it just in time. Humming along to Sora's playing as he caught up. So you know that we're out there. Swatting lies in the making. Can't move fast without breaking. Can't hold on or life won't change. What kind of nonsense are you non-canons even spouting? Shigaraki said, his anger evident as he attempted to dissolve Hazama with his barely functional arm. Now die. He declared, grabbing Hazama's neck, but nothing happened, not a single drop of blood fell. Your quirk requires touch, while mine simply brushes off anything I desire, Hazama replied, gripping Shigaraki's shirt and lifting him up. I believe it's time for you to scram and fly out of here, Hazama said as he flung Shigaraki over the trees and into the air. Kashikoi. It's your final call. He shouted into the distance as Kashikoi looked up at the starry night sky and hummed along to the tune. You know what I told you before, Shigaraki. The deeper you dig, the worse it gets. Kashikoi pulled out his modified Desert Eagle and aimed it at Shigaraki as he descended. This is what we become when we're discovered. This is us, Izuku Midoriya's personas. And we're not clones, nor illusions, or copies or phantoms. We are, without a doubt, ourselves. He pegged back the barrel of the Desert Eagle and spun the revolver chamber, smirking. And our voices ring out, yeah. Took the mask off to feel free. Fought it out in the debris. Now we know that life will change. Kashikoi and the others sang as he fired at Shigaraki. The light blue laser. Bullet flew toward him. Field distortion damaged. What? Kashikoi thought as he noticed Kurogiri on the ground destroying the disc that held back his quirk. Kurogiri then created portals to save himself, Spinner, Compress, Twice, Toga, Dabi, and Shigaraki, who soon disappeared into the dark mist. It. Jack swore, slamming his bat against a tree, splintering it. Sigh, we were careless and forgot about him, Kashikoi said as he demodded the gun and tucked it away, reverting his holograms back to his computer. Well, that was quite a night. Yawn, but I'm dead tired, Sora said as he and Chibi rubbed their eyes and yawned. Well, as long as everyone is safe, I'd call it a success, Hazama said as Izuku picked up Chibi and smiled. Let's head back to camp, Izuku said as he looked ahead and paused. The personas all stopped, noticing the astonished faces of their classmates. And Midoriya? Ida stammered as they exchanged glances. Yes, Ida, they replied in perfect sync, surprised. But one floating pair of clothes approached them. Shock was evident on her face, though only they could see it, while everyone else was curious about her actions. To Izuku and the others, she looked at them from left to right. Kashi. Yeah. Sora. Hey there. Jack. Permission to give that annoying guy a piece of my mind tomorrow? Hazama. It's me, all right. Izuku. Why is Toru? Chibi. Hey Toru-chan, Chibi said sleepily. She froze, realizing she wasn't dreaming. They were real. They had become real. It's really you guys. You're all together again and in person. Toru squealed in delight as she pulled her boyfriends into a tight bear hug, causing red faces and a bit of discomfort as she squeezed the air out of them. See, can you let go, please? Izuku asked, but she shook her head no. Hell no. You had me worried when we split off. Now you made me even more anxious when you suddenly came out to fight those villains, she said, dragging the personas and Izuku by the back of their collars. See, can we explain it before you drag us like this? It's so embarrassing, Jack said, hiding his face with his hood to avoid the stares. No. Not until morning. Right now, you all owe me snuggles. Toru insisted, and they couldn't help but sigh, realizing it was best to never make their girlfriend worry. Otherwise, she became a force of nature, leaving Jack stuttering and nervous. Toru, Mina began as she and the other students sat at the campsite tables. Everyone was seated and looking at her as she was still in her pajamas and sounded half awake. Yeah, she replied, rubbing her eyes. Could you guys explain this? Mina asked, gesturing toward the scene. Currently, Toru was snuggled on Izuku's lap, who was smiling awkwardly. Next to him was another Midoriya, wearing glasses and drinking coffee while looking at his computer. Another Midoriya was cooking breakfast, and a Midoriya in sweats, a baggy shirt, and a bandana over his head lightly played his guitar. The last Midoriya was playing with Kuda at the ping-pong table in the other room, where they could see them. I do believe it's quite obvious, Miss Ishido. As she's told you more than once, we're Izuku Midoriya's personas. Here, too, some pancakes should get you started. Hazama, who some referred to as Prince, said as he stacked a plate with warm, steaming pancakes topped with a slice of melted butter and syrup. Her stomach growled, and she wasted no time diving into her breakfast. Izuku, here's yours along with some bacon. Thank you, Hazama. Sora, your hash brown bacon and cheese omelet will be done momentarily. Sora, your slice of lemon loaf cake. Chibi, Kuda, I have pancakes ready. Hazama called as he set 2 more plates for the kids, who ran into the dining area, awestruck by their breakfast. The other Midoriyas found it cute and chuckled at their childish nature. By the way, is Jack still asleep? Sora asked, noticing the absence of screaming or attempts to confront Bakugo that morning. Well, that explains the quiet, Kashikoi said, taking a bite of his lemon cake loaf. How are there 6 of these guys? And time passed. Crispy, Izuku said as he bit into his bacon, everyone continuing their breakfast prepared by Hazama. The others felt a bit envious. Deku, you need to tell me how this is happening, or what's all the fuss about? Another voice roared as he walked into the room. Wearing nothing but red athletic shorts with black leggings underneath, a black muscle shirt, and shades, he had a slightly disheveled appearance. It's 9 in the morning. Can't a guy get some sleep without hearing this annoying noise from my boyfriend's friend? Jack, good morning. Which do you prefer, bacon or sausage? Hazama asked as the other Midoriyas greeted him, while the students held back Bakugo, whose eyes were blazing with anger. Morning, Haz. I'll take some bacon and links with grits. I'm starving, Jack replied as he sat down next to Chibi and waited for his meal. What's up with him? Jack asked, glancing at Toru and Midoriya, gesturing to the rest of the students and teachers. They kind of want to know why there are 6 of me, Izuku explained, feeding Toru another slice of pancakes. I just wanted to enjoy breakfast with my boyfriends, but they surprised me with this, Toru said, sipping some freshly squeezed orange juice provided by Hazama. Oh, that reminds me. Boyfriends? Ochako and Mina exclaimed, hugging Izuku tighter and nodding in approval. How did this guy end up with a girlfriend? Bakugo growled, earning glares from all the Midoriyas. Guys, don't bother. Hazama, can you delay my breakfast by a minute? Jack said, standing up and walking toward Bakugo. I'm going to take you down. Bakugo screamed, dropping to his knees, holding his hands over his injured pride. Say that again, Jack growled, and Bakugo looked up, furious. I'm going to. Wrong answer. This continued for a moment, with the girls cringing and covering their eyes at Bakugo's predicament. The guys watched in horror, half closing their eyes as they protected themselves in fear. Once it was over, Jack adjusted his glasses and returned to his seat as Hazama served their breakfast. Thanks, Haz. No problem. Now, to actually answer your questions. Hazama said, drawing everyone's attention for some answers. You should thank Bakugo on the floor. If it weren't for him, I doubt we'd be here, existing as personas, if you will, Hazama explained, biting into his cinnamon toast. What do you mean? What did Bakugo do? Ida asked, curiosity growing among the group. Other than being a JRK, he partially bullied Izuku. He never really fit in as a kid and didn't make many friends around the age of 3 or 4. That led to us becoming his imaginary friends, Kashikoi continued. But around 4 is when quirks show up, and with a developing multiple personality quirk mutation, well, it got us. Something like a quirk and multiple personality disorder, but not considered a quirk. So, the doctors called us personas, Sora added, eager to join the explanation. But that also means I have more than one quirk in my personalities. It didn't just mutate into my personas, it gave them their own quirks, Izuku explained as Jack and the others demonstrated a bit of their powers. Wow, it's like you have 6 quirks at once. Yeah, we're pretty awesome. But we can get tired if we overuse this persona thing, Chibi said, puffing his cheeks as he drank his milk, leaving a small milk mustache on his face. We all represent something of Izuku. I'm his anger and rage that he's kept hidden. Thanks to Bakugo for that, Jack said. Fine. You, Bakugo muttered. Gross, no way, Jack replied as the others introduced themselves. I am Izuku's aspiration and appreciation for culinary arts and service, Hazama said with a wink, causing many of the girls to blush. Though my heart serves only Toru, he added, making her blush and hide her face against Izuku's chest. I'm sort of Izuku's lazy yet musical side. Though Jack, you slept more than I did today. Weird, Sora said, resting his chin on his hands. Oh, me next. I'm Chibi, or if you separate us, Chibidoriya. I'm his pure innocence and childlike nature. Nice to meet you all, Chibi said, radiating a golden aura that captivated the class. How is it possible to have this golden sun child? Can I hug him? He's too cute. I want to pinch his cheeks. The class erupted as Toru grabbed Chibi, placing him in her lap and wrapping her arms around him. No way. Get your own cute boyfriend. Toru, come on. Share. Never. Toru declared, holding Chibi tighter, making him laugh as the class watched. Guess that leaves me then. I'm Izuku's intelligent side, or more like the side of him that's smarter than he lets on, Kashikoi said, looking up from his laptop with a small smile. And we're all the personas of Izuku Midoriya, they said in unison, surprising everyone with how closely they resembled sextuplets. Oh, and about us dating. We got to know each other when you girls set up Toru for that spy on me mission. Thanks for that, by the way, Izuku said as Toru took his hands and placed them on her head. What? It was then, the girls exclaimed in shock and despair, realizing it was their fault that Izuku now belonged to Toru. Thanks for hooking me up with him. Toru smirked in triumph as her boyfriends embraced her in a group hug. So lame, Bakugo muttered as he struggled to get up. Don't ruin my moment, Jack said, kicking Bakugo lightly, causing him to groan. Where is Aizawa hiding? Jack, if you're going to get revenge. Count me in too, Kashikoi said, adjusting his glasses with a mischievous glint as Jack mimicked him. Hazama, we leave home today, right? Toru asked, picking up the plates and placing them in the sink. Yes, we do. It's 9:45 a.m., and we depart at 12 p.m. Hopefully, we'll have our teachers still alive by then, Toru said, watching Aizawa attempt to escape Jack and Kashikoi's playful wrath as they laughed. Things are going to be hectic until we figure out how long your bodies will last, won't they? She asked Izuku, who sighed. Yup, though now I'm kind of scared to go back home. Toru pondered his remark. But you promised you owe me a date. So that's something to look forward to. She smirked and poked his chest in amusement, earning a chuckle from him. Yeah, I know that. But how am I going to explain that these guys are here instead of just in my head to my overly cautious and eccentric mother? Izuku said, pondering the situation. Meh, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But aren't you more nervous? Toru asked, glancing at him. Nervous? About what? He replied, confused. Introducing your girlfriend to your mother? She smirked, though only he and his personas could see it. The color drained from his face at the thought, and he felt a wave of unease wash over him. You vixen, Hazama whispered, sharing Izuku's anxiety, while Sora stiffened at the idea. Meanwhile, the others were either playing or chasing Aizawa, oblivious to the conversation, all secretly thinking about how mischievous their girlfriend could be. I'm not liking this, Sora said as he walked down the streets of Mizudafu, scratching his head in annoyance and doubt. Well, it's the best idea we have so far. Better than any of Jack's smart remarks or plans, Kashikoi replied, pressing the button for the crosswalk as they waited. Well, how did you expect to explain it without giving her a heart attack? Jack exclaimed, shoving his hands into his jacket and grumbling about wise guys and muttering under his breath. Hey Hazama? Do you think she'll be surprised? Chibi asked, tugging on Hazama's vest with his little hands. Oh, I suppose so. But I still worry about the more shocking news, Hazama said, running his hands through his hair and tapping his hat. You guys, she's our mom. She'll take it. She raised us while Dad was working, Izuku reassured them as the light turned green and they walked together. Yeah, you're right. I suppose so, they replied as they continued down the block toward their neighborhood. You guys really think highly of your mom, Hagakure said, wrapping her arms around all of them as best as she could, attempting to hug 6 people at once. Toru, babe. Really? Hee hee. Stop please. It's so embarrassing. Can't breathe. Push his glasses up. The Midoriyas whined in embarrassment at their girlfriend's playful antics as she giggled and hopped onto Izuku's back for a piggyback ride. Now, onward to home, she cheered, pointing forward as some laughed and Izuku adjusted his hold on her. Kashi, Chibi said as Kashi looked down to see 2 outstretched arms toward him. Really? He asked, receiving only the waving of those arms in response. Fine, Kashi said with a smile as he gave Chibi a piggyback ride on his shoulders. Hearing a snap sound, they saw Toru holding her phone, aiming it at Kashi and Chibi. Definitely going to show your mother that picture, she said, and they grumbled at her embarrassing antics. Well, we're home, Izuku announced as he squatted down to let Toru off his back. They stood in front of a fairly average apartment complex and began heading for the elevator. Oh, and Toru, our mom can be a bit emotional, concerning, eccentric, loving, shy, I guess. The others chimed in, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at their opinions. Well, eccentric fits, he said as the elevator dinged at the 3rd floor. They got off and headed for the far left apartment, just before reaching the stairs. The Midoriya boys felt nervous as Izuku placed his hands on the doorknob, swallowing hard and feeling a bit of sweat form on their foreheads. All right, Izuku said, turning the knob and opening the door. Mom, we're home, he called out as footsteps approached from the kitchen. Welcome back, Izuku. A woman in her mid-20s with green hair and black highlights appeared in the hallway, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at the door. The others stepped in, waving and feeling a bit embarrassed. Izuku? She asked as he nodded. Along with. Izuku began as the others introduced themselves. Kashikoi. Hazama. Chibi. Sora yo. Hey mom, they said, and after a brief pause she squealed, my babies. Inko Midoriya grabbed all of them by their shirts and pulled them into a warm embrace. I finally get to see my baby boys' other selves. And now I'm a mother to 6 wonderful boys, she cooed, lifting them off the ground and spinning around, still hugging them. How is she even capable of hugging all of us? Jack exclaimed as she squeezed tighter. Never underestimate the power and strength a mother has, Jack, Kashi said, struggling to breathe. Don't forget the strength a woman generally has, Hazama added, laughing a bit through the discomfort. I can't feel my arms, is that normal? I'm being squished. Mom, please let us down, Chibi needs air. Oh, sorry. I'm just so happy right now, she said, gently releasing them. They breathed in relief and rubbed their sides to soothe the pain. Wow, she can hug all of you at once. Please teach me, Mrs. Midoriya. Toru said, and Inko noticed a pair of invisible clothes bowing at her. Izuku, who is she? She asked, recognizing Turu's voice. Turu. Your quirk, Kashi pointed out as she looked down and realized her invisibility. Oops, still getting used to controlling it, she admitted, focusing her energy until she became tangible, revealing her familiar black hair with pink highlights and a cute face. Mom, this is Toru Hagakure. Tis. Girlfriend, Jack said, pulling his hood over his reddened face and looking away. She has met us before, and well, we started dating, Izuku added, his face also flushed, as were all the older Midoriyas, except for Chibi. My baby boys are becoming men. They shouted in embarrassment as their mother laughed at their teasing. Well, I know they're in the right hands. I'm Inko Midoriya. I'm their mother, she introduced herself to Toru, who looked shocked. Their mom? You look so young to be their mother. Well, I guess that explains why his face is cute. Toru, not you too. Izuku whined as Inko laughed at her comment. Yes, I am their mother. And I see you enjoy teasing my son, or rather sons, as much as possible, Inko said, puffing her chest out with a smile. Yup, it's just too easy and cute. The two women laughed while the boys groaned at the familiar teasing from their mother and now their girlfriend. Should have known this would happen, Sora muttered as they all moved into the living and dining rooms. Well, it's our mom. Would you have her any other way? Kashikoi replied, glancing at the two girls chatting like old friends. Faye. Guess not, Jack said, leaning back against the couch and crossing his feet. Who wants a snack? Hazama called out as he and Izuku donned aprons and headed into the kitchen. Hazama, Izuku, I want cake. Inko chimed in. Toru noticed them preparing snacks and exclaimed, Oh, I want cake too. I swear his cooking is like heaven. Right? You are one very lucky woman to have my son. Ma, stop embarrassing us. Give me cookies too. I'll just eat whatever you make. Jack, Sora, and Kashikoi chimed in, with Kashikoi now reading a book while Chibi played a board game with Sora, and Jack dozed off on the couch. The evening passed pleasantly as Toru and Inko bonded well, with Inko sharing baby photos that made the boys squirm. Well, I should probably head home now. It's nice getting to know you, Mrs. Midoriya, Toru said, standing up and bowing slightly to the older woman. Do come visit whenever you have time. And do tease my son more, Inko replied, eliciting groans from the boys as Toru turned to leave. Oh, I almost forgot. Toru turned back, running up to the boys and giving each of them a quick peck on the cheek before heading for the door. All of them, except the sleeping Chibi on the couch, blushed, especially when she lingered a moment longer with Izuku. Don't forget, Izuku, you owe me a date, she called out with a playful sway in her step as she left the apartment, leaving 5 stunned boys in her wake. Inko turned to her sons, standing up with a smile. I want lots of grandchildren. I'm awake, Chibi exclaimed, tumbling off the couch as the others blushed at the thought of kids with Toru. Chapter end. All, Persona and Jack, heck yeah. We get our own bodies in the series. Chibi, Kashikoi, I'm surprised we have another canned. Fans don't ask questions too often. Sora, meh, they want to read, not ask. Though we could be in trouble. Izuku, why? Now that people are requesting the author more for his other story, BNHA plus 18 one-shot series, we're losing to that in popularity and views. Jack and Chibi, Jack, just when I get my own hot body, the fans want to see Izuku dating other women in anime. Sobs dramatically and hits the floor. Hazama, I'm afraid if we don't get more views soon, many women would be saddened to see me leave and be forgotten. Sora, oh wait. We have one question everyone wants to know. Question, hey author, can you draw or give us some pictures of how the personas look? Kashikoi, right? We never did show them our looks. Jack, be advised, many women and yaoi fangirls beware of the hotness that is us. Persona's looks. Sora's appearance. Kashikoi's appearance. Combine the hair with the appearance. Underneath. Hazama's appearance. Ladies, ask him whatever you wish him to do for you. Jack's appearance. Think of Izuku's green hair combined with the top pick and the bottom for his coat and style. Chibi's appearance. Adorable as ever. Izuku. Yeah, that's pretty much how they look. Jack. Posing you ladies want any of this? Kashikoi, I think they prefer Hazama. Jack, get lost. Sora, well, we don't really have any more questions now, huh? Hazama, I suppose we don't. Well then, Chibi, take us away. Chibi, all right ahem. All, Persona can I. Chapter end. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep. Shut the hell up. Jack shouted, slamming his fist on the edge of the desk, causing it to splinter into pieces. Yon, that's one way to wake up in the morning. Hey Chibi. Come on, time to get ready. Sora nudged Chibi on the shoulder to wake him up. However, Chibi slapped his hand away, growling as he pulled the covers over himself. It didn't hurt Sora, but it was a clear message. No, too early, Chibi mumbled in his sleep, rolling to the side of the bed, which woke up Izuku. He opened his eyes to see Sora and Jack brushing their teeth in the bathroom, while Kashikoi prepared a bag for himself and Chibi. Better get ready, Izuku. We don't want to be late for class, do we? Also, it's around 7 o'clock before Jack broke the clock. Kashikoi said as Izuku nodded and rubbed his eyes. Where's Hazama? Making breakfast and bentos for us? Izuku asked, putting on his UA uniform shirt and pants. Yeah, he actually went to the market earlier to get fresher produce for Mom and groceries this week, Kashikoi replied, putting on a white button-up shirt and UA uniform pants, tailored to his style. He wore a loose blue tie around the collar and black and white sneakers, along with a dark blue tracksuit over his shirt, rolling up his sleeves to his elbows. Well, I'm all set, Kashikoi said as Izuku buttoned up his blazer and looked at him. Not bad, but I'm guessing the others will start wanting answers, Izuku remarked, both knowing that was a definite possibility. The others can deal with it if they ask. They were annoying enough at camp. Any more questions and my foot will be up their backsides, Jack called from the bathroom as Sora emerged with his bandana tied around his head, his uniform shirt a bit messy and wrinkled. His tie hung loosely around his neck, and he hadn't bothered to tuck in his shirt, just like Kashikoi. His pants were slim but tucked into his usual black boots. He yawned and moved to the bed, pulling Chibi from the covers. Come on, Chibi, time for school? Hey Izuku, can you help me dress Chibi? Sora asked, and Izuku nodded. Together, they helped Chibi into a neat white button-up shirt and a small tie around his neck. He wore a blazer similar to Izuku's, just smaller, wrapped around his waist over his tiny black pants and red shoes. I wanna sleep. Zzz, Chibi mumbled sleepily as he fell asleep on Sora's shoulder. Well, how do I look, guys? Think I'll turn some heads? Jack said as he emerged from the restroom. He adjusted his black glasses, wearing dark blue slim jeans and black-red high tops. His button-up shirt was partially open, revealing a hint of his chest, topped with his usual black jacket with a bit of fur. I think you might actually catch some attention, especially if Hazama isn't around, Kashikoi remarked just as Hazama appeared at the door, dressed in a black vest and tie over a white shirt, fitted black slacks, and formal black and white shoes. Morning, everyone. We better hurry to school before it gets late. I made crepes for breakfast, Hazama said, beaming at the others. Thanks, Hazama, Izuku replied as the boys grabbed their belongings and headed out of their room. You boys be careful now. Look out for each other at school, okay? Inko said, giving her kids a concerned look before they left the house. Okay, Mom. And make sure to keep an eye on Chibi and Jack. Got it. Mom, Jack exclaimed, blushing and face-palming at her teasing. And say hi to Turchan too, Mom. All the boys blushed at her playful remarks as they made their way to the station. I'm not sure who's worse when it comes to embarrassing us, Mom or Turu, Sora said as they walked to the station. No, what's worse is when both of them tease us in public, Kashikoi added, taking a bite of his crepe while reading his book. Though I find it odd, Hazama said, drawing their attention. We were once part of Izuku's mind, and now we're going to school, even though we're practically smarter than the other students. They shared a laugh at that. I guess that's true. But sadly, we can't just skip our school years and jump into the world yet, Izuku said, and they all nodded in agreement. I really wish we had a bit more time off from school. After all that craziness at camp, we're back to school the next day, Jack said as their train arrived, and they boarded it, managing to grab a seat and wait for their stop. Munch munch. Yeah, I want more time off too, Chibi said, still half asleep while munching on his crepe. I suppose we can stop somewhere after school to kill some time. Maybe an arcade? We can see who wins at Jinta Kart, Kashikoi suggested, adjusting his glasses with a glint of excitement. Oh, you think I'm going to lose? Jack replied, smirking at Kashikoi. Forget it, none of you will beat me at Dance Dance Revolution, Sora chimed in, opening his eyes with a confident grin. I beg to differ. But if it were a fighting game, Izuku and I will take you all down. Chibi finished, igniting their competitive spirit. Personally, I'm more fortunate in games of chance, Hazama added, fueling the friendly rivalry. Preposterous. I can calculate the odds of any game. Kashikoi declared, and their eyes met, all smirking and playfully glaring at each other. So it's agreed. Round 1, or should we hit up Sony Arcade? Izuku asked, and they smiled as they got up from their seats. Round 1. They all exclaimed as the train finally stopped at their destination. They made their way off the platform and outside, spotting UA in the distance. They noticed other students from school heading in as well, and they could feel the curious and impressed looks from their classmates. Guess we're going to be the talk of the school for a while? Sora stated as they walked down the halls toward their class. Yup, but hey, even some attractive upperclassmen were checking us out, Jack said, resting his hands behind his head with a wide grin. Your delusions are one of life's mysteries, Jack. Kashikoi replied, elbowing him lightly. Shut up, I didn't hear you complaining when a cute girl was checking you out, Jack shot back, causing Kashikoi to blush and look away. I see red, shut up. Well, guys, we're here, Izuku announced as they stood between classes 1A and 1B. So, who's going into which class? Sora asked, and the others pondered. It should be 3 in each class to minimize disruption, Hazama suggested, stepping a bit to the right side of the hallway. Therefore, he placed his hands on Kashikoi's and Jack's shoulders. The 3 of us will be attending class 1B. What? Kashikoi and Jack exclaimed in surprise at Hazama's decision. I agree with him. Me too, Izuku and Sora added, while Jack and Kashikoi looked at them with mock tears in their eyes. Traitors! Izuku chuckled, scratching his cheek. Jack would probably end up in a fight with Kakin and Mineta, or anyone who annoys him. No comment. Jack said, frozen at Izuku's words. And Kashikoi would be frustrated with Aizawa's teaching methods. I reserve my right to remain silent on that remark and counter with one of Jack's lines. Forget you, Kashikoi retorted, making Hazama laugh lightly. Hazama is right about this choice. 1. Monoma will likely be the only person Jack will clash with, limiting any chaos. And Kashikoi actually appreciates Blood King's teaching methods strict but fair, Izuku explained, and Sora and Hazama nodded in agreement. Besides, he'll keep you 2 in line since you both tend to team up for revenge. Then it's settled. Come on, you two. Let's meet our new classmates properly, Hazama said, lifting them off the ground as he walked toward Class 1B's door. Hey. I can walk, Hazama. Put me down, or so help me, I'll kick that smile off your face. Kashikoi and Jack shouted as they struggled to escape Hazama's grip. Smart move, Izuku. Tell me, did you and Hazama plan that? Sora asked, adjusting his hold on Chibi, who was now perched on his shoulders. Well, somewhat. It was either him in charge with Jack and Kashi, or the 3 of you in a class, Izuku replied as they approached the door to Class 1A. Well, knowing Sora, he would have just fallen asleep, Chibi remarked, looking down at them as they shared a chuckle. I can't deny that would happen. Unlike those 2, Sora added as he opened the door to the classroom, feeling the gaze of their classmates and friends upon them. Hey everyone. Cheers. Sora called, raising an arm in greeting. Cheers. Chibi echoed, mimicking Sora with a smile. Cheers. Izuku chimed in as they made their way to Izuku's seat. Oh right, we need at least another, Izuku began, but the door swung open, revealing Hazama, still carrying Kashi and Jack under his arm. Izuku, sorry, we sort of forgot we needed a desk too. So, I brought you guys an extra one, Hazama said, walking into class with an extra desk and chair in one hand, while Kashi and Jack continued to squirm. Seriously, Hazama, how do you have such a strong grip? I will get you for this, Haz. Do you hear me? Unbeknownst to them, someone was charging toward them. You guys? They recognized the voice but couldn't brace themselves for the full-on tackle that followed as they were dogpiled on the floor. The one on top was Toru, floating in her uniform. You guys are actually here. I'm so happy and excited. Toru exclaimed as she was lifted off them, and they scrambled to their feet. Yeah. Well, Mom and Izuku thought since we're technically him, we should go to school just like him, Jack said, shoving his hands into his pockets and stretching a bit now that he and Kashi were free from Hazama's hold. By the way, she says hello, Hazama added, dusting off his clothes and tipping his hat back. Ah, she's so sweet for you boys, Toru said, patting Chibi's head. All of them blushed at being called good boys and for listening to their mom. All right, everyone, classes, Aizawa said as he entered, pausing at the sight before him. The Midoriyas looked at him calmly, and no one dared make the first move. You cock-blocking son of a. Kashikoi and Jack shouted, summoning their weapons. Jack's was a sleek black katana with red wrapping, while Kashikoi wielded 2 pistols. Apologies, Aizawa. We'll be on our way to class. Come now, you two, Hazama said, grabbing them by their collars and leading them to the next class. Hazama. Let me go. That's it. When I'm done with that cock-blocking son of a, I'm gonna get you, they yelled as the class was left dumbfounded by the Midoriya's actions. Something tells me things are going to be even more lively in school, Izuku said as he and Sora settled at their desks, Sora sharing his with Chibi. Izuku, Sora said, pointing at Aizawa, who was still frozen by the door. Even his sleeping bag had fallen off, and he hadn't moved. Do you think we broke him? Yeah. Definitely broken. Broken. Well, today was a pretty satisfying day, Kashikoi said as the 6 of them walked down the halls, a smile on his face. You're only saying that because we finally broke Aizawa, Sora replied, yawning and rubbing his eyes. Yes, I won't deny that. And I'm even happier that Chibi got a picture of his face, Kashikoi said, making Chibi laugh. Hell, even I agree, school life isn't as bad as I thought, Jack said, resting his arms behind his head as they passed the UA gates. You even behaved adequately in class, with only minor regard for Monoma's discomfort, Hazama remarked, walking alongside Izuku. Wow, Jack, I'm impressed. Only beating up one student, Izuku said as Jack shrugged. Meh. I was in a good mood with the words, Aizawa, and, finally broken. Anyway, let's grab a snack at the market on the way home, Jack suggested as they headed to the station and boarded the train. Sweet, I'm up for some chips. I want some coffee jelly. Maybe some tea would be nice, the others chimed in, contemplating what to buy from the market or convenience store on the way home. Meanwhile, we find our hero's mother at the market. I wonder what they'll want for dinner tonight, Inko mused as she wandered the aisles, picking up groceries and ingredients for dinner. Inko! A familiar voice called, and she turned to see a blonde woman in her early to mid-20s approaching. Ah, Mitsuki. Hello. Picking up for dinner? She asked as Mitsuki smiled. Yeah, though I'm tempted to just grill a shoe for Katsuki. He's been acting like a handful lately, she said, making Inko laugh a bit and sweat drop at her. Friend's comment. But never mind my brat, Mitsuki added, leaning in conspiratorially. Is it true Aizu-chan has a girlfriend now? Some of the other moms are dying to get the scoop, Mitsuki whispered, glancing around to ensure the other moms weren't listening. Inko paused, smiling at her friend. Yup, my little babies are growing up, Inko replied, and moments later, she found herself surrounded by the other mothers from the neighborhood. Your son finally has a girl? Are you hoping to become a grandmother soon? I wish my son would bring a girl home, they exclaimed, and Inko laughed. Wait, Inko, did you say babies? Mitsuki asked, her eyes widening as she and the other mothers looked at her. Oh. There may have been something I've hidden for a few years now, Inko admitted, slightly embarrassed to let it slip. Inko, what have you been hiding from your best friend in the, hey, mom? 6 voices called out, causing the mothers to turn around in shock. Mitsuki had to close her eyes and rub them, even pinching herself to see if she was dreaming or hallucinating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. No, it can't be, she thought, staring at the sight before her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Izu-chan. Izu-chan's? Hey, Aunt Mitsuki, they all exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide in surprise. Oh, hello boys. What brings you here? I was just picking up a few things for dinner tonight, Inko said casually, as if the obvious was lost on her. Nothing much really. Just looking for some snacks for later, Hazama replied, a cheerful chibi appearing on his shoulder with a bright smile. Yeah, we're gonna get some snacks. All right then, just make sure you eat everything on your plates tonight, Inko reminded them, still wanting her boys to enjoy their meals. Sure, do you need help with shopping? Izuku asked, but Inko waved her hand dismissively. No, it's fine. You boys get home safe now. And remember to finish your homework once you're done buying your snacks, alright? Yes, Mom, they chorused as they walked past a crowd of mothers and headed down the aisles. You have 6 kids? The other mothers gasped, clearly astonished. Inko was known to have only Izuku, and after 16 years, she still looked like she was in her early 20s. But 6 kids and still looking so young. What's your secret to handling them all? How do you raise 6 boys all by yourself? What is your secret to having so many kids and looking like you're 20? Jealous mothers were eager for answers. Well, they actually make things easier. They always offer to help around the house and clean up. They're so sweet and helpful to me. And as for the looking young tip, it's a secret, Inko said with a wink, placing a finger to her lips as the other mothers groaned in response. Well, I should finish up shopping. See you, Mitsuki, Inko said, locking eyes with her friend, signaling that she would share more later. After purchasing her ingredients, she headed back home. Inkin, she turned to see Mitsuki approaching with her groceries and a playful smirk. Well, are you ready to hear the truth? Like you could ever keep something hidden from me, Mitsuki replied as they began walking home. So, what on earth caused there to be more Izu-chans? And why are they all so innocent, charming, and similar to Izu-chan in character? Mitsuki asked as they stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light. Well, remember Izuku's other friends back then? Inko said, referencing his multiple personality disorder as Mitsuki nodded, fully aware since she was his godmother. Well, it kind of turned into a quirk of his sort of. It's like his personalities have their own quirks too. Wow. That explains the similarities, but how did they come to be? Mitsuki asked as the light turned, and they crossed the street. An incident happened with a villain trying to clone him. Apparently, there was a mishap in the process. And now I have 6 charming boys with me, Inko gushed, leaving Mitsuki momentarily speechless. I'm surprised at how well you're handling this, and the fact that you can practically call yourself a mother of 6 and still attract guys, Mitsuki said, chuckling. True, but if people ask, the boys came up with a story for why they haven't seen my whole family, Inko said, and Mitsuki was intrigued. Interesting. Let me hear it. Well, Hazama is attending a private culinary school to become a chef and hopes to run a small diner. Kashikoi is at the University of Tokyo on an academic scholarship. Sora is studying music abroad to learn more about various types of music, Inko listed as they walked, and Mitsuki was in awe at how realistic it all sounded. If she hadn't told me about Izu-chan's condition when we were younger, I would have believed every word she's saying now. Kotaro, the youngest, they call him Chibi, has to live with my parents because he has health issues, and the countryside helps him with that. And Jack works as a bouncer in Kyoto to help support us, Inko concluded as they unknowingly approached her house. Wow. I have no words for how elaborate and convincing that all seems, Mitsuki said, stopping to look at Inko. Yeah, and sorry about Jack, he's kind of the reason Katsuki looks a bit rough around the edges lately. That was him? I want to hug him now, she exclaimed, causing Inko to sweat drop at her friend's enthusiasm. Well, I'll try to have the boys keep an eye on Jack, Inko said as she opened the door. Welcome home, Mom. Hi, Aunt Mitsuki. They all greeted in unison, scattered around the house. Chibi and Sora were napping on the couch, Jack was watching television, and Kashikoi was reading at the dining table with tea beside him. Hazama and Izuku were wearing aprons, prepping the kitchen for dinner. "See, they're so helpful," Inko said, and Mitsuki placed her hands on Inko's shoulders. "Inko, please let me have one of your sons as my own," Mitsuki pleaded, and Inko laughed. "Sorry, Mitsuki, but I'm never letting my babies go." "Mom," they exclaimed, embarrassed. Sometimes I wish Katsuki had been a girl. Maybe he wouldn't be such a handful and I could have one of your kids as my son-in-law," Mitsuki said, genuinely wanting a son like Izuku. "Sorry, Aunt Mitsuki, but we have one special girl in our lives, and that is our girlfriend," Jack said from his spot on the floor. Mitsuki then looked at Inko with concern. "Does their girlfriend? She knows and she's perfect for. I can already tell they'll give me so many adorable grandchildren." "Please don't say such things. I'm still too young to be a dad," Izuku exclaimed, his face turning as red as the tomato he was cutting. "Izu-chan, let me name some of your kids too. And give Inko-chan here lots. I want to smother them too. I'd say 10 should be enough. Right, Inko-chan?" "10, Mitsuki? I think that's a little low. Maybe 15 should be fine," Inko said, both of them laughing at the boys' reddened faces. "Mom! Auntie!" they shouted in embarrassment as both mothers enjoyed the playful torment of their children. "Izuku," Toru called out from behind him, her presence invisible to everyone else but undeniably beautiful in Izuku's eyes. "Why, he replied, pausing his packing to turn and face her. Sora and Chibi were in the next class over, helping Hazama and Kashikoi deal with Jack's antics, which had escalated to a near disaster involving Monoma. "Hey, when are you going to take me out?" Toru pouted, her expression hidden from the others due to her quirk. But Izuku could sense her disappointment. "All right. Well, how about today?" The rest of the Midoriya sextuplets burst through the door, grinning widely. "Ha!" Toru and Izuku exclaimed in unison, surprised by their sudden entrance. "Yeah, how about tonight?" Sora suggested, throwing an arm around Izuku's neck. "Truth be told, he never got around to it because of us," Kashikoi added, adjusting his glasses. "So why not go tonight? We'll set everything up for you both." Chibi chimed in, his excitement evident as sparkles seemed to dance in his eyes. "Well, I suppose tonight could work. How does that sound, Toru?" Izuku asked, feeling a light peck on his cheek that made him blush. That's perfect. I'll swing by your place at 6. See you then," Toru exclaimed, grabbing her bag and dashing out of UA. "She sure can run," Sora remarked, watching the dust trail she left behind. "Lucky guy. Getting a date when he used to struggle just to talk to one," Mineta and Kaminari muttered under their breaths, observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, they felt a cold grip on their shoulders, as if the air had frozen around them. "Do you want to see the gates of hell?" They turned to find glowing red eyes staring back at them from the shadows, a sinister grin revealing sharp teeth. "Aha! SHSH Shinigami!" Mineta and Kaminari screamed, clinging to each other in terror. PFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF Chibi laughed uncontrollably on the floor, tears streaming down his face. "You two really are scaredy cats," Kashikoi teased, snapping a picture of the terrified duo. "Like you could handle something that frightening," they retorted, pointing at Jack. "We live with him every day," Hazama said, holding up his phone, still recording. Mineta and Kaminari paled at the thought of that being their daily reality. They turned back to Jack, who was grinning at them from behind his glasses. "Boo! Ah!" They screamed again, bolting out of the classroom. "Such cowards," Jack remarked, accepting a handkerchief from Hazama. "Thanks." "You're welcome, though I doubt it will help with that face of yours," Hazama shot back, using his butterfly knives to block Jack's scythe. "Friggin' smart aleck." "The girls have been saying I have a nice figure," Jack replied with a smirk. Guys, I think we have more important matters to attend to," Kashikoi said, slinging his messenger bag over his shoulder as he stood up with Izuku. "Right now, we need to plan the date. I was thinking maybe Bakano's restaurant for you too, he suggested as he and Izuku headed for the door. "Wait for us," the others called out, scrambling to grab their belongings and follow. "Hey, wanna see how their date turns out?" Mina proposed with a sly smile, earning confused looks from the others. "I don't think it's wise to meddle in our classmates' personal affairs," Ida stated firmly, but Mina pouted in response. "Come on, Ida. Don't you want to see Toru without her quirk? Plus, this could be a bonding experience for the class." "I'll join you," Ida said, now fully on board. Hook, line and sinker, Mina thought, grinning to herself. "Sure, I'm in." "Same. I'll go too." "I'll accompany you as well," Siro, Kirishima, Ochako, and Momo chimed in, and Mina's grin widened. "If it means ruining the nerd's date, then I'm in," Bakugo growled, plotting his revenge against Jack. "We're in," Mineta and Kaminari declared, now scheming against Izuku. "Since I want to live, I'll pass." "Agreed," Jairu, Shuji, and Todoroki said as the rest of the group left for home, leaving Mina and the others preparing for their stakeout. Meanwhile, Toru happily skipped home, eager to get to her room and finish her homework. If she was going on a date, she didn't want to be burdened with schoolwork. I wonder where he's going to take me tonight," she mused while tackling the assignments Aizawa and her other teachers had given her. "I hope it's nice. Nothing too extravagant, but still romantic." Her thoughts drifted back to that perfect night by the lake when they had officially asked each other to date. It would have been perfect if not for Aizawa-sensei. Toru's mood soured as she recalled his smug face. "You meant it, Aizawa-sensei. You practically ruined my first kiss," she fumed, furiously flipping through her homework, smoke rising from her papers as she worked through the assignments. "Tune, are you okay?" a voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see a man in his early 30s with dark red hair and brown eyes standing in her doorway, dressed in a white button-up shirt, black tie, and pants. "Oh hey Dad." "Why yeah, I'm fine," Toru replied, recognizing her father, Hanzo Hagakure. "Hey sweetie. Why is your pencil on fire?" he asked, glancing at the smoldering writing utensil. Just then, another figure appeared beside him, a woman in her late 20s with shiny black hair and dark gray eyes, smiling warmly. This was Toru's mother, Tachibana Hagakure. "Wah!" Toru exclaimed, quickly extinguishing the flames with a puff of breath. "Oh, could it be that you're planning for your date?" her mother teased, hiding a smirk behind her hand. "D-date," Hanzo said, gripping the door frame as cracks began to form. How do you know about that, Mom?" "So it's true," Hanzo exclaimed, gripping the door frame tightly as a small piece crumbled away. "Of course I would know. I'm your mother. And dear, you really should be paying attention. She's been talking about this boy for the past 3 months. Tachibana scolded her husband for not listening. This is going to be your first real date, right? Unlike that one time when your teacher ruined your first kiss." She placed her hands on her daughter's shoulders and smiled. "Her first kiss? I'll have a word with this boy for even thinking about taking my daughter's first time," Hanzo declared, starting to punch the walls, using his quirk, intangibility, to avoid causing any damage. "No. Sorry. But I think Izuku could accidentally take you down," Toru thought, watching her dad punch and walk through the halls. "Mom, you realize what you've done now, right?" Toru said flatly, sweat dropping at her mother's antics. "Don't give me that look. It's his fault for not paying attention to what we're discussing. Now, what do you have planned to wear?" Toru couldn't help but smile at her mom. Sure, she was mischievous and always knew how to embarrass her when it came to Izuku, but she was still a good mom. After 2 hours of trying on different outfits, including some of her mom's from her youth, they finally found the perfect one. Toru settled on a long black dress with a slightly gothic look, paired with a button-up pink shirt underneath and white tights. She completed the outfit with dark gray boots and a gray-black hat, adorned with a red checkered button and a pink bow. Toru focused on her quirk, remembering how to control it thanks to Kishikoi, and stood in front of the mirror. "Why, I like it," she said, stuttering as focusing on her quirk took some effort. "Right? It says classy yet casual." "Oh, you're going to knock him off his feet tonight," Tachibana said as Toru grabbed her special bracelet, maintaining her unvarnished form and smiling at her mother. Thanks, Mo. I should be heading out soon, she said, noticing the time was now 5. She quickly grabbed her brown single-strap purse, decorated with a few buttons and pins, and headed to her living room, approaching the door. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. I'll be back, Izuku. Toru exclaimed as she opened the door to reveal her boyfriend. Hey, Toru. Wow, you look lovely, Izuku said, blushing as Toru took in his appearance. He wore black slim jeans with a belt featuring a silver buckle, a dark blue button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing a hint of his chest. His usual red sneakers were replaced with dark brown leather shoes that almost looked red in the lighting. He wore black gloves that covered only his fingers and half his palm, and his curly hair was somewhat tamed, looking smooth and dashing. Holy cow, he's really handsome, Toru thought, fighting the urge to blush. Thank you. So where are we heading? She asked, her heart racing as Izuku smiled shyly. Just a nice restaurant in the area I know of. Izuku said, extending his arm to her. Shall we get going? He asked, a hint of mischief in his smile. Why, certainly. Bye, Mom. Bye, Dad. Toru said, taking his hand as they walked out of the house. Take care, you two, and have fun, her mother called out, currently occupied with her husband, who was tied up and unable to protest as she scolded him. As the couple left for their date, nearby, 9 familiar students were hiding behind trash cans, vending machines, and street corners. Lucky Toru gets all that to herself, Mina said, popping her head out from behind a vending machine. But dang, never knew Midoriya could clean up, Kirishima remarked, feeling the tension radiating from Bakugo. Wait until we mess up his date, that nerd, Bakugo said, while Mineta and Kaminari pulled out some scissors and chains. You all really hate Midoriya so much, don't you? Siro said, sweat dropping as he observed the 3 flames flickering behind them. Come on, let's follow them, Momo suggested, and the others quickly agreed, trailing behind to a quaint rural area. Well, here's the place, Izuku said to Toru as they stopped in front of a restaurant. The coloring was a bit unusual but classic, featuring dark brown and maroon hues. The gold-colored sign stood out, giving it a high-class feel with its cursive lettering. Oh, Bacanos. I heard this place has some tasty chow mein and orange chicken, Toru said, her excitement bubbling over. Well, you certainly know what you want to eat right now, and we haven't even gotten inside yet, Izuku said, opening the door for her. She giggled and stepped inside with him. Darn that curly-haired guy. Already sweeping her off her feet, Kaminari muttered, jealousy evident in his eyes as Mineta began taking pictures. I know I should just stay on the sidelines, but I really want to ask how Toru can turn off her quirk with Izuku around, Momo said, and the others nodded in agreement. This was the first time they had seen Toru without her quirk. I just wonder how Deku knew what she looked like when we couldn't even see her, Ochako remarked, watching the two inside through the window. They were just talking, but they seemed to be having a great time, holding hands. Safe to say, Ochako felt a pang of jealousy toward Toru. How can I be jealous of her? And how can she pull off a stylish gothic look without having large BRSS? Ochako thought, noticing that Izuku's gaze never left Toru. Still, Toru's really stunning. Mineta said, a small nosebleed forming as he took out his phone. What the hell are you doing? Someone asked. What does it look like? Taking pics of a hot girl. Oh, in that case. Mineta's phone was suddenly crushed in a hand, shattering into pieces. Hey, what the H? Mineta froze as the others turned to see 5 versions of Midoriya. Kaminari and Mineta especially were scared of Jack, who tightened his grip on Mineta's phone, his hand now bleeding. Now, you can all leave quietly and discreetly, or we might have to deal with you for spying on our brother's first real date with Toru, Jack said calmly, his reputation for being tough making the others uneasy. You're such a jerk. Bakugo shouted, grabbing Jack's face and using his quirk, creating a small explosion. You really are an idiot, Kaken. Just remember, we won't harm the girls, but we should be careful before Jack loses his temper, Kishikoi remarked as he continued reading his book. How is this idiot going to lose it? Bakugo grumbled, but from the smoke, he felt Jack's grip tighten on his wrist. You pressed the Jack button, Hazama said, moving the girls away from the guys and positioning Kirishima and Siro behind them. You shouldn't have done that, Chibi chuckled, hiding his smile behind his hoodie as Jack slammed Bakugu's head against the wall. So, how do you want this to end? A quick defeat, or should I make it more interesting? Have mercy! Kaminari and Mineta yelled as they began to flee from Jack. Get back here and face your fate with some dignity, Jack shouted, throwing his phone at them and dragging Bakugu along the floor as he ran. Well, I guess we have to follow, Sora said as they dashed after their brother, hoping they weren't too late. And then my dad. Toru paused as both of them heard a loud scream and looked out the window. Get back here and take your fate like men. They saw Jack sprinting after Kaminari and Mineta, unable to contain their laughter. I feel sorry for them for making you angry, Izuku, Toru said, giggling as Izuku wiped tears from his eyes, clutching his sides. They pressed the Jack button. They're in trouble. I can't breathe, Izuku said as they erupted into fits of laughter, enjoying their dinner together. This was really nice, Toru said, feeling satisfied with the date as they walked back to her home, taking a small detour through a park. I'm glad you liked it. Honestly, I wasn't sure where to take you tonight, but the others helped me out, Izuku replied, sitting on a swing and scratching his cheek. Toru smiled as she sat on his lap, wrapping his arms around her. He blushed as she gently swung back and forth with him. Well, as long as it's with you, I'd be happy to go anywhere, she said, a rosy hue dusting her cheeks as they gazed into each other's eyes, his bright emerald and her innocent crimson. Their faces drew closer, their lips almost touching as they let their instincts guide them. They shared their first real kiss, a sweet moment that felt like magic. She tastes so sweet, Izuku thought, savoring the softness of her lips as she leaned in closer. His lips are so smooth, they taste like chocolate, Toru thought, playfully brushing her tongue against his, wanting to savor the moment. Izuku mirrored her actions, their tongues dancing together. Toru let out a soft sound as she surrendered to him, enjoying the gentle way he explored her mouth. They pulled away, a thin connection of saliva lingering between them as they caught their breath. That was breathtaking, they both said, sharing another quick kiss before staring into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Toru's phone rang, breaking their moment. Oh hey Mom. No, we were just coming home now. What? That? What about? You? A voice called out as they looked toward the park entrance. Dad! Toru exclaimed, surprised to see her father, furious and charging toward them. Stay away from my daughter, he yelled as he ran like a whirlwind. Time to go, Izuku said, scooping Toru up in his arms and sprinting toward her house. Izuku! Sorry, it was instinct, he replied. Hey, put my daughter down. She shouldn't be held like that until she's married. I won't let my precious girl marry someone like you. Hanzo shouted, both of them speeding up as Toru felt embarrassed by her dad's reaction. Oh, you came back home fast. Sorry about my husband, Tachibana said as Izuku gently set Toru down, smiling nervously. No problem, them. I guess fathers are protective of their daughters. I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you, he said, bowing slightly. Definitely a keeper, Toru-chan. Mom. Ha. I certainly approve of you, Aizu-chan. I'm Tachibana Hagakure, and as my daughter mentioned, I'm her mother. Sorry again about my husband, she said, bowing back at Izuku. No worries. Get back here, you little shrimp. Well, I should be going, Izuku said, stiffening at the sound of her dad's voice approaching. See you tomorrow, Toru, Izuku said, giving her a quick peck on the cheek before jumping over the fence and running off. He's a keeper. Mom, stop. Toru exclaimed as her mother went inside, grabbing a frying pan. When I catch that kid, I'm going to. That was all that was heard as Tachibana returned inside, carrying her husband, who was now unconscious, the frying pan unscathed. How do you manage to keep Dad in check? Don't worry, you'll learn how to handle men when you're older. But with your boyfriend, I don't think you'll need to, her mother said, making Toru blush as she headed to her room. Once inside, she squealed and gushed over their date. I hope we go on another one soon, she said to herself, hugging her pillow in delight, dreaming of another evening like tonight. Morning, Hazama said as he carried Jack and Kashikoi into Class 1B. Oh Hazama, good morning. Morning. Don't you get tired of carrying them like that? Came the replies from Tetsu, Setsuna, and Hiryu. Hazama chuckled a bit as he heard Jack scoff. Nah, for some reason he makes it look easy. Regardless, if he didn't drag us into class, then they would have probably come into ours and tried to confront Aizawa. The students and the boys looked at the door and saw Sora and Chibi together, with Chibi being held under Sora's arms as he waved a peace sign. Hey, what's up? Hello. Sora and Chibi greeted. Ah, he's so adorable. So these are Sora and Chibi from the other class. So cute. Wow, what kind of music do you play? Can you do rock? Metal? Jazz? The girls Pony Tsunatori, Yui Kodai, and Reiko Yanagi asked about Chibi and Sora. Setsuna fired off a bunch of questions for Sora, who was known as the more musical of the Midoriya family. Well, fancy dropping by. Where are our brother and friend? Jack said as he leaned back against a chair, referring to Izuku and Toru. Oh, they heard about some sweets called a parfait. Parfait? Kashi asked as Chibi nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, they were supposed to be available at the cafeteria and wanted to get some. Chibi said as he earned a pat on the head from Sora. Well, your punctuation is getting pretty good. But they said they'll try to grab us some. Sora said with a smile. You know, I kind of thought of something. Hazama's classmate Juzo Hananuki said, earning their attention. What's up? Kashi asked. How is it that you all date Hagakure? Isn't it awkward? He asked, causing Kashi's glasses to slip off as they all looked at him with blank expressions. Ha, oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Jack's laughter echoed across the room as the other students began to chuckle while Kashi struggled to put his glasses back on. What's so funny? Jozu asked as Kashi held a hand up, trying to calm himself. The thing is, it was her idea in a sense. To date all of us and accept us. He said, and the looks on their classmates' faces made Jack almost break the desk from pounding on it. Oh my goodness, I can't breathe. Jack exclaimed, clutching his sides as Hazama now wanted to explain. You see, it's not awkward because, at heart, we are the same person. We may be different in personality, but we are Izuku Midoriya. Hazama said as Sora hopped onto a desk and rested his foot there. So while we were fine with Izuku dating our girl, it was her idea to date all of us. We usually take turns taking her out. A few weeks back, we set up our brother on his first date with Toru. Our first actual date. Not like that one in summer where Aizawa interrupted. Jack said as he finally stopped laughing, taking a breath due to loss of air. But yeah, every couple of days we take her out. Ours was at an amusement park that we snuck into for free and got on the coolest rides. Jack grinned as he was soon smacked on the head by Chibi. No, you don't do things like that. And you all promised we'd go to the amusement park. Chibi said as he sat down on the desk and pouted. I want to ride the Ferris wheel and eat cotton candy, he declared, angrily pouting at the others while Jack patted his head. There, little man, blame school for giving us work to do. Besides, we did take you. You just fell asleep on some of the rides. Still, I want cotton candy. Chibi said dejectedly as Jack laughed. Regardless of that interruption, for our date, I thought taking her to the aquarium was nice enough. Though I could do without her putting me in the splash zones so much. Kashikoi said, recalling being splashed by a shark diving into a larger tank. Oh, me and Toru often go to the mall for some browsing and shopping. Even for the arcades, we love dancing at the DDR booth and karaoke. Sora said as he played with his hair, still mostly covered by his bandana. Often enough, we do a simple picnic with what I can make, or it's the occasional dinner by the beach at night. Hazama said as they all smiled, looking blissful. She really is the girl that captured our hearts. They all said, aside from Chibi, who was doodling on Monoma's textbook. Wow, you all really fell in love with her, huh? Gotta say, you seem like a lucky group of guys to have a girl like that. Yosetsu always said as they all nodded, but Sora got up and looked at him closely. You're copying my bandana style. Sora accused as he pulled on his headband. Wait a minute. This is a headband and it's my style since the 5th grade. Yosetsu said as he then pulled on Sora's bandana. You've been copying me, dude. No, I haven't. I was taught to have this style since I was 6 years old. I'm the original fashion statement. Knock it off, you guys. Itsuka said as she came into class and saw them arguing over their bandanas. Sai, why is it so noisy? Oh, come on now, Kendo. You have to admit, your class seems more normal than 1A's. Kashi said as he walked over to her, watching the class. Monoma was attempting to chase after Chibi for messing with his books. The guys and some of the girls were chanting for either Sora or Yosetsu. Hazama was engaged in gardening and cooking with Ibara, looking lively in conversation. Even Jack was talking and being nice to some of his classmates like Senkaibara. True, I can't deny that. Itsuka said as she looked at Kashi, who was watching everyone with a smile on his face. You know, most girls are pretty jealous of Toru. Why is that? Because you all seem like the perfect guys for any girl. Itsuka said as Kashi chuckled and smiled sadly. I can't deny your claim, but there really isn't such a thing as a perfect partner. Have any of you thought about who you would date if your heart wasn't set on her? Itsuka asked, chuckling a bit. Well, we are Izuku Midoriya in a sense, and he's had options and is open to the relationships he has with girls. Hell, he even said that he had a crush on you, Kashi remarked, noticing Itsuka's cheeks flush with color at his words. But I suppose we were all captivated by an unseen beauty that no one truly recognized, Kashikoi added, prompting a smile from Itsuka. You know, now that I think about it, how much longer do we have in these bodies? His question cast a shadow over the lively atmosphere. True, it's been around 2, maybe 3 months? Jack replied, kicking his feet up and leaning back. Has it really been that long? I suppose time has flown by, but it's been well spent with everyone, Hazama said, sharing a smile with his classmates. I may not be in this class, but I feel the same way. So there's no need to be down about the time we have left, Sora chimed in, resting his hands behind his head. True, I guess you're right about that, Kashikoi acknowledged, and a few laughs echoed through the class. Well, I guess we should get to class. Homeroom is going to start soon anyway, Sora said as he picked up Chibi and opened the door. See ya. Hey, Izuku Toru. Awesome, you got us some. Sora exclaimed, returning to hand Hazama, Kashi, and Jack a parfait. Thanks, they said in unison as they watched the 4 of them head to Class 1A. All right everyone, take your seats and let's get started, Blood King announced as he entered the classroom, his gruff voice demanding order. Everyone settled down except for Monoma, who walked back to his desk with his scribbled textbook. The staff has been discussing the training camp incident from the summer. Given how it turned out, we felt we owed it to you for your calm actions and bravery, he continued. Since this is coming up soon, we decided to move your class trip ahead and give it to you early, Blood King said, prompting cheers from the class. Sweet. The class trip. No homework and sightseeing. Oh, I wonder where it's going to be, the students exclaimed as Blood King worked to quiet them down. All right, have these forms signed by next Monday, and we can get rolling. It'll be a simple 4-day, 3-night trip. Sensei, where's the trip going to be? Tetsu asked, raising his hand. It was recommended by one of our staff, it'll be in Kyoto. As soon as he said that, the sound of something breaking echoed in the room. Jack's parfait squished in his hands, and some of the hard plastic shattered, causing a small cut on his palm. Kashikoi's situation was worse. His glasses had shattered, leaving him with a vacant stare. Hazama lost all color as he held what was once a spoonful of nuts and berries, which now lay scattered on the desk. Teach. Who recommended that place? Jack asked, his voice steady but trembling slightly. Eraserhead recommended it, noting its historic significance and hot springs. Why? Blood King replied, as Kashikoi pulled out a spare pair of glasses and walked to the back of the class. He tapped on the wall several times before patting a specific area. He's here, Hazama. Stand aside, please, Hazama said, staring at the wall, the tension in the room palpable. Midoriya. Hey dude, what's the matter? Kirishima asked, noticing the fearful expressions on Midoriya and Sora's faces. Both had turned pale as Chibi took their parfait and started eating. Midoriya, is there a problem with the vacation? Aizawa inquired, sensing the growing concern in the classroom, especially as Toru shot him a fierce glare. You've doomed us all now, Sora muttered, but Aizawa didn't catch it. Say that again. Suddenly, the wall was slashed open, creating a sizable hole as debris fell. A hand reached out, grabbing Aizawa by the neck. You son of are you trying to get us killed? Jack shouted, shaking Aizawa by the collar. Jack! Both classes shouted in unison as he threw Aizawa aside. We're in trouble. 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 Jack exclaimed, running his hands through his hair in panic. Aizawa, you're just trying to get us all killed, aren't you? I wonder how easy it would be if we just moved to a different country, Siberia, maybe? Kashikoi suggested, pulling out his phone to search for tickets. Okay, what is going on here? Bakugu shouted as Sora stood up from his desk, shocked. Wait, Hazama, is it possible to change our appearances for Kyoto? That way we can go undetected. Yeah, that's right. Can you make us look deformed and ugly like the bottom of the barrel? Jack added, pointing at Bakugu. You all are just asking to get yourselves killed, aren't you? Bakugu yelled, sparks flying from his hands. Unfortunately, if I did that, we'd just end up as ugly as him, and that's something I don't want to do, Hazama replied, looking a bit queasy. True, they all exclaimed, raising more questions among the class. Why would you need to go to such lengths for a trip to Kyoto? Ida asked, while Izuku sighed and placed his hand on his face. Our job. We help out with our boss's sister in Kyoto from time to time. And we unintentionally attracted a lot of attention, Izuku admitted, shivering at the memories and challenges posed by the women of Kyoto. You lucky son of a gun! Mineta shouted, only to be hit over the head by Toru, who was holding a chair. And what's worse? The number of women we unintentionally attracted. Jack's voice quivered with hints of fear. Over 9,000 women in total. Hazama said, staring into nothingness as he watched Toru hug Izuku. You know you're all mine, right? She said, returning Izuku's embrace. I won't ever forget that. And I think this time you'd probably carry me just like when your dad was chasing us, while we're in Kyoto, Izuku said, causing Toru to blush slightly as the jaws of both Class 1A and 1B dropped in disbelief. 9 to 9,000 women. How did you even manage that? Monoma stammered, baffled. Our method of attraction remains a mystery, but it's going to be a challenge when we go back. All thanks to Kashikoi said, as the 6 Midoriyas and Toru turned to Aizawa, who simply stared back. Kick his sleep-deprived self. Chibi laughed, still sporting a bit of parfait on his lips like a milk mustache, holding his spoon high. Let's get him! Jack exclaimed, dark shadows swirling around him as he summoned a black metal bat, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Hazama, I want your butterfly knives. I'm definitely going to make him pay for ruining the date. And definitely now for Kyoto. Toru said darkly as she received a pair of Hazama's silver knives. By all means use them well. I plan to teach him a lesson he won't forget, Hazama said with a sinister smile, tossing a butcher knife up and down in his palm. Sora, wanna borrow a gun? I'll be using a Glock for him. Kashikoi said as he pulled back the muzzle with his teeth and loaded the ammo. Nah, my red electric could use a paint job. Sora replied, summoning his guitar, which had a splatter design with faded red coloring. Aizawa-sensei, I'll only say this once. You have a 5-second head start. Izuku said, taking off his jacket and cracking his knuckles. You all really want me to believe. 1, 2, 3. Chibi counted as the Midoriyas and Toru edged closer. They're serious. Oh no. Aizawa thought as he slammed open the door and dashed down the hall. Get that zombie! Jack shouted as they and Toru let out a battle cry, charging down the corridor, overcoming every obstacle Aizawa threw at them as they pursued him relentlessly. "When you come back, bring me more parfaits," Chibi shouted, finishing his last one and pulling out a manga from his tiny backpack to read. "What seems to be going on here?" a voice called out as a blond skeletal man walked by and looked inside. "Oh, Tashinori. Well, the Midoriyas are trying to get Aizawa for recommending Kyoto for the trip," Blood King explained as Tashinori scratched his head. "What? Aizawa recommended Kyoto?" "No, he didn't. He recommended Osaka while Midnight suggested Kyoto, and I go there from time to time," Tashinori said as the students realized that a misunderstanding was about to put their teacher in danger. "I think it's best not to mention any of this, lest we suffer from their wrath," Blood King said as the sounds of chaos echoed through the halls. Chapter End. All. Persona Q&A. Izuku, hello again. Welcome to another Q&A segment of The Secret Lives. Kashikoi, along with our special guest for this Q&A, and possibly more in the future. Toru, hello readers. Toru Hagakure here. Turning on and off her invisibility. Jack, now we usually do these in the comfort of our home, but this time, we're taking this live at the All Blue Cafe. Our line of business with Nakamura. Hey, the boys call me Nakamura, but I'm Otoko, Nico, Hodozuka, owner of the All Blue. Sora, now that our guest has introduced themselves. Hazama, let's get this canned A underway. All. Persona candidate. Chibi. Oh, this one is for Nico-chan. Question. I just realized Nakamura's last name is the same as Ryo from Assassination Classroom. I gotta. Ryo, is that you, blonde-haired assassin? Nico. No. Sorry, but I'm not blonde, and Nakamura is just a nickname some of the customers gave me when I work and serve them. Dunno why though. Toru. Well, your appearance seems like a Nakamura, but it's definitely more Nico. Nico, right? I wholeheartedly agree with your girlfriend, Izuku-chan. Thumbs up. Izuku, yeah. Moving on. This question is for the author. Question to author. Jack acts a lot like a certain alter ego I know called Antiseptic Eye. Is he inspired by him? Author, who is that? I have no idea who this anti-whatever is, but definitely Jack isn't inspired by him. Jack, I'm actually offended. Sora, hold on, this one has a question for all of us and Toru. Question for all plus Hagakure. What would you do if we tried to steal your persona's boyfriends? Toru, I'd probably sneak in and take back my boyfriends, maybe give you a little scare. Jack, I'd stop you before you even tried that. All agreed. Question. Kashi, can you drive Aizawa insane? Sora, what's your favorite song? Hazama, what's your pickup line for women? Jack, how did it feel to crush Bakugo's pride? Kashi, yeah, I can drive him to insanity by giving him coffee and taking away his sleeping bag. I've done it once. He muttered in the corner of our class the entire day. Sora, hard to choose. I'd say Queens, Don't Stop Me Now, I'm Alive, from Black Butler, or Sugar Song Bitter Step, by Bump of Chicken. Hazama, a way to charm a girl usually depends on the situation, but if I were to charm one, I'd probably say something like, excuse me, can you help me find directions? I seem to be lost in your eyes. That or you'd take off your shirt and they'd come running. As for the question for me, it felt amazing. Comment. Congratulations, you have your own team of Power Rangers, Izuku. Chibi, no. Not Power Rangers. We're better than that. We're Kamen Riders. Nico laughs, too cute. Question. Jack, would you ever consider dating Bakugo? Jack, I'd rather not. Question. What if he was actually a girl? Jack, I need to see how that would look. Kashikoi, looking at Rule 63 here. You have a very hard choice, Jack. Sees pictures. Jack, this is tough. Question. After seeing the conversation with Jack and Toga, what are all of your opinions of her? That includes you too, Toru. Izuku, W. Despite trying to get us, I think she's pretty cute. Sora, crazy, but she seems pretty chill and easy to get along with. Kashi, it would be like having another hyperactive Chibi, and considering she likes blood. It would be like a child version of Jack but hyper. Chibi, I think she's nice. Hazama, I see an elegant yet dangerous woman, but in an alluring way. Toru, well, at first impression, she is a bit creepy, but I can see she's just like any other girl, so I don't judge. Jack, let me tell you all this much. If it wasn't for the fact that my heart belongs to Toru, looks at Toru and receives approval, then I'd grab that wild woman and have a night to remember. Izuku, Hazama, thank you for covering Chibi's ears just now. Hey Toru, you have another question about yourself. Question, Mitsumiruska, do you guys feel jealous that Izuku mostly spends time with her? Toru, well, I do go on dates with them equally, except for Chibi since he's only 4, maybe 6 years old. Kashikoi, we take turns dating her, so we don't really feel jealous at all. Toru, it was sort of my idea since I didn't want to seem to favor one over the others, but regardless, I love them all. Nico, and technically, they are all just Izuku Midoriya, sweetie. But that still won't stop some people from imagining inappropriate things with you in them. Sora, Bao, Nico, aren't you a bit of a tease? Nico, oh come now, well, next question for me. Question, Nakamura, how old are you and what did you send Izuku to do in Kyoto that eventually led to his banishment there? Nico, I just sent him there to help my sister out a bit since some of her workers were sick that day. And I'm only 26, and I'm the oldest. Question, author, what were the bases for creating the personas? What was the inspiration behind them? Author, well, they sort of came to me in a dream I had when thinking about this series before I even wrote the first chapter. I wanted an equivalent balance in skill and strength that seemed to capture Izuku, along with some added characteristics. Author, Jack was inspired by the manga adaptation of Jack the Ripper, while also drawing from a combination of Durarara's Shurzwa Hiwajima's strength and Izaya Orihara's fashion choices. Author, Chibi was a bit challenging at the time. I wanted a sweet, innocent son child, more so than when Izuku was 4. So I took aspects of Kotaro from Gakuin Babysitters and Mikuin from How to Take Care of a Mummy. Author, Sora was a bit challenging but sort of easy as I pictured a cool guy like Misaki from K or Kadota from Durarara but with a musician vibe. Kashikoi was the hardest as he drew from Izaya Orihara, Shinpachi from Gintama, Mekaku City actors In, Kanata, and Bakano's Luck Gondare. Author, for Hazama, he was inspired by the Hazama from the BlazBlaz series along with Valkenhayn. And yes, I also took inspiration from Sebastian and Grell from Black Butler, along with aspects of Mayo Chiki, Walter from Hellsing, TFS, Hasabi from Servant X Service, and lastly the charm and attractiveness of Izuku Midoriya with added appeal from Bienichit. Jack, why did his get all the charm-related traits? Kashikoi, hey, the author had trouble creating us from our original forms to what we are now. It took him 2 weeks to develop our characters' actions before we even appeared. Hazama, I shudder at what I once was. Sora, oh, like how the author initially made you bisexual. Toru and Nico, he did? Thank you, author. Izuku, but he cut that out since his character would have turned the entire story into more of a romance with just Hazama. Chibi, oh, that reminds me of our last question. Question, is it easy to control your multiple personalities, Izuku? I have the same problem and find it hard. Any advice? Izuku, well, at times, I didn't want to accept them at first. I was scared hearing voices in my head and not remembering what they did when they took over. But I learned to accept them. Never deny them, because you'll be rejecting yourself. Sora, wow, that was pretty touching, man. Alright, now the final question. Question, I need more representation in this story. Why can't you write more inclusive scenes? Are you homophobic? Author? Oh. Author. First, no, I'm not. I have 5 gay friends who come to me for romantic advice. Now, keep in mind I'm straight, but I've had dating experiences with women more than they've ever been on a date before. Author. Second, if I were to add more representation into this, which it already has some if you look closely, I feel like my message box would be flooded with requests for specific scenes. My inbox gets around 200 to 400 messages daily. Sorry if I can't fulfill your request for more representation in the story, but there are so few ships of Izuku with girls since the majority lean towards male pairings, and no one has done a good Izuku x Toru story, which I love. Izuku, thank you, author. Toru, You're so caring about us. Author. Also, I'm busy as an editor for others on Wattpad AO3, helping them edit their stories or ideas for writing fanfics. So far, I have 12 people I constantly help edit, and I enjoy it because I see their stories have potential. So, my workload along with schooling also takes effect. He goes so far to put his heart and soul into his works. Thank you, author. Izuku. Thank you, author-san. Well, that wraps things up here. Nico, this has to be the longest one for you all, huh? Kashikoi. Yeah. Well, until next time. All, Persona can I. Chapter end. The day had soon arrived a week after its announcement. Everyone from Class 1A and 1B had gathered at the train station in Mizudafu, eagerly anticipating the trip to finally begin. Man, I can't wait to see what Kyoto is like. I hope we will be visiting some of the historic monuments of Kyoto's history, Tetsu and Ida said, expressing the excitement the students were feeling. Hey Toru, where are your boyfriends? Mina asked as she looked around the station for them. They said they were coming with us. But they also mentioned it would be hard to find them. Toru's words trailed off as she saw a group of boys entering the station. Have you found the Midoriyas yet, Hagakure? Momo soon fell silent at the sight of the 6 of them, and the students wondered what they were seeing. What do you all? Someone fill me in or get me a high-definition camera, Kirishima said as he rummaged through his bag to see if he brought one. They're staring at us. I know that, smart Alec. And it doesn't help that you're dressed up for fan service. Jack said as Kashikoi sighed. It was either these or do you really want to look unkempt like Bakugo? He retorted, and Jack fell silent. Their case in point. Besides, these are normal enough. I have no troubles with this attire at all, Hazama said as he carried Chibi in his arms while he was still asleep. Well, easy for you to say, Has. But still, I can't help but feel weird about this. It's like we're going to a convention, Sora said as he adjusted his sleep mask that replaced his bandana. I actually like it, Izuku said with a chuckle as he spotted everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting, Izuku exclaimed, noticing the odd looks directed at them. What on earth? Why are you all in cosplay? Bakugo laughed, clearly enjoying the scene. The others might not have laughed, but they appreciated the effort put into the outfits, especially Hazama's. Hazama had donned a sleek black tuxedo and vest, cosplaying as Sebastian from Black Butler. To complete the look, he had dyed his hair and wore contacts to resemble the character even more closely. Alongside him was Chibi, dressed as a tiny seal, complete with a top hat and eye patch, making them the perfect Black Butler duo. Jack's cosplay was spot on. He wore a crisp white button-up shirt paired with blue dress pants, a vest, and a bow tie. A silver buckle belt dangled from his waist, and he sported black dress shoes. His blue and gray sunglasses and semi-spiked, naturally styled blonde hair added to the effect. Kashikoi received compliments for his outfit, which included gray-black jeans, a black t-shirt, and shoes. He wore a black coat with fur edges, pulling the hood over his head to create the illusion of short hair. They were cosplaying as Shirzua Hiwajima and Izaya Orihara from Durarara, known as the Destructive Rivals. Finally, Sora and Izuku's outfits seemed a bit out of place. Sora's sandy blonde hair was flat, and he wore a sleep mask decorated with eyes. His gold and black coat, black dress pants, and a katana at his hip completed the look. Izuku, on the other hand, had messy white-silver hair. He wore black jeans and a red-lined black shirt, with black boots replacing his usual red sneakers. Over this, he wore a white kimono adorned with blue wave and spiral patterns, tied with a belt, and held a wooden sword inscribed with the kanji for Lake Toya. Izuku was cosplaying as Jintoki Sakata, while Sora was dressed as Sugo Okita from Gintama. It was amusing, considering those characters had a reputation for being a bit sadistic, leading to them being dubbed the sadistic duo. You better watch your mouth before I throw you in front of the train, Jack shouted, struggling against Kashikoi, who held him back with wires and cables from his computer. Aizawa, be grateful I'm in charge of him on this trip. And thank my mother for telling me to keep an eye on him, Kashikoi said, casting a stern look at Aizawa while Jack continued to squirm. I can't believe you guys actually cosplayed some of my favorite characters. Toru and Setsuna exclaimed, practically bouncing around the group. We should take a picture, Toru suggested, pulling out her phone and arranging everyone for the shot. I call dibs next, Setsuna added, as other students expressed interest in capturing the moment. Odd to admit, but they really look perfect in those costumes, Momo commented, watching Toru adjust her camera. Right? They look like they stepped straight out of an anime, Mina agreed, observing Hazama's butler-like demeanor. Sighed at why did we have Toru spy on him? Lucky, Jiru lamented, feeling a twinge of envy for what could have been a wonderful relationship. Let me help, Kashikoi offered, using one of his cables to ensure they all fit perfectly in the frame. Though you never mentioned how much you liked anime, Toru. That's a nice surprise, Izuku remarked, making Toru giggle as she gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Having a woman who loves anime like us. If only we were back in one piece and relaxing, I'd be thrilled, Jack said, only to be smacked on the head by Sora. Knock it off, man. She's the perfect woman. I'm just proud and love her. Now, times of the essence. Now 3. Hazama said as the timer was set. Everyone say, 1 punch. Toru shouted, punching the air in front of her with a big smile. 1 punch. They all cheered as the photo was taken, capturing Hazama mid-punch with Chibi still sleeping in his arms. Kashikoi flashed a peace sign while Jack, now free, held a vending machine over his head, looking ready to throw it. Sora tipped his sleep mask and pointed at the camera, while Izuku extended his hands as if shooting something. Awesome! Alright, me next. Various pictures were taken as Jack attempted to confront Katsuki. Just then, the train arrived. Alright, enough pictures. Everyone get on the train, we're heading to Kyoto soon, Aizawa said lazily, leading the other staff members Midnight, Blood King, Nedzu, and Tashinori aboard first. The students followed, excitement buzzing as they settled into their seats. Hey Midoriya, you guys excited? Kirishima asked, only to receive cold glares from the others, making him shiver. Do you think these costumes will help us survive? Sora asked, prompting some thoughtful nods. Well, as long as we stay at the inn and don't wear these outside, we should be fine, Kashikoi replied, slamming his fist on the armrest. I pray this works. I don't want to relive that nightmare, Jack said, trembling slightly at the memory of their last trip. But what might be worse is that there are 6 of us, Izuku added, a gloomy expression settling over the group. I pray to whatever god or demon blesses us with luck, Hazama said solemnly, causing everyone to shiver. Hagakure, can you tell us? Kirishima started, but quickly shut his mouth as she pointed a toy gun, courtesy of Kashikoi, at his face. Kirishima, do you want to die? Toru said sweetly, lowering the barrel to a less threatening position. Or as Jack would put it, do you want to be less of a man? Soon, the sounds of gun ping filled the air as everyone backed away from Kirishima, who found himself surrounded by toy pistols, shotguns, and even a sniper rifle and an RPG, all aimed at him with laser sights. Where on earth do you keep getting these weapons? Mineta asked from behind a train seat, trembling as the others used their seats as makeshift barriers. Amazon, where else? Kashikoi replied, glancing at his vibrating phone. Oh, hey Jack, the packages have arrived, Kashikoi said as he opened the train window and spotted a small drone delivering a box. Why? Just why? Siro and Kaminari exclaimed as Izuku loaded shells into his shotgun. He smiled as he pet it back and aimed. Why do you keep asking about us in Kyoto? His grin was unsettling, hinting at something darker beneath. Enough with the gunplay. Our stop is approaching, Aizawa said, glancing back at the anxious students. For a bit of insight, we'll be staying at the Stay Night Onsen Inn, where we'll determine sleeping arrangements and activities for the day. It will be separated, boys and girls, Aizawa explained, prompting Mineta to groan and whine on the floor. Wait, I'm not going crazy, right? He did say stay night? Sora asked, cleaning his ear. No, he definitely said stay night. So that's our inn. Hazama confirmed as the others handed Kashikoi the guns, which he stored digitally. What's wrong with the inn, Midoriya? Ida inquired, just as laughter erupted around them. He. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Our prayers have been answered, boys. We might actually survive. Jack shouted, shedding a tear as all the Midoriyas cheered and even danced in the aisle. What happened? Chibi asked, rubbing his eyes, only to realize, why am I dressed like a butler? Hazama chuckled, patting his head. It seems we're staying at the stay night inn in Kyoto, Chibi. Chibi's eyes widened with excitement. Full speed ahead, he exclaimed, standing on a seat and pointing forward. Okay, why are you nerds excited about what the heck? Bakugu yelled as a beanbag shot off, scattering across the floor. He groaned, curling up and clutching his stomach. Interrupt our moment again, and see what happens. Jack warned as he returned the gun to Kashikoi. Now stopping in Kyoto. Now stopping at Kyoto. The intercom announced as the students grabbed their belongings and exited the train. We're here, the girls exclaimed, murmuring and giggling with excitement. All right, let's head to the hot springs. Midnight encouraged, and the others cheered as they walked down the semi-rural streets of Kyoto. Dude, it's working, Sora whispered as they strolled through the city without drawing much attention. Well, sort of. If you don't count the fact that people are taking pictures, Izuku chuckled, noticing a few onlookers snapping photos of them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stay Night, Nemuri announced, presenting the grand inn before them. The inn had a historic charm, with red and white wooden frames and a traditional Japanese gate style. A bridge spanned over the hot water flowing beneath, surrounded by pristine snow. Yup, we'll be safe here, Kashikoi said as they entered and headed for the restroom near the entrance. A woman in a short-sleeved green kimono top and dark blue bottom approached the group and bowed. She had short, light brown hair and warm brown eyes, smiling brightly. Welcome. You must be the UA party, she said, as Aizawa and Nedzu returned her bow. Yes, thank you for having us, ma'am, Nedzu replied, and the woman bowed again. Please, call me Taiga Fujimura. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, as I am the owner of this inn. The students bowed in return. Hey, Taiga-san, Izuku called out as he and the others emerged from the restroom, now back in their usual attire and smiling. Aizu-chan, you're here too. And your brothers, Taiga exclaimed, hugging them. So aside from avoiding the women in town, I take it you're all here for some relaxation? She said, grinning and fist-bumping Izuku. Yeah, but not just that. We're here to help out like old times, Kashikoi added with a smile, and they all laughed. Midoriya, you didn't tell me you worked here. Toru pouted at her boyfriend, who placed a finger to his lips. Well, I have to keep some secrets to make things interesting, don't I? Izuku teased, causing Toru to blush at his playful response. Oh, so this is Toru-chan. My Aizu-chan, you're quite the heartbreaker in Kyoto, Taiga giggled, prompting some of the guys to chuckle at the truth of her words. The others exchanged curious glances, wondering what she meant, and their interest in Izuku grew. He's worked here before. He's afraid of Kyoto for some reason. And now he's a heartbreaker. Mineta listed off, leading to a collective thought. What on earth did he do in Kyoto? They pondered, while Nedzu smiled at the puzzled expressions of his staff and the students. So Midoriya has worked here before? Ida asked as the students and staff gathered in a large hall, wearing the sleepwear provided by the Stay Night Inn. Nico-chan sent him to help us restock with beverages, but he offered to assist for a while, Taiga explained, bouncing in her seat. So can we ask why he's afraid of this place? Mineta pressed, as some students were eager to know. Don't make me use Amazon drones to deliver an RPG. Kashikoi shouted from the kitchen, causing Mineta to flinch. How can Amazon even do that? Because I can make it happen. Honestly, this is rather amusing, isn't it? Nedzu remarked, sipping tea provided by the caterers. You all simply ask away without doing any background research. I find it quite entertaining. The students could only glare at their quirky principal. Honestly, the reason he's afraid was even covered in the news. Do any of you recall the mob of women crowding the streets of Kyoto a few years ago? Nedzu asked, prompting some to recall the report. Now that you mention it, yes. It was estimated to be quite a large crowd, And many seemed disappointed, Momo recalled, while Toru, who was invisible, sighed at the memory. Dinner is ready, Izuku announced as he and the other personas emerged with some staff members behind them. The 6 of them wore black kimono tops adorned with the Stay Night logo, complemented by red bandanas and white undershirts paired with black shorts. Today's meal consists of salmon baked in foil and tempura shrimp noodles, Izuku announced as he and the others presented everyone's meals. We're back. A tall man with blue spiked hair and a ponytail entered the hall, accompanied by 2 girls, one with brown pigtails and the other with flowing purple hair carrying bags. Oh, Izuku's back. Hey now, this calls for a celebration, the blue-haired man exclaimed as he rummaged through the bag he brought and pulled out a large bottle of sake. Lancer, I'm still underage, Izuku protested, blushing as he was handed the bag of alcohol. Lancer-kun, welcome home, darling, Taiga said, approaching her husband and dancing with him, both grinning. Oh, Midoriya, the purple-haired girl said, noticing the various expressions on Izuku's face. Oh, hey, Rin, Sakura. I guess Taiga didn't tell you about what happened, huh? Sora said, scratching the back of his head. Bottom line, we now have split personalities with their own unique appearances, Jack added with a toothy grin as he served the others and plopped down next to Lancer. Now that that's been said, let's celebrate, Jack declared, grabbing a large bottle of sake from Lancer's bag and popping the cap off. See, Midoriya, you even want to join in, Lancer said, wrapping his arms around Izuku and Jack as they toasted and took a sip. And Midoriya? It's highly inappropriate for you to drink at such a time, Ida, we're on a trip, and we deserve this break. Say anything about improper student behavior again, and I might just have to take action, Kashikoi warned, glaring at Ida, who instinctively clenched his hands. Aside from the threats, I agree. We do need a break, Hazama said, sitting next to Nedzu and pouring more tea for them both. Yeah. School is tough for us. We just need to unwind, Chibi chimed in, grabbing a juice box from Mineta's serving. All you do in class is draw and play games, Kaminari and Mineta shouted, prompting Chibi to glare at them. And all you 2 ever do is try to peek at girls, he retorted, leading to a playful argument about who had the tougher time. Looks like things are just like last time, huh, Taiga? Sora said, lying on the floor and sipping tea as Taiga nodded. Alright, that's enough. I'm not going to sit here and eat this food without getting some answers, Bakugu shouted, slamming his hands on the table, drawing everyone's attention. Answers to what? Like how you're not outside tied up like a dog. Would you prefer dog food instead? I think the kitchen has some leftover from the puppy they let stay here, Jack quipped, standing up slightly. Hey, Rin, do you think there's any dog food for this guy? Jack asked, causing Rin and Sakura to stifle their laughter, while Lancer and a slightly tipsy Kashikoi burst into laughter. Dog food for him? Kashikoi exclaimed, slamming his hands on the table repeatedly as Bakugu tackled Izuku, who was sitting next to Toru, to the floor. What is up with all the girls and you guys in this town? Bakugu yelled, shaking Izuku until he felt a sting on his cheek. He looked to find it wet and turned to see Izuku's hand holding a fish. Did you just hit me with a? Izuku repeated the motion, and Bakugu was knocked off him, landing on the floor. Correction. I playfully slapped you with a fish. And about Kyoto, Izuku said, getting up and placing his hands on Toru's head as she hugged him. You practically charmed half the population, Nedzu remarked calmly, a humorous smile on his face. That is one way to put it, yes, Hazama agreed, taking a sip of tea. You what? Kaminari, Mineta, and Nieto exclaimed in disbelief as the other staff members and students looked on in shock. Kashikoi pressed a button on his phone, and a notification bell rang. Excuse me. We have a delivery for a Mr. Kashi. A man's voice echoed from the entrance as Kashikoi stood up, wobbling slightly as he left the room. Lancer, does this place still have that large entrance? Izuku asked, and Lancer grinned, looking away from his drink. Of course. How else would Berserker even get in to enjoy your cooking? He replied as Izuku smiled and took Toru's hand. Echa? Izuku? Trust me. We might want to move over a bit, Izuku said, shifting their trays of food 10 feet to the side before sitting back down. Yes, same here. Chibi, come help move the stuff, Jack said, moving Taiga aside while Chibi tugged on Lancer's shirt. That's kind of cute, kid. Hey Taiga. We really should think about having a family soon. Hey. Put me down, come on. Chibi protested as he continued tugging on Lancer's shirt, but was instead picked up and carried over to Taiga, arm wrestling and almost winning against Sora. That's too cute. Gotcha, Sora said, quickly moving his hand to win the match. Did they need to? Mina's comment was abruptly silenced as the doors behind her slid open with a loud sound that echoed through the dining hall, reminiscent of a cannon being fired. The ground rumbled as something emerged from the darkness. WWA. You should have learned to be patient and keep quiet. Some of us are trying to enjoy our dinners here, Rin remarked, being served more tea by Hazama. Sigh, it's just like the first time Lancer-san gave him liquor. Back then he was more comedic and cute, she whispered, a slight blush on her cheeks as Hazama smiled. Believe us, Izuku can handle his drink. But with Kashikoi, I am the master of my own destiny. Kashikoi shouted, his face flushed and a bottle in hand, as he was seen above them from the floor. What is going on with Amazon? The students shouted, bewildered as a large tank rolled into the dining hall. This lady is a World War II military assault tank, model number D, the deadliest one, equipped with a cannon that fires massive ammunition shells and twin frontal assault guns. It even has a grenade launcher and 7 cup holders, Kashikoi explained, the cannon and gun mounts aimed at Mineta, Kaminari, and Nieto, who trembled in fear as others backed away. You seem awfully enthusiastic about this relic, Nedzu remarked, while the staff could only stare in disbelief at their boss's casual demeanor. Aizawa thought, seriously? The kid brings a war machine and you just play it off as normal? His eye twitched as Toshinori coughed at the sight of the tank and Nedzu's nonchalance. Have you even seen my Christmas list? Kashikoi yelled, aiming the cannon closer to Mineta. Why are you aiming it at me? Aim it at someone else like Bakugu. You wanna fight, you little pest? Bakugu shouted, the tension in the air thickening. The reason we hide our faces is because of a little job a tipsy Taiga gave us, Jack said, feeling a bit buzzed with flushed cheeks. Though it would be funny to serve the women here for a bachelorette party in a ridiculous outfit. As that image crossed their minds, many of the girls began to cover their noses. Toru clung to Izuku, her nose slightly red. Wow, Toru, never knew you pictured me like that, Izuku teased, but she tackled him and playfully kissed him. Even the thought of us in silly outfits gets the ladies excited. Jack laughed. Hazama, what's a silly outfit? Chibi asked innocently, tugging on Lancer's shirt. Something you don't need to know. But apparently, one of the bachelorettes took several photos of us and spread them around Kyoto. If not for Kashikoi's computer skills, we would be in trouble. That's why we try to avoid wearing these disguises when visiting Kyoto. And why we have a strong dislike for Aizawa since it was his idea to go, Sora said, glaring at Aizawa along with the others, including Toru, who paused her playful antics. I wouldn't be surprised if you knew, Principal, Sora continued, lying down on the floor. How did you figure out our secret? Nedzu finished his meal, smiling at them. From the news reports and internet buzz in Kyoto. That's how you found out? The students exclaimed, only to be silenced as Kashikoi fired a shell from the tank, soaring through the air. Of course. Anyone with a computer could have figured that out. Kashikoi slurred, slouching over the tank before slipping off. And as for the ladies, over 9,000 were charmed, he added with a hiccup, still sipping his drink. Over 9,000 women. Ochako said, stunned that Izuku could attract that many in a single day. Some even wanted to take us home. Can't blame them, considering we've got eye candy right here, Jack said, pointing to Hazama. A perfect overall guy, Jack continued, pointing at Izuku, who was trying to prevent Toru from drinking more liquor. And this charming devil, Jack exclaimed, showering himself with drink, revealing his well-defined physique. I think we should call it a night, Sora suggested, and some nodded in agreement. Come on now, Sora. We've barely gotten started. Lancer laughed, cradling a sleepy chibi in his arms as Taiga cheered loudly. This is the one time I'll allow some fun, Jack said, stripping off his wet kimono and posing. And you tell me that women want to see me as a male entertainer, Hazama said with amusement, returning used dishes to the kitchen, chuckling as their teacher, Midnight, tossed yen at Jack. Despite the fun, I believe it's best to get some sleep, Nedza said as some staff rounded up the students, prying Nemuri and some girls away from Jack. As for sleeping arrangements, Taiga provided us with our own room, but I think we should sleep in the men's dorm, Hazama said, carrying a slightly dazed Kashikoi while Sora guided Jack. What about Chibi? Izuku asked, noticing Lancer carrying his wife with one arm and holding Chibi in the other. We can take care of him. The little guy's asleep. Besides, I want to see what it's like to sleep with a kid in bed for future reference, Lancer said, making Izuku chuckle at the couple. All right, then I guess Izuku began, but felt two arms wrap around him and something press against his back. Izuku, Toru said, her face flushed but blissful. Her robes were slightly loose, revealing her shoulders. Toru. You're sleeping with me tonight, she declared, pulling him toward their room as a lock clicked behind them. Hazama, did that just happen? Sora asked, bewildered by what their girlfriend had done. Maybe having that sake wasn't a good idea, Hazama mused. SCK it up. Kashikoi slurred, trying to swat at Hazama but missing. Lucky guy. He's going to have a fun night. Izuku's getting lucky before you. What? Man, sleeping here always feels like a trip to a snowy resort, Jack said as he woke up and got out of the futon, noticing some of the other guys and the other personas getting up. You think Rin and Sakura made breakfast yet? Sora asked, rubbing his eyes and noticing something was off. More like two someones were missing. Hey, where are Chibi and Izuku? Sora asked as the others tried to remember what had happened. Well, I remember. Taiga and Lancer taking Chibi in. Something about wanting to see what it was like having a kid, Kashikoi said, rubbing his head in discomfort, recalling he had been drinking. Oh, do you think they'll get married soon? Sora said as they folded their futons and got dressed for the day. Finally. What? It's been a year since he proposed. Jack said, cracking his neck and back to loosen up. But believe they're just stubborn about who will make the first move to prepare for the wedding. Taiga prefers short and simple, while Lancer would rather have a big party. Yeah, I guess. Hey, when are you planning to tie the knot with Toru, Izuku? Sora asked, and that's when it hit them Izuku was not in the boys' dorm. Where is Midoriya? Didn't he come to bed at the same time as us? Ida asked as the rest of the guys wondered where he could be, until Jack finally pieced it together. Oh no. Izuku! Jack exclaimed as the others followed him, slamming open the dorm door and dashing down the halls. They all froze when they saw a door sliding open, revealing Izuku coming out, his body wrapped in blankets along with a visible Toru, also covered in the blankets. Izuku looked at them, awkwardly shifting the blankets to cover her up more. Izuku, you lucky brother of ours, Jack said blankly, unable to hide his surprise. Izuku, have you taken precautions for your nighttime activities? Hazama asked, noticing Izuku's blush. Izuku, come back to bed, Toru yawned sleepily, making every guy in the area blush. You better give Mom those grandkids she wants. If you need me, I'll be getting Chibi and driving my tank, Kashikoi said, putting on his glasses and leaving. And no, it wasn't like that, I swear. We were just sleeping. Izuku insisted, trying to downplay the situation until he felt Toru caressing his chest, her arms rubbing up and down. Lots of sleeping and petting, she whispered, causing Izuku and the others to turn scarlet. Very heavy petting, she teased, biting his ear, making steam rise from his face. You son of a Bakugo roared, ready to confront him, but was swiftly interrupted by a punch to his face and a kick to the groin. Ma's a saint, you brat, Jack said, watching Bakugo curl up in a fetal position, groaning. Will see you downstairs for breakfast, Izuku. You might want to get ready, Sora said as the others awkwardly laughed and left the couple alone, while Jack kicked and dragged the explosive teen down the hall. Kashikoi sat atop the tank in the dining area, waiting for the others to come down and for the food to be prepared. Seems like they found Midoriya and Toru, he muttered under his breath as he waited patiently. Are you sure about their location? His ears perked up at the familiar tone of voice belonging to All Might, who seemed to be conversing with someone. All right, so who else have you contacted with this information? From his position, he could see around the corner that Netsu and Aizawa were also with him, engaged in a phone conversation. Interesting. Let's see what's going on, Kashikoi thought as he went inside the tank, thankful that in his drunken stupor he had left his laptop there and began to work. All right, who are you talking to? He asked himself as he hacked into the phone data service line and managed to connect to the call. Detective Neo Mesa? Pretty much best genist, Kamui Woods, Iggy Lady, Death Arms, Endeavor, Killer Orca, and several others. But yeah, the League's hideout has been clarified, and will all be ready within the week. For now, just enjoy the time while it lasts. I doubt that it'll be safe. The call ended, and Kashi looked at the white screen, opening several windows related to the call. 1 week? He glanced at a timer set up on his computer, the seconds counting down, notably showing 7 days and some hours left. The timing is oddly coincidental, but knowing us, the end result is inevitable. He closed the laptop and emerged from the tank, noticing the others and the rest of the students and teachers watching him. What? Dude, what were you doing in that thing? Kirishima asked, noticing the cannon pointed at his face. I paid good money for this thing. Can't a guy appreciate his purchase? Kashikoi replied, then noticed Izuku and Toru entering the room, both holding hands and blushing. With Bakugo still out cold and Jack still kicking him, I'd say he got lucky. Everyone, breakfast is ready. Sakura's voice rang through the dining room as everyone hurried to the table to eat. At the word, breakfast, Taiga immediately ran into the room with Lancer and Chibi, both of whom were half asleep, with Chibi clinging tightly to his shirt and yawning. Afterward, the students got back onto the bus as the Personas and Izuku tried to get back into their cosplay, keeping only the facial details. So, Toru, how was the bed after last night? Mina asked, resulting in everyone gawking and both Izuku and Toru blushing. Though no one could see her face except for Izuku and the Personas, as she went invisible due to embarrassment. Mina. And nothing happened. Bullshit. Came the chorus of voices from the guys and even the Midoriyas as they recalled what they had seen that morning. It doesn't seem like that when you're so defensive about it, Toru. So, do the carpets match the drapes? How was he in bed? Gentle? Rough? Is he low? Before she could finish, she noticed several red dots aimed at her. Phew, where did you know I kept the tank? That's the only place you'd hide them so Jack wouldn't find them and cause trouble for Bakugo. She interrupted Kashikoi as Jack stood up, his Shurzwa Hiwajima cosplay looking even more convincing with the anger radiating from him. You hid the weapons in the tank. I could have used that or the tank to silence the blonde in the morning. Jack exclaimed as Bakugo stood up, smoke curling from his palms. Shut up, you useless clone. And you're just as blonde. But unlike you, I can pull off this look and still look fabulous. Why you? Before Bakugo could retort, the bus stopped, causing him to stumble back and hit the front of the bus. We're here at our stop. The bus will return to the hotel in about 4 hours. Be back by then, or we'll leave without you, Aizawa said as he exited the bus, leaving the kids to themselves. All right, where should we head first? Hazama announced to their little group as they examined the map. The haunted temple seems interesting. I want to try some of the local sweets. Anywhere cool as long as the diva isn't around. The group, including the Personas, Izuku, and Toru, debated their next destination before wandering around the area. They spent the day exploring, with Toru getting piggyback rides from Izuku, while Chibi enjoyed some from Jack and Sora. They posed as a charming group of admirers for a few anime fans in Kyoto, causing some girls to feel a twinge of jealousy as Toru laughed and snickered. They visited several tourist attractions, including a scenic overlook by the temple, fresh spring water stops, and photography spots. Eventually, They found themselves resting at a shrine near where the bus had dropped them off. It was large and serene, with a few shops selling charms and sweets for visitors. Looks like we've covered most of the area. Where to next? Toru said, stretching her arms and legs while the guys slumped on the shrine steps. How can she be tired when I've been carrying her most of the day? Izuku said, his face hidden behind a tourist magazine. I suppose the tiredness comes from experiencing all these sights with you. Some say that even the simplest outings, like a walk in the park or window shopping with someone special, can bring joy and exhaustion when you realize the day is coming to an end. Hazama, have you been reading my Philosophical Love series again? Kashikoi asked, pulling out the volume from his back pocket and flipping through it. Heh, I've only read the first 2 volumes. I'm not caught up yet, but yes, it helps pass the time in the kitchen. Wow, you all are lazy but adorable. Except for Chibi, I don't know how you have so much energy, Toru said, watching Chibi run in circles around her. I saw some sweets nearby and totally want some now. Chibi exclaimed, dashing across the empty lot of the shrine temple, radiating enthusiasm. Ha! Well, I suppose Chibi and I will get some ice cream. I'll bring some back for everyone. Yeah. Let's go, Toru-chan. Chibi cheered as Toru scooped him up, carrying him under her arm, making it look like a pair of floating clothes was taking away a small child dressed as Seal from Black Butler. So, are you going to keep us in suspense or tell us what you found out? Sora asked, looking at Kashikoi as he closed his book and turned to the group. Surprised by Sora's eagerness to bring up the topic, Kashikoi raised an eyebrow. How did you? I'm part of his musical side. I tend to pick up on the rhythm of things. Your heart seems to be beating at a calmer rate than usual, and your walking and focus are off rhythm. Faye, never knew you'd pick up on stuff like that, Sora. I thought you'd let things pass you by with your endless sleep, Jack said, hopping onto the statue of a fox and looking at the rest of them. Now, what's the news, and does it involve some action? Jack asked, leaning forward as Kashikoi reclined on the steps like Izuku, gazing up at the sky. 2 things. First off, part of this may involve a fight. So that's good news for you, Jack. Yes. I'm liking this so far, Jack interrupted, then paused for Kashikoi to continue. I overheard a conversation between Aizawa, All Might, and Nedzu. It was over the phone, so I tapped into the line from the tank. So that's why you were cooped up in there? Hazama chimed in as Kashikoi rolled his eyes. Turns out, after the attempted kidnapping at summer camp by the League of Villains, they've been trying to locate their hideout. They found it and are setting up a raid party to storm in and capture them all. So a fight between the heroes and the villains, and we're going to be caught in the middle? Sora asked, picking up a stick with a leaf attached and fiddling with it. It's more than just walking into a battlefield, Kashikoi replied, and suddenly Izuku spoke up. It's the information, isn't it? They all looked at him, noticing his calculating gaze. If a fight breaks out there, all the data, the locations of their operations, and even past or present hostages could be in danger or need rescuing, Izuku said, standing up and looking back at Kashikoi. And this may be the last time we'll be like this, won't it? The 3 personas exchanged wide-eyed glances with Izuku and Kashikoi, both of whom fell silent for what felt like the longest minute. Kashikoi then pulled up his sleeve, revealing a holographic watch counting down. I've been calculating and testing the limits these bodies have held on to since the day after the summer trip, which was only about a month or 2 ago. Results show that we have about a week left to live. Tell me, why have we been able to survive in this state for so long? Hazama asked, intrigued. It didn't feel that long ago, yet to have months pass without it seeming so was odd. I've tested how that guy Twice's clones can last. I figured they would last only a few days, maybe a week or 2 at most before dissolving. And only a good hit could make us disappear. Kashikoi said as he pushed Jack off the statue, causing him to tumble down. What was that for, you smart aleck? Jack exclaimed, rubbing his cheek and grabbing Kashikoi by the collar. See? A hit like that, or even more force behind it, could have made us vanish. But we've faced villains, teachers, and even Bakugu's explosions up close, and we're still here. He then shrugged off Jack's grip and walked over to Izuku, placing his hand over his heart as he looked at him. It's because of us. More specifically, it's because of you, Izuku. Izuku glanced at Kashikoi's hand pressed against his chest and understood the implication. Because of all of you. Because of Persona, that's how you all are able to last longer than you predicted with that twice guy's quirk, Izuku replied, and Kashikoi nodded, removing his hand. Persona. I never thought a mutation like this would hold so many secrets, Izuku mumbled to himself as the others chuckled. You aren't going anywhere. They froze as they recognized that voice. Fear gripped them, too afraid to even move their heads, but even more terrified of what would happen if they didn't. They stiffened and struggled to look up, surprised by what they saw. A visible Toru, tears in her eyes, filled with both anger and worry. Toru. No. I don't want to hear it. You all aren't going anywhere next week. She declared, tossing aside the bag containing ice cream. No. The ice cream. Chibi cried, leaping slightly to save the frozen treats as Toru rushed to Izuku and hugged him tightly. Toru, as much as I dislike seeing you cry, we won't last until next week, Hazama said, trying to be the voice of reason. But that only made her cling to Izuku even more. We knew this wouldn't last, we made the best of it, but there comes a time when people meet their. Stop it. Don't you dare say anything sympathetic, you too. Toru interrupted, her tears soaking into Izuku's Jintoki cosplay, while both Sora and Kashikoi stiffened. What a pain! Jack exclaimed, punching the stone path and creating a fist-sized crater. J-Jack? Think about what you're. It was too late. Izuku's words fell on deaf ears as Jack pulled Toru away, gripping her shoulders and forcing her to meet his gaze. We knew it. We knew when we were brought out that we wouldn't be here for long. It's all just some ridiculous science behind these quirks. Jack, calm down for a. Chibi, the big boys are talking. Jack shot back, turning his attention to Toru. It's infuriating, I know. After all the fun we've had, getting to know our classmates better, the time we've spent together, especially with what you and Izuku did last night. Did you have to mention that? Izuku interjected, turning beet red while Chibi covered his ears, continuing to eat his ice cream. We're going to disappear or dissolve and probably end up back where we were. And it'll hurt you more to see us fade away in front of you than it would to go out fighting. Slap. The others were taken aback by the sudden action. No one expected it to happen so quickly and without warning. Even Chibi was in shock, dropping his sea salt ice cream as they all witnessed it. Toru had slapped Jack across the face. He took it silently, letting the mark burn red on his cheek as his glasses fell to the side and hit the ground. Jack said nothing, staring at her with his red eyes, finally meeting hers. I hate it. I hate that someday you'll leave. I hate that even though you all are the same in person, it will feel empty without you, she confessed, clenching her fists and biting her lip. Izuku wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his head near hers. We have to stop them before anyone else gets hurt. And Toru, we will never leave your side whether they're out here, he reassured, as the others joined the hug. Or in here, Hazama added, patting Izuku's back as Toru opened her hands and held onto him tightly. Just promise me you'll make it back alive. Babe, who do you think I am? Jack said as they all released the hug, except for Izuku and Toru. A delinquent who needs constant supervision, Hazama replied, blocking a playful hit from Jack. Shut up. And Chibi, give us our sea salt ice cream. Yeah. Where's our ice cream? Sora chimed in, looking at Chibi, who hugged the bag tightly and ran off. What? Hey. You little thief, give us back our ice cream. Never. It's my ice cream. Soon, the rest of them and Toru began chasing after the small boy as he dashed back to the hotel. They spotted the others gathering at the entrance, discussing their final plans before leaving. But they're trying to take my ice cream. Liar. That's ours. But I bought them. Isn't that Midoriya and his brothers? Ida remarked as the rest of the group noticed them approaching. Yeah, you bought them. Because I gave you the money I took from that guy's money. Jack shouted, the last part making Toru almost stop and laugh, while the rest of the class snickered. You thief. You stole my money, You cheap imitation. Bakugo exploded, launching a blast aimed at Jack. The explosion missed Chibi, but Jack and some others felt the blast, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. You know how long and precise this outfit took to make, just like in the anime? Jack exclaimed as he emerged from the smoke, his outfit singed and his wig burned off, revealing the dark black and green hair he shared with Izuku. Is that the gentleman prince? A woman across the street exclaimed as more women began to notice Jack. But it wasn't just him. The others' costumes were also singed, their wigs slipping off to reveal their true hair and features. No, wait. 6 of them? One looks just like a butler. Look at that cute small one. Oh, I just want to spoil him and pinch his cute cheeks. That one in the bartender outfit can serve me anytime. Oh no. Izuku said, earning a small gasp from Toru as he realized and heard the whispers. Your head. Izuku shouted as Jack looked back at him just before he was about to confront Bakugo. Huh? What about my? He stopped as he noticed the women gathering across the street around them, their wigs gone. He ran his hand through the top of his head and felt his real hair, not a well-made wig. Start the tank. What? Kashikoi, if you want to live and not lose your V-card to potentially an older girl or a high school girl, then for the love of everything, start the tank and run inside to pack everything. Jack said as he grabbed Chibi and Kashikoi. While Hazama had Sora and Izuku had Toru, they all ran inside the inn and shut the doors. Taiga! It's happening again! Izuku yelled as Taiga and Lancer skidded to the entrance, worry etched on their faces. Really? What happened? Taiga said as she changed into her fighting uniform and Lancer readied his spear. The explosive guy is causing a scene. Berserker! Jack called out, comical tears streaming down his face as a large, muscular man came running in, surprisingly without crashing or breaking anything. Guard the door and don't let anyone in until we leave in the tank. Jack, I've got our things packed and ready in the tank, Hazama said, sweat rolling down his forehead as he wiped it off with a handkerchief. You work fast, Haz. I'm a hell of a butler. Now get inside the dining hall. Hazama said, hearing the screams and banging behind the giant known as Berserker. Now. Hazama said as Jack dashed to the tank. Berserker. Nice to see you again, though I wish it were under better circumstances, Hazama said as the banging grew louder, even shifting Berserker slightly as he grunted in response. Well, hopefully when we meet again it'll be just the 2 of us. I hope to tell you the tale of why there are 6 of us. Take care. He tipped his hat at him and ran into the tank. Alright, I just had to say hello and goodbye to Berserker. Now what's the hold-up? Hazama said as Sora groaned and gestured at the 2 of them in front. Jack and Kashikoi. These 2 can't figure out what to name this thing. Le Cannon. Crimson Fury. Full Metal. Kashikoi and Jack argued, refusing to even step on the pedal. That's it. I'm driving, Izuku said as he went over to the driver's seat and pushed Jack and Kashikoi off. Hey. I bought this thing, I'm driving it. How can you drive this thing if you don't give her a name? Hang on. Lancer. Open the back doors. Izuku said, using the mic to announce his leave. As Lancer opened the back, which was a shipping entrance, Izuku stepped on the pedal. Midoriya. Where are you going? You are supposed to leave. With you back home on the buses and train. This is a violation of school trip regulations. Ida yelled from the massive crowd of women now swarming at the entrance, focusing their attention on the tank speeding down the street. Ida, I will aim this at you if you don't shut up. Toru said as she manned the cannon and aimed it back at them. Meanwhile, Jack opened the hatch and smirked at Ida's reactions. Everyone loves cannons, Jack said, unable to help but laugh at his little inside joke as he stood up. Attention, Kyoto. Thanks for the hospitality. But like last time, goodbye. And goodbye, ladies. But I'd rather not deal with any unwanted attention, so I have to say this. General, don't you say it. Don't you dare say another word. BGMI, Jack yelled out, despite Sora's pleading, which seemed to make the women chase after the tank. Sheet. He told you not to say another word. Kashikoi argued as he shook Jack back and forth on the hatch of the tank. See what you've done? You've unleashed the fury of women wanting us. Hey Kashi, that's a perfect name. Chibi said as he popped his head out of the barrel of the cannon and looked at them. What the heck are you doing there? Both yelled as Chibi shrugged his shoulders. Fury for the tank. It sounds pretty cool, he said, resting his chin on his hand with a smirk. No way, we are not naming it. Fury it is. Yup. Better than the other options those two had. Toru, Sora, and Hazama agreed with Chibi, and it came to a unanimous decision as Izuku pressed down on the pedal more. No fair. Hang on. We'll be back home in an hour or less. Fury, Izuku said as he pulled a lever, and the tank began to increase its speed, causing Chibi to giggle from the barrel of the cannon and Jack and Kashikoi to hold on tight to each other. God damn it. 1 week. We had 1 week to do whatever we wanted before this was going to happen, and a majority of that time was wasted on school, Jack grumbled in his seat as they parked in an empty lot. Some of them passed the time napping or sitting and waiting. Hey Jack, we didn't waste all our time. We did go to Disneyland for Chibi's sake. And you have to admit you were having fun too, Sora said as he adjusted his bandana while Chibi leaped onto his lap. I wanted to meet Tom Holland's Spider-Man. And I met him. I met Spider-Man. Chibi exclaimed, wearing a gift t-shirt featuring the Iron Spider design. I certainly enjoyed my time visiting the Haunted Mansion. Though it seems a bit of an old classic, I do love the detail and quality designs they put into the outfits, Hazama said, twirling his hat with his finger and smiling. Yeah Jack, you were even wearing the wizard hat in the pictures with all of us, Izuku said as he opened his phone and showed the group photo of them, including Toru, who had drawn mouse lines on Jack in one picture. Still, it was a bit embarrassing when it was just Chibi and Toru. We kept getting confused as a family. Well, it's not our fault you two are like a married couple. And it is kind of your fault. Chibi is your sweet side. I mean, look at him. Sora said as he gestured to the kid on his lap, mimicking Spider-Man's hand motions. He's adorable. Seriously. Kashi, how long do we have to wait for this thing to start? Jack complained, watching Kashi, who was focused on the radio communication device. Sounds like they're getting into position. Finally. Also, come on. I loved Space Mountain, and you were like Chibi when it came to Pirates of the Caribbean and Winnie the Pooh. That's because Johnny Depp is an awesome pirate, and Pooh was amazing in our childhood, and you all know it. Quiet. I've got something, Kashikoi said, and Jack fell silent, eager to hear what Kashi had to say. Alright, they've made their move right about. The earth shook as the sound of a distant explosion echoed. And from what my eyes in the sky see. He waved his hand in the air, revealing digital screens and projections. Nomus. Lots of them, tearing through the city and buildings. He then dismissed the screens, placing his headphones around his neck as he turned back to the others. Our time to shine, Kashi said as he jumped into the driver's seat and turned the keys. Sora, play something entrance-worthy. And strap in, this may be a long drive, and the roads might get bumpy. Everyone secured themselves as Sora plugged in his stereo and selected a fitting song. Heads up, guys, I think we've got some obstacles ahead, Sora said, pausing his music search to spot several Nomus in their path. Well, that won't do at all. What do you suggest, Izuku? Hazama asked, noticing Izuku leaning back casually. We keep going. Besides, it's not like they're going to stop us. Izuku replied, and from his tone, Jack knew what was coming. We have a tank, Izuku said as Jack fired the cannon at the Nomus, some of them bursting apart while others were sent flying. Andrew WK? Interesting choice of music for tonight, isn't it, Sora? Izuku remarked, puzzled as Sora opened the tank hatch and took position at one of the machine gun turrets. Hey, it seemed fitting for what we're doing now, Sora said, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the Nomus in front of them. True, but it seems rather unlike your usual taste in music, Hazama noted as he defended the rear of the tank, throwing knives at the Nomus. Seems more like something Jack would listen to in what one might call a lit mixtape. Wouldn't you agree? Hazama added with a hint of sass, smirking as he felt Jack's frustration from inside the tank. I heard that, Black Butler. Chibi, Get back inside now. Never. I am Commander Chibi. Chibi declared, poking his head out from the entrance and saluting with tears in his eyes. Enemy at 12 o'clock. Fire. Chibi commanded, prompting Jack to grumble but follow his orders. Admit it, this is fun for you two taking orders from Commander Chibi. Izuku teased, hearing Kashi chuckle as he accelerated. Alright, everyone, we're closing in. The problem is, it's going to be a bit of a drop. So everyone back. Forget that. Jack interrupted, pulling Chibi, Hazama, and Sora inside and shutting the tank's opening. You do realize that whatever you're thinking of doing is pointless. We're already noticed, and once we drop, we'll be, Kashi began to explain, but the sound of banging metal made it clear that it was futile. Shut it. If we're going to drop in and crash this party, then I want to make a grand entrance. Sora, Jack said, his jacket swirling with black. Smoke as shadows formed blades around him. In his hands, two gleaming black hand cannons materialized, reflecting the moonlight. Turn up my music. So you do admit this was in your mixtape? Hazama's voice reached Jack, and he felt annoyed at having to acknowledge it, especially with Hazama's teasing smile and the others smirking, including Chibi's laughter. Shut the hell. Drop incoming. Kashi warned as Jack's eyes widened, feeling the tilt as they neared the edge. Gravity, you traitor. Just let me have my moment. Hold them back. I will deal with him. All Might commanded as some of the other heroes engaged several nomas, covering the evacuation. He tossed aside a large chunk of debris, his gaze fixed on the one person he loathed more than anyone. All for one, the man who toyed with others, stole quirks, and had killed his master. Finally come to try and put an end to me? What happened the last time you attempted this? All for one taunted, and All Might glared at him, his knuckles turning white as he clenched his teeth. Your master, Nana Shimura, died in front of you. This is where you will die. This is where your legacy ends, All Might. All for one declared, gesturing to the destruction unfolding around Kamino Ward. The Nomus will be difficult to defeat. They're on a chaotic rampage, destroying everyone and everything. The wind howled between them as they waited for one to make a move, the sounds of explosions and destruction echoing in the background. All Might was about to shout, ready to attack, but he heard something approaching. A soft tune played, causing even the Nomus and heroes to pause in curiosity. Above, from the crater they had created, came the noise, growing closer alongside the sound of metal creaking. Is that a tank? All for one questioned as he spotted the tank at the edge, preparing to fall. This is your time to pay. This is your judgment day. We made a sacrifice and now we get to take your life. From the smoke, they saw a figure atop the tank, descending while holding something gleaming in their hands. Their bodies were shrouded in black mist, small sides emerging ominously. We shoot without a gun. We'll take on anyone. It's nothing really new. It's just something we like to do. From mid-fall, the figure snapped its head forward and leaped off the falling tank, soaring high into the air. As it jumped, it obscured the view of the moon, revealing a man with gleaming red eyes, his face hidden behind a mask of darkness. He grinned widely, raising his arms, which now appeared to be guns. You better get ready to die. You better get ready to kill. You better get ready to run. Because here we... The music halted as the tank and the man landed in perfect sync, creating a small crater and drawing attention to them. Whoa. It's only been a week, and the villains are out playing while the heroes are busy evacuating, he said with a wicked grin. You might as well do something ridiculous if you're going to make that entrance, Sora remarked, opening the hatch of the tank, surprising everyone who saw who was driving. So what? Anthony Hopkins did it and won an Oscar for it. Well, you're no Anthony Hopkins, Sora replied as he and the others climbed out. Young Midoriya? All Might and Aizawa exclaimed, astonished to see their student. Hey! Izuku stammered, half out of the tank, just as several Nomus roared and began their destruction again. I'm curious. I thought these Nomus were supposed to be more versatile and durable. Knives and plates flew across the battlefield, striking several Nomus, causing them to collapse. They were supposed to cause destruction, but it seems all they can do is ruin fine china, Hazama commented, tipping his hat and twirling his butterfly knives. What are you all? All Might started to shout, but he was knocked back by All for One, who aimed at the Midoriyas. Using a quirk that summoned spiked pillars, he launched them at the boys with lethal intent. Fire! Chibi shouted from inside the tank as the cannon fired, obliterating the path of spikes and creating a wide opening toward All for One. Quite impressive for mere children. I must congratulate you on your skills. But you will all perish, All for One declared, summoning another set of spikes. Okay, I guess we're doing this now, Jack said, shooting down the spikes until they were reduced to small pebbles, while Hazama assisted. All right, we keep up the assault from a distance as best as we can. Once I find an upper hand, we can go all out, Kashi instructed, stepping out of the tank to help Izuku stabilize it. In the meantime, Chibi and Sora will mount the tank. Izuku, assist them however you can, whether from a distance or up close. I think I spotted their hideout a few yards away from the fall. Jack shouted, dodging a barrage of metal bolts flying at him. Get to that place and find something that will really hurt him. Midoriya! Aizawa called as he and the other heroes continued to manage the evacuation and the Nomu situation. Wow, this kid has quite a mouth on him. Is this what he's been holding back all this time? I never knew he would snap, Aizawa thought. Take that, Aizawa. I still owe you an butt kicking. Jack retorted, countering the flying metal scraps with his bullets. Suddenly, he felt something lurking behind him and prepared himself. He was grabbed by his scarf and saw a Nomu being stabbed in the head by Hazama. Well, you did kind of ruin a moment with me and Toru during the training camp, Hazama said as Izuku pulled Jack to safety a few feet away. What can I say? I tend to bottle things up. Frieza! Choose either Hellsing or Dragon Ball for your references. Jack and Sora yelled from a distance as they dealt with both All for One and the Nomus. I'll help them out. Edge shot, care to join in? Izuku asked, glancing back to see Best Jeanist and Edge shot joining the fray. I'll assist the kids in the tank. Ninja art, swift shot. Edge shot declared, performing hand signals before vanishing and reappearing on the tank, throwing ninja stars and paper shurikens. By the way, I'm quite impressed your student has better taste in design and fashion than most at his age. Best Jeanist complimented Izuku and Hazama, noticing Izuku's parkour suit and Hazama's casual butler attire as he skillfully dispatched another Nomu without a trace of blood on him. Thank you. We work at a cafe, and it's not so much themed as butler, but the outfit does fit the restaurant's vibe, Hazama replied, flicking butter knife from his sleeve and throwing it behind him, assisting Kamui Woods with some Nomus. Thanks, kid, Kamui said, holding some of the Nomus in place as Jack fired at them, taking down 3 with a single bullet. Please, for the love of everything, don't thank him. Izuku, I'm sure there will be more of these creatures at the lab or base Kashi's heading to. Get to him and cover his back. Jack urged, pistol whipping some of the Nomus and letting Sora gun them down with the turrets. All right. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Best Jeanist, Izuku said, saluting as he dashed through the battlefield toward the lab. Good kid, Jeanist remarked, summoning threads to shoot at All for One. Jeanist. Trying to hold me down, are you? All for One sneered as Jeanist struggled against the villain's resistance. No, not hold him down. More like to beat you. Jack shouted, sheathing his guns in darkness and summoning a bat. Metal bat, he yelled, swinging at All for One's legs, causing him to wince. Everyone, let's take him down. Jack urged, smashing a Nomu that attempted to sneak up on him. All right, I'll help you, Jeanist. Wooden chain prison. Kamui Woods shouted, summoning vines and branches to restrain All for One's left arm and leg. Canyon cannon, normal size. Lady leaped into action, delivering a swift kick to the villain's face. Ninja art, 1,000 death needles. Edge shot shouted as he scattered numerous pieces of paper around the villain, which twisted and struck him like needles. Everybody move. Sora shouted, aiming the cannon at All for One. Here we go, he exclaimed as the ground beneath the tank trembled, realizing the Nomus were now focused on them. He pressed the lever, firing the cannon just as the Nomus began to tear into the tank. I knew it. That was totally a reference. Jack shouted, swinging his bat down on his collar and delivering a kick. Oh, my turn. A child's voice echoed, surprising everyone as something red zipped past them. Magic with a punch. Chibi exclaimed, rocketing through the air and landing a punch on the villain's face. Unfortunately, the impact sent him tumbling backward off All for One. I've got you, Hazama said, rushing to catch Chibi as All for One finally broke free from his bindings. Insignificant little child, he sneered, raising his fist, which began to mutate with spikes and bulging muscles. Cup shot. Chibi shouted as he jumped and kicked All for One, causing many of the male heroes to wince. What? Sorry for your wife, he said, blushing and bowing apologetically to the frozen villain. Hazama quickly scooped him up to assist Sora. Where did you learn that? He asked, concern and a hint of anger in his voice. For once, it wasn't Jack's influence. Sora replied, backflipping and sliding to dodge another fist. He twirled his heavy bass, using it to fend off some of the Nomus, while the spare guitar strings he had on him ensnared others. It was from some of the songs I listened to during our week together. I would blame the artist for their silly attempts at rapping, but I can't deny some of the tunes are catchy, Sora explained, watching as Hazama and Chibi uppercut the Nomus while Jack and the other pro heroes tried to restrain All for One again. Guys, we're inside the lab, Kashi said through a holographic screen, looking around with Izuku. All right, Kashi, Izuku. Please tell me your situation is better than ours, Sora replied, noticing Jack struggling with his black chains, which were creaking ominously. Meanwhile, Izuku and Kashi faced off against several failed Nomus. I wish it was, Kashi said, blocking an appendage and pushing it back. Izuku was darting around the room using full cowl, distracting the creatures. We're dealing with several failed Nomus, but they're less durable, Kashi said, cutting an electrical wire and using it to shock a Nomu, which quickly dissolved into a black puddle. But they're unpredictable. It's like they're guarding their weak spots, Kashi added, getting punched in the head but managing to grab the fist that hit him, electrocuting another Nomu. Kashi, can you create something or find something to deal with them all? Izuku asked, backfisting one that snuck up behind him and throwing another into a different Nomu across the room. If we use the roof, we might not find anything useful to stop him. Plus, the whole building is unstable, one sudden shock could bury us under debris, Kashi warned, ducking just in time to avoid a tentacle. What kind of experiments were they even conducting? He wondered, spotting a bloody nail gun and firing it at an appendage. I think I have something. Izuku, get back, Kashi said, grabbing the wires, the nail gun, and a fire extinguisher. Cross this one. Then extend the nozzle out front. Put this here, Kashi instructed as Izuku gathered scraps to block the Nomus. It's ready. So long, abominations, Kashi declared, firing the nail gun, which shot a mix of nails combined with electricity and water, quickly dispatching the creatures. A conductive nail gun. Genius, Izuku remarked as they moved deeper into the lab, spotting a door. Kashi blasted it down several times, sending it crashing against the wall. That's what we are, Kashi said as they surveyed the room filled with chairs and test tubes stained with blood. Take a look at some of the notes, I'll check their files. Kashi found a computer and began hacking, bypassing firewalls to uncover various files on their experiments. Alright, I just need to access the most recently saved files. But they could be hidden in any of these folders. Villains wouldn't file everything in one place. He frowned at what appeared on the screen. One folder was labeled Recent Stuff, and next to it was another labeled Don't Mess Up My High Scores. Shigaraki, you ungrateful failure of a villain, Kashi muttered, opening the file and watching numerous tabs open and scroll rapidly. No way. How could they have gotten this far in just weeks after their vanguard formed? Kashi thought, reading at lightning speed, the information reflecting off his glasses. You found out what else, huh? Izuku asked, holding a syringe filled with liquid and research notes. Alright, if what we found is true, we can't stop here, Kashi said, pulling out a flash drive and inserting it into the slot. The data began downloading everything they had just uncovered. After this, depending on what happens with you guys, we're going to face some of the oldest villains in Japan, Izuku said, zipping up his hoodie. Partially to stay comfortable. Yup, Kashi replied, watching the screen complete the data transfer before pulling out the drive. Well, time to get some tattoos on our backs and tailored suits, he said with a smirk, just as the ground began to rumble. Crap, let's move, Izuku urged, and Kashi nodded as they both sprinted out of the lab as fast as possible. Sora, what is happening? All Might is what's going on, in it. Sora shouted over the hologram screen as the lab shook and rumbled. Explain and try to hold it off. A large aftershock could bury us here. Kashi urged as they quickened their pace, seeing the upper levels leading outside. Easy for you to say. All Might didn't know the plan was to hold him. Sora replied, tightening his grip on the base cords, his fingers slightly bloodied as Jack's were too, staining his forearms. Hold him off. This will be the end for one. All Might declared, getting back up after a surprise attack from the villain. Best Jeanist, Jack, and Sora were left to fend him off while Hazama and Chibi tried to support the others, who were slightly injured. Aizawa was barely managing to hold onto his left arm, with Sora's help. You idiot! That's not the plan. You're going to bury the others alive. One for all Delaware smash. All Might shouted, and the villain gritted his teeth in anticipation. Izuku, Kashi, get out of there now. Sora yelled as the screen flickered and soon came the fist. So predictable, All Might. All for One smirked, glowing briefly in a dark red aura. The heroes and personas present widened their eyes, knowing what was about to happen. Take cover! Jack shouted as they released their holds and tried to shield one another while the area shook violently, a fierce wind and explosion erupting around them. We made sheet! Izuku exclaimed, covering his eyes and digging his feet into the ground, with Kashi supporting him with wires and anchoring to the side of the building. When the chaos subsided, they opened their eyes in shock. Oh no! Izuku said, surveying the area where spikes and metal rods were scattered, craters formed, and the ground sank deeper than when they arrived. Guys! Everyone! Izuku and Kashi shouted as they ran toward the others. All Might and All for One continued their fierce battle at a distance. Wyatt, we're fine, Jack said, moving a large piece of debris that had shielded him, MT Lady, and Kamui. Hazama had used the top of a tank as a makeshift shield, covering Edge, Shot, and Jeanist. Wait, where's Chibi? He was with me and Aizawa in the small crater. Sora and Aizawa panicked, scanning the area. Guys! They turned to see Chibi faintly glowing, his body dusted and marked with cuts. His eyes were half-lidded as he wobbled toward them. Chibi! Izuku said, rushing to him and extending his hands. I don't feel so good, Chibi murmured, collapsing into Izuku's arms and gripping his hoodie tightly. Oh, it's going to be all right. You just need some rest. I don't want to go. I don't want to go, please. Please don't let me go, Chibi pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he clung to Izuku. Tears welled in Chibi's eyes as he pulled away slightly to hug Izuku. Please don't forget about me. And let's go back. That was all he managed to say before he dissolved into a pale white light, sparkling and vanishing into the air, leaving only droplets of water on the ground. Everything seemed to come to a standstill, as if the world had halted. No one dared to break the silence that filled what could now be described as a war zone. The only sound was the soft wind blowing from above. Above, a camera captured the scene, broadcasting live from a news station. The footage made the world, or all of Japan, freeze. In an ordinary home, a young teenage girl lay in bed, tears staining her sheets as she wrapped herself in them, clutching her plushies and begging for it all to be unreal. She wished it was just false media, that the little boy had a teleportation quirk. But she knew he didn't possess such a power. She knew him. He was like the child she dreamed of having with the boy on the screen. The potential child of Izuku and Toru. In an apartment complex a few cities away, a woman could only stare at the television. She knew what would happen, but she also knew it would end. She had their pictures, their memories and recent ones after being apart for so long. She would finally see them again. But eventually, they would have to leave. All Izuku Midoriya could do now was pray that her son would be safe and make it home alive. None of them dared to speak. What could they say? They had just witnessed a piece of their lives vanish, as if death had claimed him. Jack stood still, his arms frozen in the position he held Chibi before he dissolved in a pale light. Well, that's one less annoyance to deal with now, All for One said, dusting himself off, his voice calm and low. To be frank, what would he have even accomplished other than causing a bit of minor damage? He should be thankful I ended his dreams before they crumbled at the hands of heroes. Why you sarcastic foo? Before Jack could finish, a sudden sound echoed through the air. Jich. All for One staggered back, gripping his chest, where a wide slash was slowly healing. Everyone turned to see Hazama standing there, his knife outlined in red and glimmering silver. Your first mistake was assuming that Chibi was worthless in this fight, Hazama said, removing his hat. The second was believing you had the upper hand after his departure. He cracked his neck, using his left hand to assist, and slowly loosened his tie. And your third and final mistake that was making me furious. No, miss. Kurajiri, send in the others and deal with these pests. I'll handle All Might. All for One commanded as black portals opened, and Nomus charged out. One Nomu, moving with incredible speed, lunged at Hazama, its claws poised to strike. But all that remained before it took a closer step to him were limbs and puddles of darkness. Which of you would care for a beating? Hazama said as he opened his eyes, revealing golden topaz-colored irises, slitted like a serpent ready to strike. Everyone attack. Do not let your guard down. Aizawa commanded as the other heroes and Hazama engaged in battle against the Nomus and the Vanguard Action Squad. Kashikoi soon snapped out of his stupor and looked back at Izuku. Quick, we need to devise a plan to inject. Get back. Sora shouted as he pulled the three of them away from Toga's attack. Kashikoi's eyes widened as the vial he held was nearly cut, losing a bit of the serum while the rest spilled onto the ground. I'm hurt. Aizu, you and your brothers are avoiding me, Toga said, twirling her knife and pouting. Especially Panty Snatcher there. He looks so sad and is ignoring me. Guess I should make him feel some pain. Toga exclaimed as she lunged, but Sora blocked her with his guitar strings. Kashi, think of a plan with whatever remains in the tank. Izuku, we may need you here, so stick close to Kashi in case they decide to go for him, Sora instructed as he defended against Toga's advances. But that's crazy and reckless. We're going to help. We don't have any more of that vial, Izuku. That's our only shot. Sora replied, narrowly avoiding a cut as Toga drove her knife against his strings. I hate this plan. Be safe. Izuku said as he and Kashi ran behind the lines to see what was useful in the tank. I'd be really grateful if you could help. Sora urged as he pushed Toga away. It's Jack stammered, looking at his trembling hands. Now is not the time to blame yourself. Sora shouted as he swung his guitar, striking one of the Nomus. He's right, now is the time to fight, a familiar voice said as Jack was knocked across the face. Sheet. Jack muttered, wiping a bit of blood from his nose as he looked up to see Dobby. Gotta be honest, didn't know it would take the death of a kid to make you weak, Dobby taunted, snapping his fingers as Nomus began to swarm and bring Jack down. What happened to that talkative smart aleck trying to beat us while jumping from tree to tree with that giant scythe? Cough one. I'm not as charming as Tom Holland. Hell, I might admit I want to be with him. 2. Go mess with yourself. Jack retorted, launching knives from his coat and striking the Nomus on top of him. Cough cough. Ready for round 2, Jack said, weakly raising his hands in a boxing stance as Dobby summoned flames. What's wrong? Not going to come at me like last time? Dobby taunted, unleashing flames at Jack, who dodged and charged in to jab him in the face. Or is it that you don't have the guts? Dobby sneered, covering his arms in flames and swinging his fist. No. I just want to take you down. Jack replied, ducking and landing a punch that caused Dobby to stumble back. Using your own quirk, Jack noted as he landed a hook across Dobby's jaw. Try and escape this. Dobby shouted, launching flames at Jack. Now get him, he cried out as Jack barely dodged but was pinned down by Magna and Twice. I thought this one was supposed to be hard to beat, Dobby, Magna said, using magnets to hold Jack in place. Sheet. Jack. Sora exclaimed, taking his eyes off Toga to see the situation. Thanks for the pass. Toga said as she sped past Sora, who tried to entangle her in his guitar strings, but she threw knives instead, catching him off guard. Stabby, stabby. Toga giggled, raising her knife, which glinted in the moonlight. But the knife never came down. Instead, it clashed with another knife. Jack, in times like this, it's usually me who has to stop you and remind you to calm down, Hazama said, twirling his knife before looking back at him. Blood stained his cheeks and parts of his clothing, with some dark substance smudged on his face. But now, those roles are reversed. Instead of you being the one on instinct and rampage, it's me. Hazama said as he swiftly dealt with Magna and Twice, freeing Jack from their grip. He pulled out the magnets from Jack's shoulders and glared at him. So get up on your feet right now. Otherwise, you'll have let him die for nothing. Everything we're fighting for will be worthless if you don't get your act together and strike these fools where it hurts. Hazama seethed through clenched teeth as Jack's eyes widened, his glasses slipping down his face. Identity crisis much? Strange, but I suppose I can say the same for me. Twice said as he kicked Hazama, who blocked the attack and tossed him aside. Sora, play some of your music to distract them or give us an advantage here, Hazama instructed while parrying with Toga. Meanwhile, Sora was helping the heroes entangle some Nomus. I can't do much, these guys are getting harder to tie up. Izuku, Kashi, what's the status on that vial? Sora yelled as some of the Nomus he tangled were blasted in the head. Kashi's creating something with that vial. But he needs just a bit more time to make it from whatever scraps from Fury. Ah! Izuku shouted, standing his ground and firing off machine guns and grenade launchers. At least the guns still work. I've almost got something done. Just a couple more minutes. Kashi called from inside the tank, examining the vial and parts of Fury quickly. Sheet. Hazama. More of these are heading your way. Jack, get up. Sora urged as he held back some of the captured Nomus with Aizawa and Best Jeanist. Crap. What the hell, Jack? We can't stop to think about what that juried, Sora thought, eyeing the fight between All Might and One for All, glaring at his back. All we can do now is fight and avenge his fall. Then we'll have the last laugh. Sora thought as he stood his ground while Izuku targeted the captured Nomus. Jack. Hazama called out, now defending himself against 3 members of the Vanguard and Nomus. No more. I'm not going to just sit back and be useless. Jack declared, rubbing his eyes and cracking his knuckles. Who wants some? Behind you! Izuku shouted and Jack turned, his eyes widening as he saw a Nomu and Mr. Compress approaching with their palms open. He remembered what Compress's quirk did, turning any part of his body into a marble or small ball. The Nomu seemed to transform into a sledgehammer and a blade. Guess I won't be missing the small fry for too long, Jack thought, bracing himself for the impact. But it never came. Hands off! Hazama shouted as he intercepted Mr. Compress's quirk with his arm, practically ripping it from his body and transforming it into a marble, along with a blow to his heart. Cracking noises and gasps filled the air as Hazama inhaled sharply from the impact. You're not going to kill him, he said, stabbing Compress's arm and twisting it until it went limp, tossing him aside. He pinned the Nomu down, stabbing it through the throat and twisting, causing a violent end. Hazama soon collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. No! Jack cried, turning him over to see a gaping wound in his chest and an arm missing. I really hate being angry. I was never one to use it well. Hazama managed to say, coughing up a bit of blood. Stay still and take it easy. Just breathe carefully and we'll get you patched up, Jack urged, glancing around for something to help. Notice, there's nothing that can be done about this. Hazama looked at his hand, which began to glow faintly. No, you aren't going to die on me, Don't go like Chibi did. I don't want any Infinity War nonsense. Jack exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he held Hazama's remaining hand. We knew we weren't going to make it after today, Jack. That's why we wanted to fight. One more day for anything. And we knew what we wanted to do when we heard about this, Hazama said, struggling to stay conscious. He let go of Jack's hand and reached into his vest pocket, pulling out his silver butterfly knife. Just promise me something. Stab that son of a gun. Specifically, stab him so much that his fancy suit is nothing but shreds. You do it yourself, man. You're going to do it while I have him in a full Nelson. Jack insisted, his glasses slipping down his nose as tears fell onto Hazama, who began to glow brighter. Very well. This reminds me of when we first met. Back then, we always argued about who was older. Hazama felt himself floating, a blissful weightlessness enveloping him. No, come on, stay. Stay with us. And I know the answer to that old question we had. Hazama said, noticing his torso beginning to dissolve. Fight it. Jack urged. Remember. Stab that suit for me. Hazama. Jack cried, his eyes puffy and blurred with tears. Believe me, Jack, I was never one to use anger. I couldn't be as ruthless as you were back then, Hazama thought, closing his eyes and recalling their past moments of anger and bickering. I could never be ruthless when angry because I'm too compassionate. But you said it yourself before, you were angriest when those you cherish were harmed. Hazama felt himself fading into a faint light, slipping from Jack's grasp. Though he couldn't see it, he let out a tear and a sad smile. This is twice you've seen us hurt. So be as angry and let it out. Wherever I depart, we'll be waiting for you. Big brother. Those were Hazama Midoriya's last thoughts, leaving only the silver butterfly knife in Jack's hands. The others felt his absence, knowing he had departed, but all they could do now was fight. Hazama! Izuku cried out, stabbing a Nomu with the barrel of his gun and firing. Let it all out, Izuku thought, feeling the pressure of everything he had witnessed about to explode. Hey eastse mama eh. Jack screamed, clutching the silver knife, his hands bleeding as he shouted into the air. Kill him already, Dabi said, unleashing the Nomus on him. You abominations! Jack yelled, glaring at the Nomus. Suddenly, he was behind them, twirling a red and black scythe before slamming the handle down on the ground. Whatever the Nomus had planned ended in their defeat, as pieces of them fell and dark ooze pooled beneath his feet. You thought that if you all fought me after what your boss did, it would make me weak, Jack said, slashing at Toga's cheek, cutting a small line but breaking her knives in the process. I hate to admit it, but it worked until he snapped me out of it, Jack continued, walking toward Dabi, stepping over the unconscious Toga and cutting down 2 more Nomus. But then you had to attack me again, forcing him to save my life instead of cleaning up the mess. Magna attempted to use his quirk to magnetize Jack, but it backfired, sending him right into Jack's fist. And you know what that did just now? Jack said as Twice backed away slowly, fear creeping into his expression. You just killed my brother. Even more so, you pressed the Jack button, he said, the scythe in his hand vanishing. Dabi was sweating, trying to maintain his composure. Calm down, it's just a scare tactic. I have the upper hand with range. All I have to do is... Dabi's thoughts were interrupted as he felt immense pain. Jack had punched him. He planted his fist in Dabi's stomach, watching as Dabi looked down in cold sweat, gasping for air. You shouldn't have done that, he whispered as he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful uppercut, sending his opponent soaring through the air. Where do you think you're going? Up? Jack exclaimed, leaping up to grab his face. Well, now you're going down, he declared, using his weight to bring them both crashing back to the ground. The impact created a small crater, and Dabi lay unconscious as Jack released his grip. Jack looked up to see more Nomus approaching. Bring it on. We're about to hold the first World Stress Tournament, he said, a wicked grin spreading across his face as the Nomus roared in response. Let's see which is stronger, a stressed guy or an angry guy. Jack shouted as chaos erupted around them. Sounds of laughter and roars filled the battlefield as nomas were sent flying. Finally, he got serious, Kashikoi observed, carefully adding a chemical to a vial, watching it change color. All right, it's done. He grabbed a needle and prepared to inject the contents. Now. He kicked open the hatch and shot a capture net at the villains and the nomas that Sora and the heroes were struggling against. Let's finally end this war and make it known in history as the Velvet War. Kashikoi thought to himself, this will all be over soon, as he focused on the fight between All Might and All for One. It's strange to think that just a few weeks ago, we were still inside his head. He glanced at Izuku, who was using One for All shoot style to assist Jack. Next thing we knew, we found ourselves out here in the real world. Kashikoi had always imagined what it would be like to be free, each of them their own person with their own goals. But all he could see now was the flames and destruction surrounding him. Even if this could still be a reality, it's not much of a life to live. There's no calling here for me or for us, for that matter. He looked at the small vial in his hand, the needle covered to prevent any accidents. For a brief moment, his fingers glimmered with a faint light. We're running out of time. Tucking the vial into his pocket, he adjusted his glasses and charged ahead. If this is how it ends, then so be it. We're running out of time, and we must act before it's too late. Kashi, what are you doing? Sora yelled, having just finished tying up the vanguard squad and noticing Kashikoi rushing in. Ignoring Sora's shout, Kashikoi leaped onto All for One's back, dodging a punch from All Might. What the? Another one of you annoying pests. All for One growled, attempting to grab Kashikoi, who wrapped his legs around his neck and held tightly to the vial. We'll die. Never! Kashikoi shouted, placing his palm on All for One's head. Electricity crackled around them as screens and cables emerged from his back. You think this small shock will kill me? All for One roared, trying to maintain his grip. No, it's not meant to kill you. It's meant to bind you. Kashikoi replied, slamming his fist onto one of the floating screens. All the other screens turned red, and warning alarms blared. Cables shot from his back and wrapped around All for One's legs, restraining him. Everyone! Now, fight him! Kashikoi roared across the battlefield, rallying the heroes and Midoriyas. Everyone! Fight with everything you've got. Don't hold back and help restrain him. Izuku commanded, seeing the others charge at the villain. Sora, help best Genist and Kashi pin down the villain. If possible, play some music that can heal some injuries with your reality-altering power. Izuku glanced at Sora, who nodded and dashed toward the center of the action, using his guitar chords for a speed boost. Izuku looked to his side and saw Jack, covered in dark ooze and grime. I suppose this will be it then, Jack said, gazing into the distance where Aizawa and Genist were assisting Sora and Kashikoi in restraining All for One while other heroes landed punches and kicks. After this, remember that this was one wild ride for you. Better than being stuck in my head, that's for sure, Izuku said with a small grin as Jack playfully punched his side. Hey, anything from, in your head? Jack asked, noticing Izuku's frown as he focused back on the fight. Nothing yet. I think I feel a small alarm ringing in my head. But I can't tell if it's brain damage or something else. Sheet. Jack muttered, then noticed Izuku's fist raised. Come on, we've got some anger to blow off, Izuku said, and Jack smiled, bumping fists with him. Electricity and green light, along with black mist and red sparks, erupted from them as they built up energy. Let's go take him down, they shouted in unison, charging forward with explosive speed, leaving a massive crater and dust clouds in their wake. Sora, get back and cast healing. Jack shouted as Sora swapped out the chords on his bass. Just because I can alter music to my reality doesn't mean I'm a healer. I'm more of an enchanter. Sora replied, stepping back to strum his bass. Tales of the Abyss. Sora announced as he began to play. Trees and greenery sprang up around them, transforming the devastated streets. The music resonated with energy, sounding like an orchestra, and a faint green aura enveloped the heroes, revitalizing them. I must admit, your students are quite resourceful, Edgeshot remarked, meditating on the now grassy field, feeling the healing energy wash over him as Aizawa sensed his scars and bruises fading away. No. It's not just a student. It's the problem child that's handy, he said as they heard a sound that could be compared to a cannon as they saw the two fly past them and stop in front of All for One. Now, let's start this off with a shonen jump, Jack and Izuku said as they reeled their arms back, looking at each other, now understanding where to hit first. Classic! Both shouted as they struck the villain in the chin. All right, I see where this is going, I'll leave it to you, Kashikoi said as he jumped off and tossed the vial into Izuku's hands, which he caught and tucked away. First off. 1, 2. Jack said as he kept throwing punches while counting, running around All for One with every strike. Midoriya, he said as he picked up speed, until he aimed for All for One's chin. From All for One's perspective, it looked like there were dozens of Jacks surrounding him. 2K barrage, Jack shouted as he delivered an uppercut, almost sending All for One flying off the ground, but he was still suspended mid-air for a moment, chained down. Now it's my turn, Izuku said as he jumped into the air above him. Clapping his hands together and breathing out, he descended downward, spinning into front flips and tucking his feet in. Daedondo. Joji Daedan Jiao, Izuku shouted as he shot out both feet, pressing down on All for One's stomach. That's not all I've got. Daedondo. Yujo Zenluoxia, he said, sending another kick, this time to his head, crashing him down as he jumped off and spun backward to Jack's side. No way! When did you have time to learn Daedondo and how? That was from an old manga, based on the legendary fighter Bruce Lee. God rest his soul, Jack said, staring at Izuku in shock, slack-jawed at seeing something Bruce Lee could do. Oh. Would you believe she has a lot of old manga and jump from back then? Izuku said sheepishly as Jack stared at him, frustrated. Sheet. She really is perfect. Both boys were snapped from their thoughts as a gust of wind blew across their faces, seeing their teacher All Might now delivering punches and kicks to the restrained All for One. I thank you, young Midoriyas. Now leave this part to me, All Might said as he went for 10, then 20, 200, 500. The numbers of punches kept stacking along with every kick he delivered. 1,000, 1,200. How much more is he dealing with? Sora said, finishing up his song as Kashikoi looked at the man. 9,998, with one more, Kashikoi said as All Might seemed to swirl with wind and energy. United States of Smaoas. All Might roared as he shifted his muscles to the right, focusing all of his energy into that fist, and punched All for One across the temple. Dust clouded the area, obscuring everything except for a figure standing in the middle of the attack. Heh, serves the beastie right, oh no. Dodge! Jack shouted as everyone hit the ground, narrowly avoiding laser beams that zigzagged above them and hit whatever was behind them. How can he still take that hit? We had him pinned down and attacked him before. With that estimate, even without the vial yet, that should have crippled him. Kashikoi exclaimed as they saw All Might, battered and hurled back at them. Sora and Aizawa caught him before he could hit the floor. You lot are rather smart but annoying brats. From the dust, All for One emerged, gripping the side of his body. He was bleeding with visible scars and fragments of broken bones in his left arm. But that overcautiousness is what led to a failure in your plan. They all looked as his restraints were now in shreds. Sora's cords were like small threads. Aizawa's scarf was reduced to rags. Beast genus threads were ripped apart like spiderwebs. Although you seem to have some rather unique quirks. All for One said, eyeing Kashikoi. Izuku noticed this and knew what was going to happen. Kashi, get back no, Izuku started, but he was suddenly choking on his words as he saw All for One grip him by the air around his neck. Tell me, boy, are you the source of these and the other two that intervened earlier with you? His voice sounded malicious, sending chills down Izuku's spine. What was worse, his wounds and blood loss were healing back. He doesn't have to tell you anything. Jack shouted as he smacked the villain on the head, forcing him to let go of Izuku. Gasped Jack. Izuku said with a raspy voice as he could finally breathe properly again. Ah, a volunteer. All for one said, raising his hand and encasing the three of them in a barrier. What the hell is this? Jack said as he saw All for One raise his right hand and move it toward him. Holy cow! Sora gasped as they watched Jack look down at the hand now pressing against him. GG, gahai. Jack screamed as he felt something pulsing in his stomach, cold yet painful, as if he had swallowed 1,000 blades. Jack! Izuku screamed, jumping up to attack All for One, but was backhanded and sent slamming against the barrier walls. Young Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. The heroes and personas shouted, banging on the barrier, hoping to break it and set them free. Now let's see what powers you will bestow upon me. All for One said as he focused his grip on Jack's stomach, who roared in pain. But if you think, you're gonna take my abilities, Jack said, breathing heavily as he reached for his back pocket. Then, you're a sad piece of work. Like that cheap suit of yours. Jack then held up Hazama's knife, stabbing and slashing at All for One, causing him to bleed and weakening his hold with every strike, while keeping his word that the villain's suit was turning into shreds. Insignificant fool! All for One shouted, gripping harder and pushing deeper, causing Jack to scream and drop the knife in his hands. Now die! All for One shouted as the sound of breaking glass echoed through the air. Jack's eyes widened as he saw Sora rush at him, his guitar raised and his fingers stained as he looked furious. Not yet, he won't, UJ. Sora exclaimed as he swung his bass guitar, causing it to crack but also sending All for One's head turning. Use this! Kashikoi shouted as he tossed an injection toward Jack, who caught it and examined it quickly. Hurry! Use it on his hand. It'll stop whatever he's doing to you. Kashikoi urged, noticing Jack's gaze shifting between him and the injection. What are you waiting for? Kashikoi yelled as they saw All for One shaking his head to regain his composure. Jack merely smiled, his eyes filled with sadness. No. Don't do it, Izuku said, tears welling in his eyes as Sora gritted his teeth, struggling to hold back sobs. No. Not like this, you arrogant fool. Not you. Don't do it. Kashikoi pleaded as Jack uncapped the injection. His grip tightened around it as he pushed his shades up. You said you would rather die than let him win. Why would you go back on your word? You may be difficult, but you never lied. Ah, hook, line and sinker, you fools. Jack howled, laughter turning into a painful groan as All for One fought to overpower him. Jack, no! Izuku shouted just as he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. That was the one and only lie of my life. Jack. Izuku thought, sensing Jack's voice within him. But he was still alive, standing before him. It's time to say goodbye, kid. It's been quite a ride, Jack said in his mind, struggling to stay focused. No, you can't go. We're the persona and inner self of you, kid. Even if we fall, you'll be okay. You don't need us anymore, Jack said, feeling himself being drained. Yes, I do. I need all of you. I don't want to lose any more of you. Izuku shouted in his mind as Jack brought the needle closer. See ya, Izuku. With that, Jack vanished from his mind, stabbing his chest and injecting the serum inside him. All for One smirked, believing he was sending Jack off to an early grave, making it easier to take his quirk. But then he noticed his arm turning black, small blades and mist emitting from it. What is this? Why does it burn and sting? What did you do? What are you doing? All for One roared as his arm and lower body became engulfed in black mist and blades. Take that. I injected myself with the serum meant to nullify and erase all quirks. And it is for you that you thought you could take me down. But you should be dead. All for One shouted as Jack cut off the villain's arm and stepped back. He now had a gaping hole in his chest but still smiled defiantly. Yeah. And I feel like I'm on my way to confront death. But the thing is, I am and am not a quirk, and it doesn't affect me since to get rid of a quirk, you need a body to have one. This body was that of a quirk. So I was just an empty vessel for you to inject that serum into, and now my blood is affecting your body. You miserable little brat. All for One yelled as his arm crumbled to nothing but mist on the floor. Now kick his butt. Jack shouted as Izuku charged in, activating his quirk. I have yet to be bested. All for One declared, preparing to use his remaining quirks, but his other arm and leg felt tight. You're not going anywhere, Kashikoi said as he used his quirk to bind All for One's arm, tightening it as blood and blades emerged. Meanwhile, Sora shattered his kneecaps with a swing of his guitar, forcing him to kneel on the ground as Sora stepped on his legs. Your time is up. Allow me to play you a song for your final moments, Sora said as he began to play a soft, melodic tune. As time felt slow, Izuku experienced a mix of emotions while running: fear, anger, calmness, and then nothing. He clenched his fist and looked at the villain with a determined expression. One for all. I will be the one to succeed. Full cowl. No. You children will be no match for what the mantle will hold. Full metal. You will all fall by the symbol of evil. Do it. Kick his butt. Izuku's eyes sparked with electricity, his entire body radiating raw power. It jumped and descended in front of All for One, his fist slowly making contact with the ground below. Alchemist transmutation. Lightning surged from the earth, pillars of stone and spikes erupting around the battlefield as the heroes shielded themselves from the gust of wind and dust swirling in their faces. Afterward, it seemed too calm, too quiet. As the dust cloud dispersed, they found the Midoriyas scattered, Izuku lying on his back in the center, and All for One reduced to black ashes, vanishing in the wind. Hey, looks like I was a bit off on when we were gonna die, Kashikoi said as he landed on the remnants of the tank. What do you mean? Sora asked, seated on a pile of rocks, looking at Kashikoi pointing toward the horizon. Look, the sun's rising. Really is a beautiful sight, Jack said, lying on his back not far from Izuku, still feeling warm and tingling. Hey, Sora. What was that song we sang with Chibi for Toru and Disney? Which one? There are so many Disney songs we liked, especially from Kingdom Hearts, Sora replied, relieved that his Walkman was still intact. The one with a star or something, Jack said, eliciting a chuckle from Izuku. Oh, that one. You feeling like singing it? Izuku slurred, looking at Sora as he raised his Walkman. Where did you even get that old thing, Sora? Kashikoi asked, sitting up slightly, bracing himself for what was about to happen. Amazon. For 1,700,000 yen. What? How? For that old thing? You bought a tank. Just play that Walkman already. It's worth a fortune for being in Guardians of the Galaxy, Jack muttered, and Izuku couldn't help but chime in, I am Groot. Alright. 3. Sora began, pressing a button on the Walkman as the music started to play. A dream is a wish your heart makes. When you're fast asleep. And dreams, you will lose your heartaches. Whatever you wish for you'll keep. As they sang, Kashi, Jack, and Sora began to glow with a soft, pale light. Izuku raised his hand over his head, shielding his eyes from the rising sun. Have faith in your dreams, and someday, your rainbow will come smiling on through. No matter how your heart is grieving. If you keep on believing. The harmony shifted from a trio to a duo, and finally to a solo. As the boy shielding his eyes let his tears fall, he succumbed to the weariness that enveloped him, drifting into a sea of darkness and a velvety blue hue. The dream that you wish will come true.